Chapter 1 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast List. Narrated by Kevin S.
Doris. Read by
Winthrop Adams. Read by Todd.
Mr. Leverett, read by Jim Hilgen.
Mrs. Leverett, read by Mickey Lee Rich.
Warren Leverett, read by Elijah Fisher.
Betty Leverett, read by Jenn Broda.
Aunt Priscilla, read by Lisanne Lavoie.
Madam Royall, read by Phone.
Mrs. Manning, reading by Anita Sloma-Martinez.
Carrie Adams, read by Adam Bielka.
Electa King, read by Lianne Yao.
Miss Recompense, read by Lydia.
Additional parts read by
Loada.
Ulrike Denis.
By Sage Turtle.
Marilyn Rakes.
Campbell Shelp.
Lola Janey.
Anita Sloma-Martinez.
Nemo. Ayasu Nascimento.
Luke Castle.
B.L. Newman.
Mickey Lee Rich.
Lily. Jazzy Girl.
Pseudonymous Nerd.
Betsy Walker.
Like Minnie Waters.
Elijah Fisher.
Soinkmeister Patrick.
End of Cast List. Chapter 1. Doris.
I do suppose she is a papist. The French generally are,
said Aunt Priscilla, drawing her brows in a delicate sort of frown, and sipping her tea with a spoon that had the London crown mark, and had been buried early in Revolutionary times.
Why, there were all the Huguenots who immigrated from France for the sake of worshipping God in their own way rather than that of the Pope. We Puritans did not take all the free will, declared Betty spiritedly.
You are too flippant, Betty,
returned Aunt Priscilla severely.
And I doubt if her father's people had much experimental religion. Then she has been living in a very hotbed of superstition.
The cold, dreary Lincolnshire coast. I think it would take a good deal of zeal to warm me, even if it was superstition.
And she was in a convent after her mother died. Yes, she is pretty sure to be a papist. It seems rather queer that second cousin Charles should have remembered her in his will.
But Charles was his namesake and nephew, the child of his favorite sister,
interposed Mrs. Leverett, glancing deprecatingly at Betty, pleading with the most beseeching eyes that she should not ruffle Aunt Priscilla up the wrong way.
But what is that old marshland good for, anyway?
asked Aunt Priscilla.
Why, they are all filling in and building docks,
said Betty, the irrepressible.
Father thinks by the time she is grown, it will be a handsome fortune.
Aunt Priscilla gave a queer sound that was not a sniff, but had a downward tendency, as if it was formed of inharmonious consonants. It expressed both doubt and disapproval.
But think of the expense and the taxes. I can't put a bit of improvement on anything, but the taxes eat it up. I want my hall door painted and the cornices.
Aunt Priscilla always would pronounce it that way.
But I mean to wait until the assessors been round. It's the best time to paint in cool weather, too. I can't afford to pay a man for painting and then pay the city for the privilege.
No one controverted Mrs. Perkins. She broke off her bread in bits and sipped her tea.
Why didn't they give her some kind of Christian name?
She began suddenly.
Don't you suppose it is French for the plain, old-fashioned, sensible name of Dorothy?
Betty laughed.
Oh, Aunt Priscilla, it's pure Greek. Doris and Phyllis and Chloe.
Phyllis and Chloe are regular nigger names,
with the utmost disdain.
But Greek all the same. Ask Uncle Winthrop.
Well, I shall call her Dorothy. I'm neither Greek nor Latin, nor a college professor. There's no law against my being sensible. Pharisee.
Which really meant far as I see.
And the idea of appointing Winthrop Adams her guardian. I did think second cousin Charles had more sense. Winthrop thinks of nothing but books and going back to the creation of the world, just as if the Lord couldn't have made things straight in the beginning without his help. I dare say he will find out what language they talked before the dispersion of Babel. People are growing so wise nowadays, turning the Bible inside out.
And she gave her characteristic sniff.
I'll have another cup of tea, Elizabeth. Now that we're through with the war and settled solid-like with the president at the helm, we can look forward to something permanent and comfort ourselves that it was worth trying for. Still, I've often thought that awful waste of tea in Boston Harbor. Seems as though they might have done something else with it. Tea will keep a good long while, and all that wretched stuff we used to drink and call it Liberty tea.
I don't know as we regret many of the sacrifices, though it came harder on older people. We have a good deal to be proud of,
said Mrs. Leverett.
And a grandfather who was at Bunker Hill,
appended Betty. And Priscilla never quite knew where she belonged. She had come over with the Puritans, at least her ancestors had, but then there had been a title in the English branch, and though she scoffed a little, she had great respect for royalty, and secretly regretted they had not called the head of the government by a more dignified appellation than president. Her mother had been a Church of England member, but rather austere Mr. Adams believed that wives were to submit themselves to their husbands in matters of belief as well as aught else. Then Priscilla Adams, at the age of 19, had wedded up the man of her father's choice, Hatfield Perkins, who was a staunch upholder of the Puritan faith. Priscilla would have enjoyed a little foolish love-making. She had a cardinal hankering for fine gowns, and oh, how she did long to dance in her youth, when she was slim and light-footed. In spite of all, she had been a true Puritan outwardly, and had a little misgiving that the prayers of the church were vain repetition, the organ wickedly frivolous, and the ringing of bells suggestive of popery. There had been no children, and a bad fall had lamed her husband, so that volunteering for a soldier was out of the question, but he had assisted with his means, and some 12 years before this left his widow in comfortable circumstances for the times. She kept to her plain dress, although it was rich, and her housemaid was an elderly black woman who had been a slave in her childhood. She devoted a good deal of thought as to who should inherit her property when she was done with it, for those she held in the highest esteem were elderly like herself, and the young people were flighty and extravagant, and despised the good old ways of prudence and thrift. They were having early tea at Mrs. Leverett's. Aunt Priscilla's mother had been half-sister to Mrs. Leverett's mother. In the old days of large families, nearly everyone came to be related. It was always very cosy in Sudbury Street, and Foster Leverett was in the ship chandlery trade. Aunt Priscilla did love a good cup of tea. Whether the quality was finer or there was some peculiar art in brewing it, she could never quite decide, or whether the social cream of gentle Elizabeth Leverett and the spice of Betty added to the taste and heightened the flavor beyond her solitary cup. Early October had already brought chilling airs when evening set in. A century or so ago, autumn had the sharpness of coming winter in the early morning, and after sundown there was a cheerful wood fire on the hearth, and its blaze lighted the room sufficiently, as the red light of the sunset poured through a large double window. The house had a wide hall through the center that was really the keeping-room. The chimney stood about halfway down, a great stone affair built out in the room, tiled about with scriptural scenes, with 2 tiers of shelves above, wherein were ranged the family heirlooms, so high indeed that a stool had to be used to stand on when they were dusted. Just below this began a winding staircase with carved spindles and a mahogany rail and newel, considered quite an extravagance in that day. The lower end was the living part. In one of the corners was built the buffet, while the door opposite led into the wide kitchen. Across the back was a porch where shutters were hung in the winter to keep out the cold. The great dining table was pushed up against the wall. The round tea table was set out, and the 3 ladies were having their tea, quite a common custom when there was a visitor, as the menfolk were late coming in and a little uncertain. On one side the hall opened in 2 large well-appointed rooms. On the other were the kitchen and the mother's room, where, when the children were little, there had been a cradle and a trundle bed. But 1 son and 2 daughters were married. One son was in the father's warehouse, and was now about 20. The next baby boy had died, and Betty, the youngest, was 16, pretty and a little spoiled, of course. Yet Aunt Priscilla had a curious fondness for her, which she insisted to herself was very reprehensible, since Betty was such a feather-brained girl.
It is to be hoped the ship did get in today.
Aunt Priscilla began presently.
If there's anything I hate, it's being on tenterhooks.
She was spoken this morning. There's always more or less delay with pilots and tides and whatnot,
replied Mrs. Leverett.
The idea of sending a child like that alone. The weather has been fine, but we don't know how it is on the ocean.
Captain Greer is a friend of Uncle Wynn's, you know,
appended Betty.
Betty, do try to call your relatives by their proper names. An elderly man, too. It does sound so disrespectful. Young folks of today seem to have no regard for what is due other people. Oh!
There was a kind of stamping and shuffling on the porch, and the door was flung open, letting in a gust of autumnal air full of spicy odors from the trees and vines outside. Betty sprang up, while her mother followed more slowly. There were her father and her brother Warren, and the latter had by the hand a little girl who had crossed the ocean to come to the famous city of the New World, Boston. Almost 200 years before, an ancestor had crossed from old Boston in the ship Arabella, and settled here, taking his share of pilgrim hardships. Doris's father, when a boy, had been sent back to England to be adopted as the heir of a long line. But the old relative married and had 2 sons of his own, though he did well by the boy, who went to France and married a pretty French girl. After 7 years of unbroken happiness, the sweet young wife had died. Then little Doris, 6 years of age, had spent 2 years in a convent. From there her father had taken her to Lincolnshire and placed her with 2 elderly relatives, while he was planning and arranging his affairs to come back to America with his little daughter. But one night, being out with a sailing party, a sudden storm had caught them and swept them out of life in an instant. Second cousin Charles Adams had been in correspondence with him and advised him to return. Being in feeble health, he had included him and his heirs in his will, appointing his nephew Winthrop Adams executor, and died before the news of the death of his distant relative had reached him. The Lincolnshire ladies were too old to have the care and rearing of a child, so Mr. Winthrop Adams had sent by Captain Greer to bring over the little girl. Her father's estate, not very large, was in money and easily managed, and now little Doris was nearing 10.
"Oh!"
cried Betty, hugging the slim figure in the red camlet cloak, and peering into the queer big hat tied down over her ears with broad ribbons that, what with the big bow and the wide rim, almost hid her face. But she saw 2 soft, lovely eyes and cherry-red lips that she kissed at once, though kissing had not come in fashion to any great extent, and was still considered by many people rather dubious, if not positively sinful.
"Oh, little Doris, welcome to Boston and the United Colonies and the whole of America. Let me see how you look."
And she untied the wide strings. The head that emerged was covered with fair, curling hair. The complexion was clear, but a little windburn from her long trip. Her eyes were very dark, but of the deepest, softest blue that suggested twilight. There was a dimple in the dainty chin, and the mouth had a half-frightened, half-wistful smile.
Captain Greer will send up her boxes tomorrow. They got aground and were delayed. I began to think they would have to stay out all night. The captain will bring up a lot of papers for Winthrop and everything,"
explained Mr. Leverett.
"Are you cold, little one?"
Doris gave a great shiver as her cloak was taken off, but it was more nervousness than cold, and the glances of the strange faces. Then she walked straight to the fireplace.
"Oh, what a beautiful fire!"
she exclaimed.
"No, I am not cold."
And the wistful expression wandered from one to the other.
This is my daughter Betty, and this is... why, you may as well begin saying Aunt Elizabeth at once. How are you, Aunt Priscilla? This is our little French-English girl. I hope she will turn into a staunch Boston girl. Now, Mother, let's have a good supper. I'm hungry as a wolf."
Doris caught Betty's hand again and pressed it to her cheek. The smiling face won her at once.
"Did you have a pleasant voyage?"
asked Mrs. Leverett, as she was piling up the cups and saucers, and paused to smile at the little stranger.
"There were some storms, and I was afraid then. It made me think of Papa. But there was a good deal of sunshine, and I was quite ill at first. But the captain was very nice, and Mrs. Jewett had 2 little girls. So after a while we played together, and then I think we forgot all about being at sea. It was so like a house, except there were no gardens or fields and trees.
Mrs. Leverett went out to the kitchen, and soon there was the savory smell of frying sausage. Betty placed Doris in a chair by the chimney corner and began to rearrange the table. Warren went out to the kitchen, and as by the farthest window there was a sort of high bench with a tin basin, a pail of water, and a long roller towel, he began to wash his face and hands, telling his mother meanwhile the occurrences of the last 2 or 3 hours. Aunt Priscilla drew up her chair and surveyed the little traveller with some curiosity. She was rather shocked that the child was not dressed in mourning, and now she discovered that her little gown was of brocaded silk and much fur below it, at which she frowned severely. True, her father had been dead more than a year, but her being an orphan made it seem as she should still be in the depths of woe, and she had earrings and a brooch in the lace tucker. She gave her sniff. It's very wintry and contemptuous.
I suppose that's the latest French fashion,
she said sharply.
If I lived in England, I should just despise French clothes.
Oh,
said Doris.
Do you mean my gown? Miss Arabella made it for me. When she was a young lady, she went up to London to see the king crowned, and they had a grand ball, and this was one of the gowns she had. Not the ball dress, for that was white satin with roses sprinkled over it. She's very old now, and she gave that to her cousin for a wedding dress. And she made this over for me. I got some tar on my blue stuff gown yesterday, and the others were so thin Mrs. Jewett thought I had better put on this. But it is my very best gown.
The artless sincerity and the sweet soft voice quite nonplussed Aunt Priscilla. Then Warren returned and dropped on a 3-cornered stool standing there and almost tilted over.
Now, if I had gone into the fire like any other green log, how I should have sizzled,
he said laughingly.
Oh, I am so glad you didn't,
exclaimed Doris in a fright. Then she smiled softly.
Does it seem queer to be on land again?
Yes, I want to rock to and fro.
She made a pretty movement with her slender body and nodded her head.
Are you very tired?
Oh, no.
You were out 5 weeks.
Is that a long while? I was homesick at first. I wanted to see Miss Arabella and Barbie. Miss Henrietta is not right in her mind, if you can understand. And she is very old. She just sits in her chair all day and mumbles. She was named for a queen, Henrietta Maria.
Aunt Priscilla gave a disapproving sniff.
Supper's ready,
said Mr. Leverett.
Come.
Warren took the small stranger by the hand, and she made a little curtsy, quite as if she were a grown lady.
What an airy little piece of vanity,
thought Aunt Priscilla.
And whatever will Winthrop Adams do with her, and no woman about the house to train her?
Betty came and poured tea for her father and Warren. Mr. Leverett piled up her plate, but although the viands had an appetizing fragrance, Doris was not hungry. Everything was so new and strange, and she could not get the motion of the ship out of her head. But the pumpkin pie was delicious. She had never tasted anything like it.
You'll soon be a genuine Yankee girl,
declared Warren.
Pumpkin pie is the test.
Mr. Leverett and his son did full justice to the supper. Then he had to go out to a meeting. There were some clouds drifting over the skies of the new country, many discussions as to future policy.
So, Aunt Priscilla, I'll bow you home,
said he.
Unless you have a mind to stay all night, or want a young fellow like Warren.
You're plenty old enough to be sensible, Forrest Leverett,
she returned sharply. She would have enjoyed a longer stay and was curious about the newcomer, but when Betty brought her hat and shawl, she said a stiff good night to everybody and went out with her escort. Betty cleared away the tea things, wiped the dishes for her mother, and then took a place beside Warren, who was very much interested in hearing the little girl talk. There was a good deal of going back and forth to England, although the journey seemed so long, but it was startling to have a child sitting by the fireside here in his father's house who had lived in both France and England. She had an odd little accent, too, but it gave her an added daintiness. She remembered her convent life very well, and her stay in Paris with her father. It seemed strange to him that she could talk so tranquilly about her parents, but there had been so many changes in her short life, and her father had been away from her so much.
It always seemed to me as if he must come back again,
she said with a serious little sigh.
As if he was over in France or down in London. It is so strange to have anyone go away forever that I think you can't take it in somehow. And Miss Arabella was always so good. She said if she had been younger, she should never have agreed to my coming. And all Papa's relatives were here, and someone who wrote to her and settled about the journey.
She glanced up inquiringly.
Yes, that's Uncle Winthrop Adams. He isn't an own uncle, but it seems somehow more respectful to call him uncle. Mr. Adams would sound queer. And he will be your guardian.
Guardian?
Well, he has the care of the property left to your father. There's a house that is rented, and a great plot of ground. Cousin Charles owned so much land, and he was never married, so it had to go round to the cousins. He was very fond of your father as a little boy, and Uncle Winthrop seems the proper person to take charge of you.
Doris sighed. She seemed always being handed from one to another. She was sitting on the stool now, and when Betty slipped into the vacant chair, she put her arm over the child's shoulder in a caressing manner.
Do you mean that I would have to go and live with him?
She asked slowly. Warren laughed.
I declare, I don't know what Uncle Win would do with a little girl. Miss Recompense, gardener, keeps the house, and she's as prim as the crimped edge of an apple pie. And there is only Carrie.
Carrie is at Harvard, at college,
explained Betty.
And then he is going to Europe for a tour. Uncle Win teaches some classes and is a great Greek and Latin scholar. He translates from the poets and reads and studies, is a regular bookworm. His wife has been dead ever since Carrie was a baby.
I wish I could stay here,
said Doris, and reaching up she clasped her arms around Betty's neck.
I like your father, and your mother has such a sweet voice, and you, and him.
Nodding her head over to Warren.
And since that, the other lady, doesn't live here.
Aunt Priscilla,
laughed Betty.
I think she improves on acquaintance. Her bark is worse than her bite. When I was a little girl, I thought her just awful, and never wanted to go there. Now I quite like it. I spend whole days with her, but I shouldn't spend a night in praying that Providence would send her to live with us. I'd 50 times rather have you, you dear little midget. And when everything is settled, I'm of the opinion you will live with us, for a while at least.
I shall be so glad.
In a joyous, relieved tone.
Then if Uncle Win should ask you, don't be afraid of anybody, but just say you want to stay here. That will settle it unless he thinks you ought to go to school. But there are nice enough schools in Boston, and I'm glad you want to stay. I've wished a great many times that I had a little sister. I have 2 married, one lives over at Salem, and one ever so far away at Hartford. And I'm Aunt Betty. I have 5 nephews and 4 nieces, and you never can have any, you solitary little girl.
I think I don't mind if I can have you.
This is love at first sight. I've never been in love before, though I have some girlfriends. And being in love means living with someone and wanting them all the time, and a lot of sweet, foolish stuff. What a silly girl I am. Well, you are to be my little sister.
Oh, how sweet it was to find home and affection and welcome. Doris had not thought much about it, but now she was suddenly unreasonably glad. She laid her head down on Betty's knee and looked at the dancing flames, the purples and misty grays, the scarlets and blues and greens, all mingling, then sending long, arrowy darts that ran back and hid behind the logs before you could think. Mrs. Leverett kneaded her bread and stirred up her griddle cakes for morning. It was early in the season to start with them, but with the first cold whiff, Mr. Leverett began to beg for them. Then she fixed her fire, turning down her sleeves, took off the big apron that covered all her skirt, and rejoined the 3 by the fireside.
That child has gone fast asleep,
she exclaimed, looking at her.
Poor thing. I dare say she's all tired out, and manlike, your father never thought of her nightgown or anything to put on in the morning, and that silk is nothing for a child to wear. I saw that it shocked Aunt Priscilla.
And she told the story of it so prettily. It's a lovely thing, And to think it has been to London to see the king.
You must take her in your bed, Betty.
Oh, of course. Mother, don't you suppose Uncle Win will consent to her staying here? I want her.
It would be a good thing for you to have someone to look after Betty. It would help steady you and give you some sense of responsibility. The youngest child always gets spoiled. Your father was speaking of it. I can't imagine a child in Uncle Winthrop's household.
Betty laughed.
Nor in Aunt Priscilla's,
she appended.
Poor little thing. How pretty she is. And what a long journey to take. And to come among strangers. Yes, she must go to bed at once.
I'll carry her upstairs,
said Warren.
Nonsense,
protested his mother. But he did for all that, and when he laid her on Betty's cold bed, she roused and smiled, and suffered herself to be made ready for slumber. Then she slipped down on her knees and said,
Our Father in heaven,
in soft, sleepy French. Her mother had taught her that, and in English she repeated,
Now I lay me down to sleep,
in remembrance of her father, and kissed Betty, but she had hardly touched the pillow when she was asleep again in her new home, Boston. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2 In a New Home. The sun was shining when Doris opened her eyes, and she rubbed them to make sure she was not dreaming. There was no motion, and her bed was so soft and wide. She sat up straight, half startled, and she seemed in a well of fluffy feathers. There were 2 white curtained windows, and a straight splint chair at each one, with a queer little knob on the top of the post that suggested a sprite from some of the old legends she had been used to hearing. What enchantment had transported her thither? Oh, yes, she had been brought to Cousin Leverett's. She remembered now. And oh, how sleepy she had been last night as she sat by the warm, crackling fire.
Well, little Doris,
exclaimed a fresh, wholesome voice with a laughing sound back of it.
Oh, you are Betty. It is like a dream. I could not think where I was at first. And this bed is so high. It's like Miss Arabella's with the curtains around it. And at home I had a little pallet. Just a low, straight bed, almost like a bench, with no curtains. You slept here with me?
Yes, it is my bed in my room. And it was delightful to have you last night. I think you never stirred. My niece Elizabeth was here in the summer from Salem, and after 2 nights I turned her out. She kicked unmercifully, and I couldn't endure it. Now, do you want to get up?
Oh, yes. Must I jump out or just slip?
Here is a stool.
But Doris had slipped and come down on a rug of woven rags almost as soft as Persian pile. Her nightdress fell about her in a train. It was Betty's, and she looked like a slim white wraith.
Now I will help you dress. Here is a gown of mine that I outgrew when I was a little girl, and it was so nice Mother said it should be saved for Elizabeth. We call her that because my other sister, Electa, has a daughter she calls Bessie. They are both named after my mother, and so am I, but I have always been called Betty. So many of one name are confusing, but yours is so pretty and odd. I never knew a girl named Doris.
I am glad you like it,
said Doris simply.
It was Papa's choice. My mother's name was Jacqueline.
That is very French.
And that is my name too, but Doris is easier to say.
Betty had been helping her dress. The blue woolen gown was not any too long, but oh, it was worlds too wide. They both laughed.
I wasn't such a slim little thing. See here, I will pin a plate over in front, and that will help it. Now that does nicely, and you must be choice of that beautiful brocade. What a pity that you will outgrow it. It would make such a splendid gown when you go to parties. I've never had a silk gown.
And Betty sighed. They went downstairs. It would seem queer enough now to attend to one's toilet in the corner of the kitchen, but it's quite customary then. In Mrs. Leverett's room there were a washing stand with a white cloth and a china bowl, and ewer and dark blue flowers on a white ground. picked out with gilt edges. The bowl had scallops around the edge, and the ewer was tall and slim. There were a soap dish and a small pitcher, and they looked beautiful on the thick white cloth that was fringed all around. It had been brought over from England by Mrs. Leverett's grandmother, who was esteemed very highly and had been promised to Betty for her name, but Mrs. Leverett would have considered it sacrilege to use it. It is true many houses now began to have washrooms, which was very nice in summer, but of small account in winter, when the water froze so easily unless you could have a fire. When people sigh for the good old days, they forget the hardships and the inconveniences. Doris brushed out her hair and curled it in a twinkling. Then she had some breakfast. Mrs. Leverett was baking bread and making pies and a large cake full of raisins that Betty had seeded, which went by the name of election cake. The kitchen was a great cheery place, with some sunny windows and a big oven built at one side, a capacious working table, a dresser, some wooden chairs, and a yellow-painted floor. The kitchen opened into Mother's room as well as the hall. Doris sat and watched both busy women. At Miss Arabella's they had an old serving-maid, and the kitchen was not a place of tidiness and beauty. It had a hard dirt floor, and Barbie sat out of doors in the sunshine to do whatever work she could take out there, and often washed and dried her dishes when the weather was pleasant. But here the houses were close enough to smile at each other. After the great spaces, these yards seemed small, but there were trees and vines, and Mrs. Leverett had quite a garden spot, where she raised all manner of sweet herbs and some vegetables. Mr. Leverett had a shop over on Ann Street, and attended steadily to his business, early and late, as men did at that time. The dining table was set out at noon, and soon after 12 o'clock the two men made their appearance.
"Let me look at you,"
said Mr. Leverett, taking both of Doris's small hands.
"I hardly saw you yesterday. You were buried in that big hat, and it was getting so dark. And you have not much Adams about you. Neither do you look French."
Miss Arabella always said I looked like Papa. There is a picture of him in my box. He had dark blue eyes.
"Well, yours would pass for black. Do they snap when you get out of temper?"
Doris colored and cast them down.
"Don't tease her,"
interposed Mrs. Leverett.
"She is not going to get angry. It is a bad thing for little girls."
"I don't remember much of anything about your father. Both of your aunts are dead. You have one cousin somewhere. Margaret's husband married and went south to Virginia, didn't he? Well, there is no end of Adams' connection, even if some of them have different names. Captain Greer dropped into the warehouse with a tin box of papers, and your things are to be sent this afternoon. He's coming up this evening, and I've sent for Uncle Win to come over for supper. Then I suppose the child's fate will be settled, and she'll be a regular Boston girl."
I do wonder if Uncle Win will let her stay here. Mother and I have decided that it is the best place.
"Do you think it's a good place?"
He turned so suddenly to Doris that her face was scarlet with embarrassment.
It's splendid,
she said when she caught her breath.
I should like to stay, and Aunt Elizabeth will teach me to make pies.
"Well, pies are pretty good things, according to my way of thinking. There's lots for little girls to learn, though I dare say Uncle Win will think it can all come out of a book."
Some of it might come out of a cookbook,
said Betty demurely.
"Your mother's the best cookbook I know about. Good enough for anyone."
But we can't send Mother all around the world.
"We just don't want to,"
said Warren. Mrs. Leverett smiled. She was proud of her ability in the culinary line. Mr. Leverett looked at Doris presently.
"Come, come,"
he began good-naturedly.
"This will never do. You're not eating enough to keep a bird alive. No wonder you're so thin."
"But I ate a great deal of breakfast,"
explained Doris with naive honesty.
"And are you not homesick?"
Doris thought a moment.
"I don't want to go away, if that is what you mean."
"Yes, that's about it."
Nodding humorously, Warren thought her the quaintest, prettiest child he had ever seen, but he hardly knew what to say to her. When the men had eaten and gone, the dishes were soon washed up, and then mother and daughter brought their sewing. Mrs. Leverett was mending Warren's coat. Betty darned a small pile of stockings, and then she took out some needlework. she had begun her next summer's white gown, she meant to do it by odd spells, especially when Aunt Priscilla, who would lecture her on so much vanity, was not around. Mrs. Leverett gently questioned Doris. She was not an aggressive woman, nor unduly curious. No, Doris had not sewed much. Barbie always darned the stockings, and Miss Easter had come to make whatever clothes she needed. She used to go to Father Langhorne and recite, and Mrs. Leverett wondered whether she and the father both were Roman Catholics. What did she study? Oh, French and a little Latin, and she was reading history and Paradise Lost, but she didn't like sums, and she could make pillow lace. Miss Arabella made beautiful pillow lace, and sometimes the grand ladies came in carriages and paid her ever so much money for it. And presently dusk began to mingle with the golden touches of sunset, and Mrs. Leverett went to make biscuit and fry some chicken, and Uncle Winthrop came at the same moment that a man on a dray brought an old-fashioned chest and carried it upstairs to Betty's room, but Betty had already attired Doris in her silk gown. Doris liked Uncle Winthrop at once, although he was so different from Uncle Leverett, who wore all around his face a brownish-red beard that seemed to grow out of his neck, and had tumbled hair and a somewhat weather-beaten face. Mr. Winthrop Adams was 2 good inches taller and stood up very straight, in spite of his being a bookworm. His complexion was fair and rather pale. His features were of the long, slender type, which his beard, worn in the Van Dyck style, intensified. His hair was light, and his eyes were a grayish blue, and he had a refined and gentle expression.
"So, this is our little traveler,"
he said.
"Your father was somewhat older, perhaps, when we bade him good-bye, but I have often thought of him. We corresponded a little off and on, and I am glad to be able to do all that I can for his child."
Doris glanced up, feeling rather shy and wondering what she ought to say, but in the next breath Betty had said it all, even to declaring laughingly that as Doris had come to them, they meant to keep her.
"Doris,"
he said softly.
"Doris, you have a poetical name, and you are poetical-looking."
She wondered what the comparison meant. Paradise Lost was so grand it tired her. Oh, there was the old volume of Percy's Reliques. Did he mean like some of the sweet little things in that? Miss Arabella had said it wasn't quite the thing for a child to read, and had taken it away until she grew older. Uncle Winthrop took her hand again, a small slim hand, and his was slender as well. No real physical work had hardened it. He dropped into the high-backed chair beside the fireplace, and putting his arm around her, drew her near to his side. Uncle Leverett would have taken her on his knee if he had been moved by an impulse like that, but he was used to children and grandchildren, and the bookish man was not.
"It is a great change to you,"
he said in his low tone, which had a fascination for her.
"Was Miss Arabella, were there any young people in the old Lincolnshire house?"
"Oh, no. Miss Henrietta was very, very old, but then she had lost her mind and forgotten everybody, and Miss Arabella had snowy white hair and a sweet wrinkled face."
"And did you go to school?"
"There wasn't any school except a dame's school for very little children. I used to go twice a week to Father Langhorne and read and write and do sums."
"Then we will have to educate you. Do you think you would like to go to school?"
"I don't know."
She hung her head a little, and it gave her a still more winsome expression. There was an indescribable charm about her.
What did you read with his father?"
"We read Paradise Lost and some French, and I had begun Latin."
"Ooh."
Winthrop Adams gave a soft, surprised whistle. By the firelight he looked over her critically. Prodigies were not to his taste, and a girl prodigy would be an abhorrence, but her face had a sweet unconcern that reassured him.
"And did you like it, Paradise Lost?"
"I think I did not,"
returned Doris with hesitating frankness.
"I liked the verses in Percy's Reliques better. I like verses that rhyme, that you can sing to yourself.
Ah. And how about the sums?
I didn't like them at all. But Miss Arabella said the right things were often hard, and the easy things...
Well, what is the fault of the easy things that we all like, and ought not to like?
They were not so good for anyone, though I don't see why. They are often very pleasant.
He laughed then, but some intuition told her he liked pleasant things as well.
What do you do in such a case?
I did the sums. It was the right thing to do. And I studied Latin, though Miss Arabella said it was of no use to a girl.
And the French?
Oh, I learned French when I was very little and had Mama, and when I was in the convent too. But Papa talked English, so I had them both. Isn't it strange that afterward you have to learn so much about them and how to make the right sentences and why they are right? It seems as if there were a great many things in the world to learn. Betty doesn't know half of them, and she's as sweet as... Oh, I think the wisest person in the world couldn't be any sweeter.
Winthrop Adams smiled at the eager reasoning. Betty was a bright, gay girl. What occult quality was sweetness? And Doris had been in a convent. That startled him the first moment. The old strict bitterness and narrowness of Puritanism had been softened and refined away. The people who had banished Quakers had for a long while tolerated Roman Catholics. He had known Father Matillon, and enjoyed the scholarly and well-trained John Cheverus, who had lately been consecrated bishop. The Protestants had even been generous to their brethren of another faith when they were building their church. As for himself, he was a rather stiff Church of England man, if he could be called stiff about anything.
And did you like the convent?
He asked, after a pause in which he generously made up his mind he would not interfere with her religious belief.
It's so long ago.
With a half-sigh.
I was very sad at first, and missed Mama. Papa had to go away somewhere and couldn't take me. Yes, I liked Sister Therese very much. Mama was a Huguenot, you know.
You see, I really do not know anything about her, and have known very little about your father since he was a small boy.
A small boy? How queer that seems.
And she gave a tender, rippling laugh.
Then you can tell me about him. He used to come to the convent once in a while, and when he was ready to go to England, he took me. Yes, I was sorry to leave Sister Therese and Sister Claire. There were some little girls, too. And then we went to Lincolnshire. Miss Arabella was very nice, and Barbie was so queer and funny. At first I could hardly understand her. And then we went to a pretty little church where they didn't count beads nor pray to the Virgin nor saints. But it was a good deal like. It was the Church of England. I suppose it had to be different from the Church of France.
Yes.
He drew her a little closer. That was a bond of sympathy between them. And just then Uncle Leverett and Warren came in, and there was a shaking of hands, and Uncle Leverett said,
Well, I declare, the sight of you win is good for sore eyes. Well ones, too.
I am rather remiss in a social way, I must confess. I'll try to do better. The years fly round so. I have always felt sorry that I saw so little of Cousin Charles until that last sad year.
It takes womankind to keep up sociability. Charles and you might as well have been a couple of old bachelors.
Uncle Win gave his soft half-smile, which was really more of an indication than a smile.
Come to supper now,
said Mrs. Leverett. Doris kept hold of Uncle Win's hand until she reached her place. He went around to the other side of the table. She decided she liked him very much. She liked almost everybody. The captain had been so friendly, and Mrs. Jewett and some of the ladies on board the vessel so kind. But Betty and Uncle Win went to the very first place with her. The elders had all the conversation, and it seemed about some coming trouble to the country that she did not understand. She knew there had been war in France and various other European countries. Little girls were not very well up in geography in those days, but they did learn a good deal listening to their elders. They were hardly through supper when Captain Greer came with a very japanned box Papa had brought over from France and placed in Miss Arabella's care. His name was on it, Charles Winthrop Adams. Oh, and that was Uncle Win's name, too. Surely they were relations. Doris experienced a sense of gladness. Betty brought out a table standing against the wainscot. You touched a spring underneath, and the circular side came up and made a flat top. The captain took a small key out of a curious long leathern purse, and Uncle Win unlocked the box and spread out the papers. There was the marriage certificate of Jacqueline Marie de l'Amour and Charles Winthrop Adams, and the birth and baptismal record of Doris Jacqueline de l'Amour Adams, and ever so many other records and letters. Mr. Winthrop Adams gave the captain a receipt for them, and thanked him cordially for all his care and attention to his little niece.
"She was a pretty first sailor after the first week,"
said the captain with a twinkle in his eye. He was very much wrinkled and weather-beaten, but jolly and good-natured.
"And now, Sissy, I'm glad you're safe with your folks, and I hope you'll grow up into a nice, clever woman. 'Tain't no use wishing you good lucks, for you're pretty as a pink now, one of them rather palish kind, but you'll soon have red cheeks."
Doris had very red cheeks for a moment. Betty leaned over to her brother and whispered,
"What a splendid opportunity lost! Aunt Priscilla ought to be here to say, 'Handsome is as handsome does.'"
Then Captain Greer shook hands all around and took his departure. Afterward the two men discussed business about the little girl. There must be another trustee, and papers must be taken out for guardianship. They would go to the courthouse, say at 11 tomorrow, and put everything in train. Betty took out some knitting. It was a stocking of fine linen thread, and along the instep it had a pretty open-work pattern that was like lacework.
"That is to wear with slippers,"
she explained to Doris.
"but it's a sleight of work. Lecty had 6 pairs when she was married. That's my second sister, Mrs. King. She lives in Hartford. I want to go and make her a visit this winter."
Mrs. Leverett's stocking was of the more useful kind, blue-gray yarn, thick and warm, for her husband's winter wear. She did not have to count stitches and make throws and take up 2 here and 3 there.
"Warren,"
said his mother when he had poked the fire until she was on pins and needles. They didn't call it nervous then.
"Warren, I'm most out of corn. I wish you'd go shell some."
The hens do eat an awful lot, seems to me. Why, a shell only a few nights ago.
I touched bottom when I gave them the last feed this afternoon. By spring, we won't have so many.
Nodding in a half-humorous fashion.
"Don't you want to come out and see me? You don't have an Indian corn growing in England, I've heard."
"Did it belong to the Indians?"
asked Doris.
"I rather guess it did, in the first instance. But now we plant it for ourselves. We don't, because Father sold the 2-acre lot, and they're bringing us straight through. So now we have only the meadow."
Doris looked at the uncles, but she couldn't understand a word they were saying.
"Come."
Warren held out his hand.
"Put the big kitchen apron round her, Warren,"
said Betty, thinking of her silk gown. He tied the apron round her neck and brought back the strings round her waist, so she was all covered. Then he found her a low chair and poked the kitchen fire, putting on a pine log to make a nice blaze. He brought out from the shed a tub and a basket of ears of corn. Across the tub he laid the blade of an old saw, and then sat at the end to keep it firm.
"Now you'll see business. Maybe you've never seen any corn before."
She looked over in the basket, then took up an ear with a mysterious expression.
"It won't bite you,"
he said laughingly.
"But how queer and hard, with all these little points."
Pinching them with her dainty fingers.
"Grains,"
he explained.
"And husk grows on the outside to keep it warm. When the winter is going to be very cold, the husk is very thick."
"Will this winter be cold?"
"Land alive, yes. Winters always are cold."
Warren settled himself and drew the ear across the blade. A shower of corn rattled down on the bottom of the tub.
"Oh, is that the way you peel it off?"
He threw his head back and laughed.
"Oh, you Englisher, we shell it off."
"Well, it peels too. You peel a potato and an apple with a knife blade. Oh, what a pretty white core.
Cob. We Americans are adding new words to the language. A core has seeds in it. There, see how soft it is?
Doris took it in her hand and then laid her cheek against it.
Oh, how soft and fuzzy it is,
she cried.
And what do you do with it?
We don't plant that part of it. That core has no seeds. You have to plant a grain like this. The clear little point we call a heart, and that sprouts and grows. This is a good use for the cob.
He had finished another, which he tossed into the fire. A bright blaze seemed to run over it all at once and die down. Then the small end flamed out, and the fire crept along in a doubtful manner till it was all covered again.
They're splendid to kindle the fire with, and pine cones. America has lots of useful things.
But they burn cones in France. I like the spicy smell. It's queer, though.
Wrinkling her forehead.
Did the Indians know about corn the first?
That is the general impression, unless America was settled before the Indians. Uncle Win has his head full of these things and is writing a book. And there's tobacco that Sir Walter Raleigh carried home from Virginia.
Oh, I know about Sir Walter and Queen Elizabeth.
He was a splendid hero. I think people are growing tame now. There are no wars except Indian skirmishes.
Why, Napoleon is fighting all the time.
Oh, that doesn't count,
declared the young man with a lofty air.
We had some magnificent heroes in the Revolution. There are lots of places for you to see. Bunker Hill and Lexington and Concord and the headquarters of Washington and Lafayette. The French were real good to us, though we have had some scrimmages with them. And now that you are here to be a Boston girl...
But I was in old Boston before.
And she laughed.
Very old Boston. That is so far back no one can remember, and it was called Ikenhoe, which means Boston. There is the old church and the abbey that St. Botolph founded. They came over somewhere in 600 and were missionaries from France, St. Botolph and his brother.
Ejaculated Warren with a long whistle, looking up at the little girl as she were hundreds of years old. Betty opened the door.
Uncle Win is going,
she announced.
Come and say goodbye to him.
He was standing up with a box of papers in his hand and saying,
I must have you all over to tea some night, and Doris must come and see my old house, and I have a big boy like Warren. Yes, we must be a little more friendly, for life is short at the best. And you are to stay here a while with good cousin Elizabeth, and I hope you will be content and happy.
She pressed the hand Uncle Win held out in both of hers. In all the changes she had learned to be content, and she had a certain adaptiveness that kept her from being unhappy. She was very glad she was going to stay with Betty, and glanced up with a bright smile. They all said good night to Cousin Adams. Mr. Leverett turned the great key in the hall door, and they gave a shriek.
I must oil that lock tomorrow. It groans enough to raise the dead,
said Mrs. Leverett. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. Aunt Priscilla. There was quite a discussion about a school. Uncle Win had an idea Doris ought to begin high up in the scale, for really she was very well born on both sides. Her father had left considerable money, and in a few years second cousin Charles's bequest might be quite valuable if Aunt Priscilla did sniff over it. There was Mrs. Rawson's.
But that is mostly for young ladies, a kind of finishing school. And in some things Doris is quite behind, while in others far advanced. There will be time enough for accomplishments, and Mrs. Webb's is nearby, which will be an object this cold winter.
I shouldn't like her to forget her French. and perhaps it would be as well to go on with Latin,
Cousin Adams said. Mrs. Leverett was a very sensible woman, but she really did not see the need of Latin for a girl. There was a kind of sentiment about French. It had been her mother's native tongue, and one did now and then go to France. There had been a good deal of objection to even the medium education of women among certain classes. The 3 R's had been considered all that was necessary, and when the system of public education had been first inaugurated, it was thought quite sufficient for girls to go from April to October. Good wives and good mothers was the ideal held up to girls, but people were beginning to understand that ignorance was not always goodness. Mrs. Rawson had done a great deal toward the enlightenment of this subject. The pioneer days were past, unless one was seized with a mania for the new countries. Mrs. Leverett was secretly proud of her 2 married daughters. Mrs. King's husband had gone to the state legislature and was considered quite a rising politician. Mrs. Manning was a farmer's wife and held in high esteem for the management of her family. Betty was being inducted now into all household accomplishments, with the hope that she would marry quite as well as her sisters. She was a good reader and speller. She had a really fine manuscript arithmetic, in which she had written the rules and copied the sums herself. She had a book of elegant extracts. She also wrote down the text of the Sunday morning sermon and what she could remember of it. She knew the difference between the Puritans and the Pilgrims. She also knew how the 13 states were settled and by whom. She could answer almost any question about the French, the Indian, and the Revolutionary Wars. She could do fine needlework and the fancy stitches of the day. She was extremely handy with her needle. Mrs. Leverett called her a very well-educated girl, and the Leveretts considered themselves some of the best old stock in Boston, if they were not much given to show. It might be different with Doris, but a good husband was the best thing a girl could have, in Mrs. Leverett's estimation, and knowing how to make a good home her greatest accomplishment. They looked over Doris's chest and found some simple gowns, mostly summer ones, pairs of fine stockings that had been cut down and made over by Miss Arabella's dainty fingers, and underclothes of a delicate quality. There were the miniatures of her parents, that of her mother very girlish indeed, and a few trinkets and books.
"She must have 2 good woolen frocks for winter, and a coat,"
said Mrs. Leverett.
"Cousin Winthrop said I should buy whatever was suitable."
"And a little Puritan cap, trimmed with fur. I'm sure I can make that. And a strip of fur on her coat. She would blow away in that big hat if a high wind took her,"
declared Betty.
"And all the little girls wear them in winter. Still, I suppose old Boston must have been cold and bleak in winter."
"It was not so nearly an island."
There was a good deal of work to do on Friday, so shopping was put off to the first of the week. Doris proved eagerly helpful and dusted very well. In the afternoon, Aunt Priscilla came over for her cup of tea.
Ah, dear me.
She began with a great sigh.
I wish I had some nice young girl that I could train and who would take an interest in things. Polly is too old, and I don't like to send her away, for she was good enough when she had any sense. There's no place for her but the poorhouse, and I can't find it in my conscience to send her there. But I'm monstrous tired of her, and I do think I'd feel better with a cheerful young person around. You're just fortunate, Lisbeth, that you and Betty can do for yourselves."
"It answers now that the family is small, but last year I found it quite trying, and Betty must have her 2 or 3 years' training at housekeeping."
"Oh, of course I'm glad you're so sensible, Lisbeth. Girls are very flighty nowadays and are in the street half the time and dancing and frolicking around at night. I really don't know what the young generation will be good for."
Mrs. Leverett smiled. She remembered she had heard such comments when she was young, though the lines were more strictly drawn then.
"Has Winthrop been over to see his charge? How does he feel about it? Now, if she had been a boy—"
"He was up at tea last night, and he and Foster have been arranging the business this morning. Foster's to be the joint trustee, but Winthrop will be her guardian."
"What will he do with the girl? Why, she'll set Recompense crazy."
"She is not going to live there. For the present, she will stay here. She will go to Mrs. Webb's school this winter. He has an idea of sending her to boarding school later on.
Is she that rich?
Asked Aunt Priscilla with a little sarcasm.
She will have a small income from what her father left. Then there is the rent of the house in School Street and some stock. Winthrop thinks she ought to be well educated, and if she should ever have to depend on herself, teaching seems quite a good thing. Even Mrs. Webb makes a very comfortable living.
But we're going to educate the community for nothing and tax the people who have no children to pay for it.
Well,
said Mrs. Leverett with a smile,
that evens up matters. But the others, at least property owners, have to pay their share. I tell Foster that we ought not grudge our part, though we have no children to send.
How did people get along before?
I went to school until I was 15.
And when I was 12, I was doing my day's work spinning. There's talk that we shall have to come back to it. Jonas Field is in a terrible taking. According to him, war is bound to come. And this embargo is just ruining everything. It is to be hoped we will have a new president before everything goes.
Yes, it is making times hard. But we're learning to do a great deal more for ourselves.
It behooves us not to waste our money, but Winthrop Adams hasn't much real calculation. So long as he has money to buy books, I suppose he thinks the world will go on all right. It's to be hoped Foster will look out for the girl's interest a little, but you'll be foolish to take the brunt of the thing. Now it would be just like you, Lisbeth Leverett, to take care of this child without a penny, just as if she was some charity object thrown on your hands.
Mrs. Leverett did give her a soft laugh then.
You have just hit it, Aunt Priscilla,
she said.
Winthrop wanted to pay her board, but Foster just wouldn't hear of it, this year at least. We've all taken a great liking to her, and she's to be our visitor from now until summer, when some other plans are to be made.
Well, if you have money to throw away,
gasped Aunt Priscilla.
She won't eat more than a chicken, and she'll sleep in Betty's bed. It will help steady Betty, and be an interest to all of us. I really couldn't think of charging. It's like having one of the grandchildren here. And she needs a mother's care. Think of the poor little girl with not a near relative. Aunt Priscilla, there's a good many things money can't buy.
Aunt Priscilla sniffed.
Take off your bonnet and have a cup of tea.
Mrs. Leverett had asked her when she first came in.
It's such a long walk back to King Street on an empty stomach. The children are making cookies, but Betty shall brew a cup of tea at once, unless she'll wait till the menfolk come in.
Aunt Priscilla sat severe and undecided for a moment. The laughing voices in the other room piqued and vexed and interested her, all in a breath. She had come over to hear about Doris. There was so little interest in her methodical old life. Mrs. Leverett sincerely pitied women who had no children and no grandchildren.
They're quite as queer as old maids, without the real excuse,
she said to her husband.
They've missed the best things out of their lives, without really knowing they were the best.
And perhaps at this era, more respect was paid to age. There were certain trials and duties to life that men and women accepted, and did not try to evade. A modern happy woman would have been bored at the call of a dissatisfied old woman every few days. But since the death of Mehetabel Dooley, Priscilla's own cousin, who had been married from her house, she had clung more to the Leveretts. Foster was too easy-going, otherwise she had not much fault to find with him. He had prospered and was forehanded, and his married son and daughters had been fairly successful.
Well, I don't care if I do,
said Aunt Priscilla with a half-reluctance.
Though I hadn't decided to when I came away, and Polly'll make a great hole in that cold roast pork, for I never said a word as to what she should have for supper. She's come to have no more sense than a child, and some things are bad to eat at night. But if she makes herself sick, she'll have to suffer.
I'll have some tea made.
No, Lisbeth, don't fuss. I shan't be in any hurry, if I do stay, and the men will be in before long. So Winthrop wasn't put out when he saw the girl?
I think he liked her. He's not much hand to make a fuss, you know. He feels she must be well brought up. Her mother, it seems, was quite quality.
Queer, the mother's folks didn't look after her.
Her mother was an only child. Winthrop has the records back several generations, and when she died, the father was alive, you know.
Winthrop is a great stickler for such things. It's good to have folks you're not ashamed of, to be sure, but family isn't everything. Behaving counts.
Aunt Priscilla took off her bonnet and shawl and hung them in the best closet where the Sunday coats and cloaks were kept.
You might just hand me that knitting, Elizabeth. I guess I knit a little tighter'n you do, on account of my hand being out. I've more than enough stockings to last my time out and some coarse ones for Polly. They spin yarn so much finer now. Footing many stockings this fall?
No. I knit Foster new ones late in the spring. He's easy, too. Warren's the one to gnaw out heels, though young people are so much on the go.
Aunt Priscilla took up the stocking and pinned the sheath on her side. How gay the voices sounded in the kitchen. Then the door opened.
Just look, Aunt Elizabeth. Aren't they lovely? Betty let me cut them out and put them in the pans. Oh!
Doris stood quite abashed, with a dish of tempting brown cookies in one hand. Her cheeks were like roses now, and Betty's kitchen apron made another frock over hers of gay chintz that had been exhumed from the closet.
Good afternoon.
Recovering herself.
The cookies look delightful. I must taste one.
Mrs. Leverett said smilingly. She handed the plate to Aunt Priscilla.
It'll just spoil my supper if I eat one, but you may do up some in a paper and I'll take them home. I'm glad to see you at something useful. Did you help about the house over there in England?
Oh, no, we had Barbie,
answered the child simply.
Well, there's a deal for you to learn. I made bread just after I had turned 10 years old. Girls in old times learned to work. It wasn't all cookie-making by a long shot.
Doris made a little curtsy and disappeared.
I'd do something to that tousled hair, Lisbeth. Have her put it up or cut it off. It's good to cut a girl's hair. Makes it thick and strong. And curls do look flighty and frivolous.
The new fashion is a wig with all the front and little curls. It's so much less trouble if it's made of natural curly hair.
Are you going to set up fashion in these hard times?
Asked the visitor disdainfully.
Not quite. But Betty Pickering is to be married in great state next month, and we have been invited already. I suppose I ought to consider her in some sort of namesake.
Well, I'm glad I haven't any fine relatives to be married.
And the sniff was made to do duty. Mrs. Leverett put down her sewing. She had drawn the threads and basted the waistbands and gussets for Betty to stitch, as they had come to shirt-making. The new ones of thick cotton cloth would be good for winter wear. One had always to think ahead in this world if one wanted things to come out even. Then she went out to the kitchen, and there was a gay chattering, as if a colony of chimney swallows had met on a May morning. Aunt Priscilla pushed up nearer the window. She had good eyesight still, and only wore glasses when she read or was doing some extra fine work. Betty came in and rolled out the table as she greeted her relative. Aunt Priscilla had a curiously lost feeling, as if somehow she had gone astray. No one would ever know about it, to be sure. There were times when it seemed as if there must be a third power between God and the evil one. There were things neither good nor bad. If there were good, the Lord brought them to pass, or ought to, and if they were bad, your conscience was troubled. Aunt Priscilla had been elated over her idea all yesterday. It looked really generous to her. Of course, Cousin Winthrop couldn't be bothered with this little foreign girl, and the Leveretts had a lot of grandchildren. She might take this Dorothy Adams and bring her up in a virtuous, useful fashion. She would go to school, of course, but there would be nights and mornings and Saturdays. In 2 years at the latest, she would be able to take a good deal of charge of the house. All this time, her own little fortune could be augmenting, interest on interest, and if she turned out fair, she would do the handsome thing by her, leave her at least half of what she, Mrs. Perkins, possessed. And yet it was not achieved without a sort of mental wrestle. She was not quite sure it was spiritual enough to pray over. In fact, nothing like this had come into her life before. She was not the kind of stuff out of which missionaries were made, and this wasn't just charitable work. She would expect the girl to do something for her board, but Polly would be good for a year or two more. Time did hang heavy on her hands, and this would be interest and employment in a good turn. When matters were settled a little, she would broach the subject to Elizabeth. If Winthrop Adams meant to make a great lady out of her, why, that was all there was to it. Times were hard, and there might be war. Winthrop had a son of his own, and perhaps not so much money as people thought, and it did seem folly to waste the child's means. If she had so much, enough to go to boarding school, she oughtn't be living on the Leveretts. Foster was having pretty tight squeezing to get along. They all wondered what made Aunt Priscilla so unaggressive at supper time. She watched Doris furtively. All the household had a smile for her. Foster Leverett patted her soft hair, and Warren pinched her cheeks in play. Betty gave her a half-dozen hugs between times, and Mrs. Leverett smiled when Doris glanced her way. The quarter moon was coming up when Priscilla Perkins opened the closet door for her things.
"I'll walk over with Aunt Priscilla,"
said Warren.
"It's my night for practice."
"Oh, yes."
His father nodded. Warren had lately joined the band, but his mother thought she couldn't stand the cornet round the house.
"I ain't a mite afraid in the moonlight. I come so often I ought not put anyone out."
"Now that the evenings are cool, it seems lonesomer,"
said Mr. Leverett, settling in his armchair by the fire, really glad his son could be attentive without any special sacrifice. Doris brought the queer little stool and sat down beside him. She looked as if she had always lived there.
"You'll spoil that child,"
Aunt Priscilla said to Warren when they had stepped off the stoop.
"I don't believe there's any spoil to her,"
said Warren heartily.
"She's the sweetest little thing I ever saw, so wise in some ways and so honestly ignorant in others. I never saw Uncle Win so taken. He never seems to quite know what to do with children, and he's asked us all over to tea some night next week. I was clear struck."
Mrs. Perkins made no reply. About once a year he invited her over to tea with some of the old cousins, and he called on her New Year's Day, which was not specially kept in any fashionable way. Mrs. Perkins always said King Street, though in a burst of patriotism the name had been changed after the Revolution. It had dropped down very much and was being given over to business. There was a narrow hall floor set in a little distance with a few steps, and the shop front with a plain sign of Jonas Field, Flour, Grain, and Feed. The stairway led to an upper hall and a very comfortable suite of rooms where Mrs. Perkins had come as a young wife and where she meant to end her days. It was plenty good enough inside, and she didn't live in the street. The best room occupied the whole front and had 3 windows. Priscilla had been barely 19 when she was married, and Hatfield Perkins quite a bachelor, and as no children had come to disturb their orderly habits, they had settled more securely in them year after year. Next to the parlor was the sleeping chamber. Now it was the spare room, though no one came to stay all night who was fine enough to put in it. The smaller one adjoining she had used since her husband's death. There was a little tea room and a big kitchen at the back. Downstairs the store part had been built out, and on the roof of this the clothes were dried. Polly always sat out here in pleasant weather to prepare vegetables and do various chores. The lot was deep, and at the back were some fruit trees and the patch of herbs every woman thought she must have, and a square of grass for bleaching. A lighted lamp stood at the head of the stairs. Polly was dozing in the kitchen. Mrs. Perkins sent her to bed in short order. There were 2 rooms and a storage closet upstairs in the gables. One was Polly's, the other was the guest chamber that was good enough for the common run of folks. The moon was shining in the back windows. Priscilla snuffed out the candle. There was no use wasting candlelight. She sat down in a low rocker, the only one she owned, and several list seats had been worn out on it, besides the original one of rushes. She had never really been lonely in the 65 years of her life, for she had kept busy and was replete with old-fashioned methods that made work. She was very particular. Everything was scrubbed and scoured and swept and dusted and aired. The dishes were polished until they were lustrous. The knives and forks and spoons were speckless. There were napery and bedding that had been laid by for her marriage outfit and not at all worn out yet, though in the early years she had kept replenishing for possible children. There was plenty for 20 years to come, and though her people had been strong and healthy, they never went much over 70. She was the youngest, and all the rest were gone. Her few real nieces and nephews were scattered about. She had made up her mind long ago she shouldn't ever have anyone hanging on her. No one wanted to. No one even leaned on her. Yet somehow the life had never seemed really solitary until now. She had comforted her years with the thought that children were a great deal of trouble and did not always turn out well. She could see the picture the little foreign girl made as she folded her arms on Foster Leverett's knee. She wouldn't have that mop of frowsy hair flying about, and she would like to fat her up a little. She was rather peaked. She had imagined her going about in this old place, sewing, learning to work properly, reading and studying, and going to church every Sabbath. She had really meant to do something for a human being day after day, not in a spasmodic fashion, and this was the end of it. She sprang up suddenly, lighted the candle again, went out to the kitchen to see that everything was right and there was no danger of fire. She opened the outside door and glanced around. There was the autumnal chill in the air, but there were no mysterious shadows creeping about in the yard below that might presage burglars. Then she bolted the door with a snap and stood a moment in the middle of the floor.
You are an old fool, Priscilla Perkins. The idea of all of Boston being turned upside down for the sake of one little girl. People have come from all over England before, big and little, and there's been a war, and there may be another, and no end of things to happen. To be sure, I'd done my duty by her if I'd had her, and if the others spoil her, well, I ain't to blame, the Lord knows.
End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. Out to Tea.
There. Does it look like old Boston?
They were winding around Copp's Hill. Warren had been given part of a day off, and the use of the chaise and Jack to show the little cousin something of Boston before they went to Uncle Winthrop's to tea. Doris had her new coat, which was a sort of fawn color, and the close Puritan cap to keep her neck and ears warm, for earache was a common complaint among children, and people were careful through the long cold winter. A strip of beaver fur edged the front and went around the little cape at the back. Its soft grayish-brown framed in her fair face like a picture, and her eyes were almost the tint of the deep unclouded blue sky. They had a fine view of old Boston, but they could hardly dream of the Boston that was to be. There were still the 3 elevations of Beacon Hill, lowered somewhat to be sure, but not taken away entirely, and there was Fort Hill in the distance.
Why, it looks like a chain of islands, and instead of a great sea, the water runs round and round. At home, the Witham comes down to the winding cove called the Wash. Boston is sort of set between 2 rivers, but it is fast of the mainland, and doesn't look so much like floating off. You can go over to the Norfolk shore, and you look out on the great North Sea, but it isn't as big as the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, I should say not.
With disdain.
Why, you can look over to Holland.
You can't see Holland, but it's there, and Denmark.
And we shall have to be something like the Dutch. If ever we mean to have a grand city, we shall have to dike and fill in and bridge. I have a great regard for those sturdy old Dutchmen, and the way they fought the Spanish as well as the sea.
Doris didn't know much about Holland, even if she could make pillow lace and read French verses with a charming accent.
That's the mill pond. And all that is the back of the bay. And over there a grand battle was fought. But you were not born before the Revolutionary War.
I guess you were not born yourself, Warren Leverett,
said Betty with unnecessary vigor.
Well, I'm rather glad I wasn't. I shall have the longer to live. But grandfather and ever so many relatives were, and father knows all about it. I am proud, too, of having been named for General Warren.
And down there, near the bay's Fort Hill. Boston wasn't built on 7 hills like Rome. and though there are acres and acres of low ground, we are not likely to be overflowed, unless the Atlantic Ocean should rise and sweep us out of existence. And there is the old burying ground, full of queer names and curious epithets.
The long peninsula stretched out in a sort of irregular pear shape, and then was connected to another portion by a narrow neck. The little villages about had a rural aspect, and some of them were joined to the mainland by bridges, and cows were still pastured on the commons and in several tracts of meadowland in the city. Many people had their own milk and made butter. There were large gardens at the sides of the houses, many of them standing with the gable end to the street, and built mostly of wood. But nearly all the leaves had fallen now, and though the sun shone with a mellow softness, it was quite evident the reign of summer was ended. They drove slowly about, Warren rehearsing stories of this and that place, and wishing that there was more time so that they could go over to Charlestown.
But Doris is to stay, and there will be time enough next summer. It is confusing to see so many places at once, and Mother said we must be at Uncle Win's about 4,
declared Betty. It was rather confusing to Doris, who had heard so little of American history in her quiet home. War seemed a dreadful thing to her, and she could not take Warren's pride in battle and conquest. So they turned and went down through the winding streets.
"Do you know why they are so crooked?"
Warren asked.
No. Why?
Asked Doris innocently.
"Well, William Blackstone's cows made the paths. He came here first of all, and had an allotment. Then, when people began to come over from Charleston, he sold out for £30 English money. Grandfather used to go over to the old orchard for apples. But think of Boston being bought for £30.
It wasn't this Boston with the houses and churches and everything. Come, do get along, or else let me drive,"
said Betty. There was quite a descent as they came down. Streets seemed to stop suddenly, and you had to make a curve to get into the next one. From Main they turned into Fish Street, and here the wind from the harbor swept across to the mill pond.
"That's Long Wharf, and it has lots of famous stories connected with it. And just down there is Father's. And now we could cut across and go over home."
"As if we meant to do any such foolish thing,"
ejaculated Betty.
"I said we could. There are a great many things possible that are not advisable,"
returned the oracular young man.
"And I have heard the longest way round was the surest way home. We shall reach there about 9 o'clock tonight."
"Like the old woman and her pig. I should laugh if we found Mother already at Uncle Win's."
"She's going to wait for Father, and something always happens to him."
They crossed Market Square and passed Faneuil Hill, that was to grow more famous as the years went on. Then they took Cornhill and went over to Marlborough Street.
"That's Fort Hill. It's lovely in summer, when the wind doesn't blow you to shreds. Now we will take Marlborough, and tonight you will be surprised to see how straight it is to Sudbury Street."
They drove rapidly down and made one turn. It was like a beautiful country road over to Common Street, and there was the great tract of ground that would grow more beautiful with every decade. Tall overarching trees, ways that were grassy a month ago but now turning brown.
"Here we are."
And they turned up a driveway at the side of the long porch upheld with round columns. Betty sprang out on the stepping block and half lifted Doris while Warren drove up to the barn. Uncle Winthrop came out to welcome them and smiled down into the little girl's face.
"But where is your mother?"
he asked.
"Oh, she had some shopping to do, and then she was to meet Father. We have been driving up around Copp's Hill and giving Doris a peep at the country."
The wind begins to blow up sharply, though it was very pleasant. I am glad to see you, little Doris, and I hope you have not grown homesick sighing for old Boston. For if you should reach the 70, things will have changed so much that this will be old Boston. And, Betty, you will be telling your grandchildren what it was like."
Betty laughed gaily. There was the same wide hall as at home, but it wasn't the keeping room here. It had a great fireplace and at one side a big square sofa. The floor was inlaid with different colored woods, following geometric designs, much like those of today. Before the fire was a rug of generous dimensions, and a high-backed chair stood on each of the nearest corners. There was a bookcase with some busts ranged on the top. There were some portraits of ancestors in military attire, and women with enormous headdresses. There was one in a Puritan cap, wide collar, and long-sleeved gown that quite spoiled the effect of her pretty hands. Over the mantel was a pair of very large deer's antlers. Down at one corner there were 2 swords crossed and some other firearms. Just under them was a cabinet with glass doors that contained many curiosities. A tall, thin woman entered from a door at the lower end of the hall and greeted Betty with a quiet dignity that would have seemed cold if it had not been the usual manner of Recompense gardener, who could never have been effusive, and who took it for granted that anyone Mr. Winthrop Adams invited to the house was welcome. Her forehead was high and rather narrow. Her brown hair was combed straight back and twisted in a little knot high on her head, which in the afternoon or on company occasions she wore a large shell comb. Her features were rather long and square, and she wore plain little gold hoops in her ears because her eyes had been weak in youth, and it was believed this strengthened them. Anyhow, she could see well enough at 45 to detect a bit of dust or dirt, or lint left on a plate from the towel, or a chair that was a trifle out of its rightful place. She was an excellent housekeeper, and suited her master exactly.
This is the little English girl I was telling you about, Recompense. Cousin Charles's grandniece, and my ward,
announced Mr. Adams.
How do you do, child? Let me take off your hood and cloak. Why, she isn't very stout or rosy. She might have been born here in the east wind, and she is an Adams through and through.
Do you think so?
With an expression of pleasure as Recompense held her off and looked her over.
Are her eyes black?
Rather disapprovingly.
No, the very darkest blue you can imagine, said
Mr. Adams.
Betty, run upstairs with these things. Your feet are younger than mine and haven't done so much trotting around. Lay them on my bed. Why, where's your mother?
In a tone of surprise, Betty made the proper explanation and skipped lightly upstairs. Mr. Adams took one of the large chairs, drawing it close to the fire. Recompense brought out a stool for the little girl. It was covered with thick crimson brocade, a good deal faded, but it had a warm, inviting aspect. Children were not expected to sit in chairs then, or to run about and ask what everything was for. There had been children, little girls of different relatives, sitting at the fireplace before. His own small boy had dozed in the fascinating warmth of the fire, and hated to go to bed, and he had weakly indulged him, as there had been no mother to exercise authority. But Doris was different. She was alone in the world, and had been sent to him by a mysterious providence. He knew the responsibility of a girl must be greater. He couldn't send her to the Latin school and then to Harvard, and he really wondered how much education a girl ought to have to fit her for the position Doris would be able to take. She was like a quaint picture sitting there. Betty had tied a cluster of curls high on her head with a blue ribbon, and just a few were left to cling about her neck over the lace tucker. Her slim hands lay in her lap. She glanced at his own. Yes, they were Adam's hands, and looked little like hard work. He was rather proud that Recompense should discern a family likeness. Betty came flying down the oaken staircase, and Warren entered from the back door. For a few moments there was quite a confusion of tongues, and Recompense wondered how mothers stood it all the time.
How queer not to have anyone know about Boston,
began Warren with a teasing glance over at Doris.
We have been looking at it from Crop's Hill, and going through the old places.
And I wondered if people came to be fed in White Bread Alley,
exclaimed Doris quickly.
And I dare say Warren didn't know.
Why, yes. A woman baked bread there.
Women have baked bread in a great many places,
returned Uncle Win with a quizzical smile.
Oh, I didn't mean just that.
It was John Tudor's mother,
appended Betty.
Mrs. Tudor made the first penny rolls offered for sale in Boston, and little John, as he was then, took them around for sale.
And Mr. Benjamin Franklin It'd make them famous either,
laughed Warren.
And Salutation Alley with its queer sign, its two old men with cocked hats and small clothes bowing to each other,
said Betty.
It always suggests a couplet I found in an old book. O mortal man who lives by bread, what is it makes your nose so red? O mortal man with cheeks so pale, 'tis drinking Levy Punchin's ale. It is said the resolutions for the destruction of the tea were drawn up in the old tavern. It was famous for being the rendezvous of the patriots.
It would be nice to drive all round Boston shore.
Let it be summertime then,
rejoined Betty.
Or, like the Hollanders, we might do it on skates. Of course you do not know how to skate, Doris.
Doris admitted with winsome frankness that she did not, but she could ride a pony and she could row a little.
There are some delightful summer parties when we do go out rowing. At least the boys row mostly because Satan finds some mischief still for idle hands to do.
And Betty laughed.
And the girls always take their knitting,
appended Warren.
There's never any mischief for them to get into.
I suppose it doesn't look much like old Boston,
inquired Miss Recompense.
And what do the little girls do there, my dear?
Warren opened his eyes wide. The idea of Miss Recompense saying my dear to a child, it had slipped out in a curiously unpremeditated fashion. There was something about the little girl, perhaps it was the fact of her having come so far and being an orphan, that moved Recompense Gardner.
I didn't know any real little girls,
answered Doris modestly.
Except the farmers' children. They worked out of doors in the summer in the fields.
And I was the youngest of 5 sisters,
said Miss Recompense.
There were 3 boys.
It would be so nice to have a sister of one's very own. There were Sally and Helen Jewett on the vessel.
I think I like the sisters to be older,
said Betty archly.
There are the weddings and the nieces and nephews, and they are always begging you to visit them.
And I had no sisters,
said Uncle Win, as if he would fain console Doris for her loneliness. She glanced up with sympathetic sweetness. He was a little puzzled at the intuitive process.
Fix up the fire, Warren. Your mother and father will be cold when they get in.
Warren gave the burned log a poke, and it fell in 2 ends, neither dropping over the andirons. Then he pushed them a little nearer, and a shower of sparks flew out.
Oh, how beautiful!
And Doris leaned over intently. Warren placed a large log back of them. Then he piled on some smaller split pieces. They began to blaze shortly. He picked up the turkey's wing and brushed around the stone hearth.
That was very well done,
remarked Miss Recompense approvingly.
Warren knows how to make a fire,
said his uncle.
And it is quite an art.
That is a sign he will make a good husband,
commented Betty.
And I shall get a bad one, for my fires go out half the time.
You are too heedless,
said Miss Recompense.
Now, we ought to tell some ghost stories,
suggested Warren.
Or we could wait until it gets a little darker. The sun is going down and the fire is coming up, and just see how they are fighting at the Spanish Armada. Uncle Win, would you break up housekeeping? You can leave me that picture.
They all turned to look at the picture in the crosslight, with one of the wonderful fleet ablaze from the broadside of her enemy. It was a vigorous, if somewhat crude painting by a Dutch artist.
Oh, Uncle Win,
cried Betty.
Do you really think there will be war when we have a new president?
I sincerely hope not.
We ought to have an armada. Well, I don't know either,
continued Warren dubiously.
If it should go to pieces like that one,
nodding his head over to the scene, growing more vivid by the reflection of the red light in the west.
Doris, do you know what happened to the Spanish Armada?
Indeed I do,
returned Doris spiritedly.
I may not know so much about America, except that you fought England, and were called rebels, and...
That we were the upper dog in the fight, and now we are citizens of a great and free republic, and rebels no longer.
But the Spanish did not conquer England. Some of the ships were destroyed by English men of war, and then a terrific storm wrecked them, and there were only a few to return to Spain.
Pretty good,
said Uncle Win smilingly.
And now, Warren, Maybe you can tell us about the French armada that was going to destroy Boston.
Why, the French came and helped us. Oh, there was the French and English war, but did they have a real armada?
Why, after Louisbourg was taken by the colonists, we were only colonies in 1745, the French resolved to destroy all the towns the colonists had planted on the coast. You surely can't have forgotten.
The Revolution seems so much greater to this generation,
said Miss Recompense.
That is almost 70 years ago. My father was called out for the defense of Boston. Governor Shirley knew it would be the first town attacked.
And a real armada,
said Warren, big-eyed.
They didn't call it that exactly. Perhaps they thought the name unlucky, but there were 20 transports and 34 frigates and 11 ships of the line. Quite a formidable array, you must admit. The Duc d'Anville left Brest with 5 battalions of veterans.
And then what happened? Warren, we do not know the history of our own city after all, but surely they did not take it.
No, it is safely anchored to a bit of mainland yet,
said Uncle Win dryly.
Off Cape Sable, they encountered a violent storm. The Duck succeeded in reaching the rendezvous, but in such a damaged condition that he felt a victory would be impossible. Conflans, with several partly disabled ships, returned to France, and some steered for friendly ports in the West Indies. The Duck died in less than a week, of poison it was said, unwilling to endure the misfortune. The Governor-General of Canada ordered the Vice-Admiral to proceed and strike one blow at least, but he saw so many difficulties in the way that he worried himself ill with a fever and put himself to death with his own sword. Boston was so well prepared for them by this time, the fleet decided to attack Annapolis. But encountering another furious storm, they returned to France with the remnant. So armadas do not seem to meet with brilliant success.
Why, that is quite a romance, Uncle Win, and I must hunt it up. Curious that both should have shared so nearly the same fate.
That was a special interposition of Providence,
said Miss Recompense. People believed quite strongly in such things then, and it certainly looked like it, since the storm was of no human agency. Miss Recompense began to light the candles, and the steps of the tardy ones were heard on the porch. Betty sprang up and opened the door.
I began to think I should never get here,
exclaimed Mrs. Leverett.
I waited and waited for your father, and I thought something had surely happened.
And so it had. Captain Conklin is going to start for China in a few days, and there was so much to talk about I couldn't get away.
If I had been real sure he would have come on, I would have started. It has blown off cold. Didn't you have a breezy ride? Were you warm enough, Doris?
It was splendid,
replied Doris, her eyes shining.
And I have seen so many things.
Now, get good and warm, and come out to supper.
If you call this cold, I don't know what you'll do at midwinter.
Well, it is chilly, and we are not used to it, but we must have our Indian summer yet.
Betty had been carrying away her mother's hat and shawl, and now Uncle Win led the way to the dining room. The table was bountifully spread. It was a sort of high tea, and in those days people ate with a hearty relish and had not yet discovered the thousand dangers lurking in food. If it was good and well cooked, no one asked any farther questions. At least men did not. Women took recipes of this and that, and invented new ways of preparing some dish with as much elation as some of the greater discoveries have given. The men talked politics and the possibilities of war. There was an uneasy feeling all along the border, where Indian troubles were being fomented. There were some unsettled questions between us and England. Abroad, Napoleon was making such strides that it seemed as if he might conquer all Europe. Mrs. Leverett and Miss Recompense compared their successes in pickling and preserving, and discussed the high prices of dry goods and the newer scant skirts that would take so much less cloth, and the improvement in home-made goods. Carpets of the higher grades were beginning to be manufactured in Philadelphia. Warren, with the appetite of a healthy young fellow, thought everything tasted uncommonly good, and really had nothing to say. Doris watched one and another with soft dark eyes, and wondered if it would be right to like Uncle Win any better than she did Uncle Leverett, and why she had any desire to do so, which troubled her a little. Uncle Win was the handsomest. She liked the something about him that she came to know afterward was culture and refinement, but she was a very loyal little girl, and Uncle Leverett had welcomed her so warmly, even on board the vessel. After supper they went into Uncle Winthrop's study a while. There were more bookcases, and such a quantity of books and pamphlets and papers. There were busts of some of the old Roman orators and emperors, and more paintings. There was a beautiful young woman with a head full of soft curls, and 2 bands passed through them in Greek fashion. A scarf was loosely wound around her shoulders, showing her white, shapely throat, and her short sleeves displayed almost perfect arms that looked like sculpture. Later, Doris came to know this was Uncle Winthrop's sweet young wife, who died when her little boy was scarcely a year old. There were many curiosities. The walls were wainscoted in panels, with mouldings about them that looked like another frame for the pictures. The chimney-piece was of wood and exquisitely carved. There was an old escritoire that was both carved and gilded, and in the center of the room a large round table strewn with books and writing materials. At the windows were heavy red damask curtains, lined with yellow brocade. They were always put up the 1st of October and taken down punctually the 1st day of April. Uncle Win had a luxurious side to his nature, and there was a soft imported rug in the room as well. Carpets were not in general use. Many floors were polished, some in the finer houses inlaid. Rag carpets were used for warmth in winter, and some were beautifully made. Weaving them was quite a business, and numbers of women were experts at it. Sometimes it was in a hit-or-miss style, the rags sewn just as one happened to pick them up. Then they were made of the ribbon pattern, a broad stripe of black or dark, with narrow and wider colors alternating. The rags were often colored to get pretty effects. It was a long walk home, but in those days, when there were neither cars nor cabs, people were used to walking, and the 2 men would not mind it. Betty could drive Jack by night or day, as he was a sure-footed, steady-going animal, and for a distance the road was straight up Beacon Street.
"Some day I will come up and take you out to see a little more of your new home,"
said Uncle Winthrop to Doris.
"When does she go to school, Elizabeth?"
Why, I thought it would be as well for her to begin next week, from 8 to 12. And she is so young, there is no real need of her beginning other things. Betty can teach her to sew and do embroidery.
"There is her French. It would be a pity to drop that."
"She might teach me French for the sake of the exercise,"
returned Betty laughingly when Uncle Win looked so perplexed.
"To be sure. We will get it all settled presently."
He felt rather helpless where a girl was concerned, yet when he glanced down into her soft, wistful eyes, he wished somehow that she was living here, but it would be lonely for a child. Warren brought Jack around and helped in the womankind when they had said all their good nights, and Uncle Win added that he would be over some evening next week to supper. It was a clear night, but there was no moon. Jack tossed up his head and trotted along, with the common on one side of him. Boston had been improving very much in the last decade, and stretching herself out a little, but it was quite country-like where Uncle Win lived. He liked the quiet in the old house, the great trees in his garden that gave him all kinds of vegetables and some choice fruit, though he never did anything more arduous than to superintend it, and enjoy the fruits of Jonas Starr's labor. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. A Morning at School. Our ancestors, for some occult reason, held early rising in high esteem. Why burning fire and candlelight in the morning, when everything was cold and dreary, should look so much more virtuous and heroic than sitting up a while at night, when the house was warm and everything pleasant, is one of the mysteries to be solved only by the firm belief that the easy, comfortable moments were the seasons especially susceptible to temptation, and that sacrifice and austerity were the guideposts on the narrow way to right living. Mr. and Mrs. Leverett had been reared in that manner. They had softened in many ways, and Betty was often told,
I had no such indulgences when I was a girl.
But mother-like, Mrs. Leverett eased up many things for Betty. Elect a king half envied them, and yet she confessed in her secret heart that she had enjoyed her girlhood and her lover very much. She and Matthias King had been neighbors and played as children, went to church and to singing school together, and on visitors' night at the debating society she was sure to be the visitor. Girls did not have just that kind of boy friends now, she thought. The softening of religious prejudice was softening character as well, yet the intensity of Puritanism had kindled a force of living that had done a needed work. People really discussed religious problems nowadays, while even 20 years before it was simply belief or disbelief, and the latter was not to be suffered among you. Mrs. Leverett kept to her habit of early rising. True, dark and stormy mornings Mr. Leverett allowed himself a little latitude, for very few people came to buy his wares early in the morning. But breakfast was a little after 6, except on Sunday morning, when it dropped down to 7. And Mrs. Webb's school began at 8 from the first day of February to the first day of November. The intervening 3 months it was 8:30 and continued to 12:30. Doris came home quite sober.
Well,
began Uncle Leverett.
How did school go?
I didn't like it very much,
she answered slowly.
What did you do?
I read first. 4 little girls and 2 boys read. We all stood in a row.
What then?
We spelled, but I did not know where the lesson was, and I think Mrs. Webb gave me easy words.
And you did not enjoy that?
Uncle Leverett gave a short laugh.
I was glad not to miss,
she replied gravely.
Mrs. Webb uses Dilworth's speller,
said Mrs. Leverett.
And so I gave her Betty's. But she has a different reader. She thought Doris read uncommon well.
And what came next?
They said tables altogether. Why do they call them tables?
Because a system of calculation would be too long a name,
he answered dryly. Doris looked perplexed.
Then there was geography. What a large place America is!
And she sighed.
Yes, the world is a good-sized planet when you come to consider. And America is only one side of it.
I don't see how it keeps going round.
That must be viewed with the eye of faith,
commented Betty.
All that does very well. I'm sorry you did not like it.
I did like all that,
returned Doris slowly.
But the sums troubled me.
She's very backward in figures,
said Mrs. Leverett.
Betty, you must take her in hand.
I must study all the afternoon,
said Doris.
Oh, you'll soon get into the traces,
said Uncle Leverett consolingly. It was Monday and wash day in every well-ordered family. Mrs. Leverett and Betty had the washing out early, but it was not a brisk drying day, so no ironing could be done in the afternoon. Betty changed her gown and brought out her sewing, and Doris studied her lessons with great earnestness.
I wish I was sure I knew the spelling,
she said wistfully.
Well, let me hear you.
Betty laid the book on the wide window-sill and gave out the words between the stitches, and Doris spelled every one rightly, but perceive.
Those I's and E's used to bother me,
said Betty.
I made a list of them once and used to go over them until I could spell them in the dark.
Is it harder to spell in the dark?
Oh, you innocent,
laughed Betty.
That means you could spell them anywhere.
Spelling had been rather a mysterious art, but Mr. Dilworth, and now Mr. Noah Webster, had been regulating it according to a system.
Now you might go over some tables. You can add and multiply so much faster when you know them. Suppose we try them together.
That was very entertaining, and Doris began to think not as difficult as she had imagined in the morning.
Betty,
said her mother when there was a little lull,
what do you suppose has become of Aunt Priscilla? I do hope she did not come over the day we were at Cousin Winthrop's. but she never was here once last week.
There were 2 rainy days.
And she may be ill. I think you had better go down and see.
Yes. Don't you want to go, Doris? The walk will be quite fun.
Doris could not resist the coaxing eyes, though she felt she ought to stay and study, but Betty promised to go over lessons with her when they came back. So in a few moments they were ready for the change. Mrs. Leverett sent a piece of cake and some fresh eggs, quite a rarity now. The houses and shops seemed so close together, Doris thought, and they met so many people. Doris had not lived directly in old Boston town, but quite in the outskirts, and King Street was getting to be quite full of business. Black Polly came to the door.
Yes, Mrs. was in, but she had an awful cold, and been all stopped up so that she could hardly get the breath of life.
Aunt Priscilla had a strip of red flannel pinned around her forehead, holding in place a piece of brown paper, moistened with vinegar, her unfailing remedy for headache. Another band was around her throat, and she had a well-worn old shawl about her shoulders, while her feet rested on a box in which was placed a warm brick.
Is it possible you have come? Why, one might be dead and buried, and no one the wiser. I crawled out to church on Sunday and took more cold, though I have heard people say you wouldn't catch cold going to church. Religion ought to keep one warm, I suppose.
I'm sorry. Mother was afraid you were ill.
And all the visiting to do. It does seem as if once in an age some of you might come over. You went to Cousin Winthrop's.
In an aggrieved tone.
But Mother had not been there since last summer, when Lecty was on making her visit, and we took all the family along, just as you can.
In a merry tone.
But if you like to have Mother come and spend the day, I'll keep house. You see, there's always meals to get for Father and Warren.
Yes, I kept house before you were born, Betty Leverett, and had a man who needed 3 stout meals a day, but he want a mite of trouble. I never see a man easier to suit than Hatfield Perkins, and I didn't neglect him because he could put off and find no fault. There are men in the world that it would take the grace of a saint to cook for. Only in heaven among the saints, if there ain't any marrying, you can quite make up your mind there isn't any cooking either. Well, can't you get a chair? There's that little low one for Dorothy.
If you please,
began Doris with quiet dignity.
My name is not Dorothy.
Well, you ought to hear yourself called by a Christian name once in a while.
Still, it isn't a scriptural name,
interposed Betty.
I looked over the list to see. And here are some nice fresh eggs. Mother has had several splendid layers this fall.
I'm obliged, I'm sure. I do wish I could keep a few hens, but Jonas Fields wants so much room, and there's my garden herbs. I've just been dosing on sage tea and honey, and it has about broke up my cough. I generally do take one cold in autumn, and then I go to March before I get another. Well, I suppose Recompense Gardener stays at your uncle's? There was some talk I heard about some old fellow hanging round. After I'd lived so long single, I'd stay as I was.
I can't imagine Miss Recompense getting her wedding gown ready. What would it be, I wonder?
Betty laughed heartily.
She could buy the best in the market if she chose,
said Aunt Priscilla sharply.
She must have a good bit of money laid by. Cousin Winthrop would be lost without her. Not but what there are as good housekeepers in the world as Recompense Gardener.
Then Aunt Priscilla had to stop and cough. Polly came in with some posset.
I'll have one of those eggs beaten up in some mulled cider, Polly,
she said. Doris glanced curiously at the old colored woman. She was tall and still very straight, and though kept in strict subjection all her life, had an air and bearing of dignity, as if she might have come from some royal race. Her hair was snowy white, and the little braided tails hung below her turban, which was of gay madras, and the small shoulder shawl she wore was of red and black.
You're too old a woman to be fussed up in such gay things,
Aunt Priscilla would exclaim severely every time she brought them home, for she purchased Polly's attire.
But you've always worn them, and I really don't know as you'd look natural in suitable colors.
I like cheerful going things that make you feel as if the Lord had just let out a summer day stead of November. And, missus, you don't like a great fire burned half to ashes, nother.
Truth to tell, Aunt Priscilla did hanker after a bit of gaiety, though she frowned on it to preserve a just balance with conscience, and no one knew the parcels done up in an old oaken chest in the storeroom that had been indulged in at reprehensible moments. Just then there was a curious diversion to Doris. A beautiful, sleek tiger cat entered the room, and walking up to the fire, turned and looked at the child, waving his long tail majestically back and forth. He came nearer with his sleepy, translucent eyes studying her.
May I touch him?
She asked hesitatingly.
Land, yes, that's Polly Solomon. She talks to him till she's made him most a witch, and she thinks he knows everything.
Solomon settled the question by putting two snowy white paws on Doris's knees, and stretching up indefinitely with a dainty sniffing movement of the whiskers, as if he wanted to understand whether advances would be favorably received. There was a cat at the Leveretts, but it haunted the cellar, the shed, and the stable, and was hustled out of the kitchen with no ceremony. Aunt Elizabeth was not fond of cats, and cat hairs were her abomination. Doris had uttered an ejaculation of delight when she saw it one morning, a big black fellow with white feet and a white choker.
Don't touch him. He'll scratch you like as not,
exclaimed Mrs. Leverett in a quick tone.
Get out, Tom. We don't allow him in the house. He's a good mouser, but it spoils cats to nurse them, and I never could abide a cat around under my feet.
Doris had made one other attempt to win Tom's favor as she was walking about the garden, but Tom eyed her askance and discreetly declined her overture. There had always been cats at Miss Arabella's, and two great dogs as well as her pony, and birds so tame they would fly down for crumbs.
Oh, Kitty!
She touched him with her dainty fingers.
Solomon, what a funny name! Oh, you beautiful, great big cat!
Solomon rubbed his head on her arm and began to purr. He was sure of a welcome.
You can't get in her lap, for it isn't big enough,
said Aunt Priscilla.
Polly's got him spoiled out of all reason. Though I suppose a cat's company when there's no one else.
If you would let me sit on the rug,
ventured Doris timidly. She had been rather precise of late in her new home.
Well, I declare. Sit on the floor if you want to. The floor was plenty good enough to sit on when I was a child. Me and my sisters had a corner of our own, and we'd sit there and sew.
Betty had been about to interpose, but at Aunt Priscilla's concession, Doris had slidden down and taken Solomon in her arms and rubbed her soft cheek against his head. Polly came in with the egg inside her.
Why, little missy, you just done charm him. He's mighty afeard of the boys around, and there ain't no little gals. Do just see him, Miss Perkins. He acts as if he was rolling in a bed of sweet catnip.
One is about as wise as the other,
declared Aunt Priscilla, nodding her head. She was rather glad there was something in her house to be a rival to Cousin Winthrop and the Leveretts, since Doris Adams was to be held up on a high plane and spoiled with indulgence. She had not yet made up her mind whether she would like the child or not.
Yes, she had started at Mrs. Webb's school. Uncle Win was going to make some arrangement about her French and her writing when he came over. They'd had a letter from Lecty, and as the legislator was to meet in Hartford, there would be quite gay times, and she did so hope she could go. Mary wasn't very well, and wanted Mother to come on for a week or two presently.
And Betty made big eyes at Aunt Priscilla, while that lady nodded as well as her bundled-up head would admit, to signify that she understood.
I'm sure you ought to know enough to keep house for your father and Warren,
was the comment. Then Betty said they must go, and Aunt Priscilla tartly rejoined that they might look in and see whether she was dead or alive.
Can I come and see Solomon again?
asked Doris.
Of course, since Solomon is head of the house.
Thank you,
returned Doris simply, not understanding the sarcasm.
Wonderful. How Solomon-like little Missy,
said Polly, straightening the chairs and restoring order.
My head aches with all the talking,
said Aunt Priscilla.
I want to be alone.
But she felt a little conscience-smitten as Polly stepped about in the kitchen, getting supper, and sang in a thick, soft, but rather quivering voice her favourite hymn.
Hark from the tombs a doleful sound, mine ears attain the cry.
Yes, Polly was a faithful old creature, only she had grown forgetful. She was losing her strength, and black people gave out suddenly. But there, what was the use of borrowing trouble? And the idea of having a child around to train and stew over, and no doubt she would be getting married just the time when she, Mrs. Perkins, would need her the most. The Lord hadn't seen fit to give her any children to comfort her old age. After all, would she want a delicate little thing like this child with a heathenish name? It was quite chilly now, and Doris, holding Betty's hand tight, skipped along merrily, her heart strangely warm and gay.
She's very queer, and her voice sounds as if she couldn't get the scold out of it, doesn't it? And I felt afraid of the black woman first. I never saw any until we were on the ship. But the beautiful cat!
With a lingering emphasis on the adjective.
Well, cats are cats,
replied Betty sagely.
I don't care much about them myself, though we should be overrun with rats and mice if it wasn't for them. I like a fine big dog.
Oh, Betty!
And a girl caught her by the shoulder, turning around and laughing heartily at her surprise.
Why, Jane! How you startled me!
And is this your little foreign girl? French or something?
English, if you please, and her father was born here in Boston. And isn't it queer that she should have lived in another Boston? And her name is Doris Adams.
I'm sure the Adams are sewn thickly enough about, but Doris sounds like verses. And, oh, Betty, I've been crazy to see you for 2 days. I am to have a real party next week. I shall be 17, and there will be just that number invited. The girls are to come in the afternoon and bring their sewing. There will be 9. And 8 young men.
Laughing.
Boys that we know and have gone sledding with. They are to come to tea at 7 sharp. Cousin Morris is to bring his black fiddler Joe, and we are going to dance and play forfeits and have just a grand time.
But I don't know how to dance. Much.
Betty's highest accomplishments were in the 3 R's. Her manuscript arithmetic was the pride of the family, but of grammar she candidly confessed she couldn't make beginning nor end.
I'm going to coax hard to go to dancing school this winter. Sam is going, and he says all the girls are learning to dance. Mother's coming round tomorrow. We want to be sure about the 9 girls. Goodbye, it's getting late.
Now let's hurry home,
exclaimed Betty. The table was laid, and Mrs. Leverett said,
Why didn't you stay all night?
Aunt Priscilla has her autumn cold. She was quite cross at first. She was sick last week and went to church yesterday, and is worse today. But she was glad about the eggs.
There comes your father. Be spry now.
After supper, Warren went out to look after Jack. Mr. Leverett took his chair in the corner of the wide chimney and pushed out the stool for the little girl. She smiled as she sat down and laid her hands on his knee.
So you didn't like the school?
He began, after a long silence.
Yes, I liked most of it.
Rather reluctantly.
What was it you didn't like? Sitting still?
No, not that.
The lessons. Were they too hard?
She said I needn't mind this morning.
But the figuring bothered.
Of course I didn't know,
she said candidly.
You will get into it pretty soon. Betty'll train you. She's a master hand at figures, smarter than Warren.
Doris made no comment, but there was an unconfessed puzzle in her large eyes.
Well, what is it?
The interest he took in her surprised himself.
She whipped a boy on his hands with a ruler very hard because he couldn't remember his lesson.
That's a good aid to memory. I've seen it tried when I was a boy.
But if I had tried and studied, I should have thought it very cruel.
I guess he didn't try or study. What did Miss Arabella do to you when you were careless and forgot things? Or were you never bad?
Doris hung her head while a faint color mounted to her brow.
When I was naughty, I couldn't go out on the pony nor take him a lump of sugar, and he loved sugar so, and sometimes I had to study a psalm.
And weren't children ever whipped in your country?
The common people beat their children and their wives and their horses and dogs. But Miss Arabella was a lady. She couldn't have beaten a cat.
There was a switch on the top of the closet in the kitchen that beat Tom out of doors when he ventured in. Doris's tender heart rather resented this. Foster Leverett smiled at this distinction.
I do suppose people might get along, but boys are often very trying.
Don't grown-up people ever do anything wrong? And when they scold dreadfully, aren't they out of temper? Miss Arabella thought it very unladylike to get out of temper. And what is done to grown people?
Uncle Leverett laughed and squeezed the soft little hands on his knee. Yes, men and women flew into a rage every day. Their strict training had not given them control of their tempers. It had not made them all honest and truthful, yet it might have been the best training for the times, for the heroic duties laid upon them.
She was very cross once, and her forehead all wrinkled up, and her eyes were so hard. And when she is pleasant, she has beautiful brown eyes. I like beautiful people.
We can't all be beautiful or good-tempered.
But Miss Arabella said we could, and that beauty meant sweetness and grace and truth and kindliness, and that...
She lowered her voice mysteriously.
Where one really tried to be good, God gave them grace to help. I don't quite know about the grace, I'm so little, but I want to be good.
Was there a beautiful side to goodness? Foster Leverett had been for some time weakening in the old faith.
Now I'm ready,
exclaimed Betty briskly.
We can say tables without any book.
Uncle Leverett laughed and squeezed the soft little stranger at his hearth. But affection was not demonstrative in those days, and it looked rather weak in a man. They had grand fun saying addition and multiplication tables. They went up to the fives, and Doris found that there was a wonderful bridge.
You could add clear up to 100 without any trouble,
the child declared gleefully.
But you couldn't multiply.
Why, yes,
said Betty.
I had not exactly thought of it before. 5 times 13 would be 65, and so on. 5 times 20 would be 100. Why, we do it in a great many things, but I suppose they, whoever invented tables, thought that was far enough to go.
Who did invent them?
I really don't know. Doris, we will ask Uncle Win when he comes over. He knows about everything.
It would take a great many years to learn everything,
said the child with a sigh.
But the knowledge goes round,
said Betty with arch gaiety.
One has a little and the other a little, and they exchange. And then women don't have to know as much as men.
I'd like to see the man who knew enough to keep house,
declared Mrs. Leverett.
And didn't Mrs. Abigail Adams farm and bring up her children and pay off debts while her husband was at Congress and war and abroad? It isn't so much book learning as good common sense. Just think what the old Revolutionary women did. And now it's high time Doris went to bed. Come, child, you're so sleepy in the morning.
Doris had her dress unbuttoned and untied her shoes to make sure there were no knots to pick out. Knots and shoestrings were very perplexing at this period when no one had dreamed of button boots. I doubt indeed if anyone would have worn them. The shoes were made straight and changed every morning, so as to wear evenly and not get walked over at the side, and people had pretty feet then, with arched insteps, and walked with an air of dignity. Some of the gouty old men had to be measured for a tender place here, or a protuberance there, or allowance made for bad corn. Doris said good night and went upstairs. Miss Arabella had always kissed her. Betty did sometimes, and said,
What a sweet little thing you are!
Or,
What a queer little thing you are!
She said her prayers, hung her clothes over a chair, put her little shoes just right for morning, and stepping on the chair round, vaulted over to her side of the bed. What a long, long day it had been! The most beautiful thing in it was the big cat Solomon, and if she could nurse him, she shouldn't be very much afraid of Aunt Priscilla. Oh, how soft his fur was, and how he purred, just as if he was glad she had come. Perhaps he sometimes tired of Aunt Priscilla and Black Polly, and longed for a little girl who didn't mind sitting on the floor and knew how to play. Then there was the spelling, and she tried to think over the hard words, and the tables, and her small brain kept up such a riot that she was not a bit sleepy. Betty brought out her work after lighting another candle. Mr. Leverett sat and dozed and thought. When Warren had finished up the chores, he went around to the other side of Betty's table, and was soon lost in a history of the French War. When the tall old clock struck 9, it was time to prepare for bed. Betty was putting up some wisp of hair and tea leaves when Doris sat up.
"Oh, you midget! Are you not asleep yet?"
she exclaimed.
No, I've been thinking of everything. And, Betty, can you go to the party? I went to the May party when I was home, but that was out of doors, and we danced round the maypole.
"The party?"
Yes. Did you ask Aunt Elizabeth?
Eagerly.
"Oh, no. I wasn't going to be caught that way. She would have had time to think up ever so many excellent reasons why I shouldn't go. And now Mrs. Morse will take her by surprise, and she will not have had any good excuse ready, and so she will give in."
But wouldn't she want you to go?
Doris was rather confused by the reasoning.
"I suppose she thinks I am young to begin with parties, but it isn't a regular grown-up affair, and I'm just crazy to go. I'm so glad you did not blurt it out, Doris. I'll give you a dozen kisses for being so sensible. Now lie down and go to sleep this minute."
The child gave a soft little laugh, and a moment later Betty was cuddling her in her arms. The result of Foster Leverett's cogitation over the fire led him to say the next morning to his son,
"Warren, you run on. I have a little errand to do."
He turned in another direction and went down 2 squares. There was Mrs. Webb sweeping off her front porch and plank path.
"Good morning,"
stopping and leaning on her broom as he halted.
"I'm glad to see you, Mrs. Webb. I suppose the little girl wasn't much trouble yesterday? She's never been to school before."
"Trouble? Bless you, no. If they were all as good as that, I should feel frightened. I really should, thinking they wouldn't live long. She's a bit timid."
"She's backward in some things. Figures, for instance. And a little strange, I suppose. So if you could be kind of easygoing with her until she gets settled to the work."
"Oh, you needn't be a mite afraid, Mr. Leverett. She's smart in some things, but you see she's been run on different lines, and we'll get straight presently. She's a nice, obedient little thing, and I do like to see children mind at the first bidding."
"Your school is so near, we thought we would try it this winter. Yes, I think all will go right. Good morning."
And his heart lightened at the thought of smoothing the way for Doris. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6. A Birthday Party. Doris sat in the corner studying. Betty had gone over to Mademoiselle Chef's to make sure she had her lace stitch just right. They had been ironing and baking all the morning, and now Mrs. Leverett had attacked her pile of shirts when Mrs. Morse came in. She had her work as well. Everybody took work, for neighborly calls were an hour or 2 long. Doris had been presented first, a kind of attention paid to her because she was from across the ocean. Everybody's health had been inquired about.
"I came over on a real errand,"
began Mrs. Morse presently.
"and you mustn't make excuses. My Jane is going to have a little company week from Thursday night. She will be 17, and we are going to have 17 young people. The girls will come in the afternoon, and the young men at 7 to tea. Then they will have a little merrymaking. And we want Warren and Betty. We're going to ask those we want the most first, and if so happen anything serious stands in the way, we'll take the next row."
"You're very kind, I'm sure. Warren does go out among young people, but I don't know about Betty. She's so young.
Well, she will have to start sometime. My mother was married at 16, but that is too young to begin life, though she never regretted it, and she had a baker's dozen of children.
I'm not in any hurry about Betty. She's the last girl home, and the others were past 19 when they were married.
We feel there is no hurry about Jane, but I've had a happy life, and all 6 of us girls were married, not an old maid among us.
Old maids do come in handy, oftentimes,
subjoined Mrs. Leverett. Yet in those days every mother secretly, often openly, counted on her girls being married. The single woman had no such need of respect paid her as the bachelor maids of today. She often went out as housekeeper in a widower's family, and took him and his children for the sake of having a home of her own. Still, there were some fine unmarried women.
Yes, they're handy in sickness and times when work presses, but they do get queer and opinionated from having their own way, I suppose.
Alas, what would the single woman, snubbed at every side, have said to that? Then they branched into a chatty discussion about some neighbors, and as neither was an ill-natured woman, it was simply gossip and not scandal. Mrs. Morse had a new recipe for making soap that rendered it clearer and lighter than the old one, and made better soap, she thought, and tomorrow she was going at her best candles, so as to be sure they would be hard and nice for the company.
But you haven't said about Betty.
I'll have to think it over,
was the rather cautious reply.
Elizabeth Leverett, I feel real hurt that you should hesitate, when our children have grown up together,
exclaimed Mrs. Morse, rather aggrieved.
It's only about putting Betty forward so much. Why, you know I don't mind her running in and out. She's at your house twice as often as Jane is here. And when girls begin to go to parties, there's no telling just where to draw the line. It's very good of you to ask her. Yes, I do suppose she ought to go. The girls have been such friends.
Jane would feel dreadfully disappointed. She said, Now, Mother, you run over to the Leveretts first of all, because I want to be sure of Betty.
Well, I'll have to say yes. Next Thursday. There's nothing to prevent that I know of. I suppose it isn't to be a grand dress affair, for I hadn't counted on making Betty any real party gown this winter. I don't believe she's done growing. Who else did you have in your mind, if it isn't a secret?
I'd trust it to you anyhow. The 2 Stevens girls and Letty Rowe, Sally Prentice and Agnes Green. That makes 6, with Betty. We haven't quite decided on the others. I dare say some of the girls will be mad as hornets at being left out. But there can be only 9. Of course, we do not count Jane.
These were all very nice girls of well-to-do families. Mrs. Leverett did feel a little proud that Betty should head the list.
They are all to bring their sewing. I had half a mind to put on a quilt, but I knew there'd be talk right away about Jane marrying, and she has no steady company. I tell her she can't have until she is 18.
That's plenty young enough. I don't suppose there will be any dancing?
They've decided on proverbs and forfeits. Cousin Morris is coming round to help the boys plan it out. Are you real set against dancing, Elizabeth?
Well, I'm afraid we're going on rather fast, and we'll get to be too trifling. I can't seem to make up my mind just what is right. Foster thinks we have been too straight-laced.
I danced when I was young, and I don't see as it hurt me any. And some of the best young people hereabout are going to a dancing class this winter. Joseph has promised to join it, and his father said he was old enough to decide for himself.
Mrs. Morse had finished her sewing and folded it, quilting her needle back and forth, putting her thimble and spool of cotton inside and slipping it in her work-bag. Then she rose and wrapped her shawl about her and tied on her hood.
Then we may count on Warren and Betty? Give them my love, and Jane's, and say we shall be happy to see them a week from Thursday. Betty at 3 and Warren at 7. Come over soon, do?
When she had closed the door on her friend, Mrs. Leverett glanced over to the corner where Doris sat with her book. She had half a mind to ask her not to mention the call to Betty. Then she shrank from anything so small. Doris studied and she sewed. Then Betty came in, flushed and pretty.
I didn't have the stitch quite right,
she said to her mother.
And I have been telling her about Doris. She wants me to bring her over some afternoon. She is a little curious to see what kind of lace Doris makes. She has a pillow. I should call it a cushion.
Doris ought to learn plain sewing.
Poor little mite, how your cares will increase. Can I take her over to Madame Chaif's some day?
If there is ever any time.
With a sigh.
Do you know your spelling?
She flew over to Doris and asked a question with her eyes, and Doris answered in the same fashion, though she had a fancy that she ought not. Betty took her book and found that Doris knew all but 2 words.
If I could only do sums as easily,
she said with a plaintive sound in her voice.
Oh, you will learn. You can't do everything in a moment, or your education would soon be finished.
What is Madame Chaif like?
She asked with some curiosity, thinking of Aunt Priscilla.
She is a very splendid, tall old lady. She ought to be a queen. And she was quite rich at one time, but she isn't now. And she lives in a little 1-story cottage that is just like, well, full of curious and costly things. And now she gives lessons in embroidery and lacework and hem-stitching and fine sewing. And she wears the most beautiful gowns and laces and rings.
Your tongue runs like a mill race, Betty.
I think everybody in Boston is tall,
said Doris with quaint consideration that made both mother and daughter laugh.
You see, there is plenty of room in the country to grow,
explained Betty.
Can I do some sums?
Oh, yes.
Plainly, figures were a delusion and a snare to little Doris Adams. They went astray so easily, they would not add up in the right amounts. Mrs. Webb did not like the children to count their fingers, though some of them were very expert about it. When the child got in among the 7s, 8s, and 9s, she was wild with helplessness. Supper time came. This was Warren's evening for the debating society, which even then was a great entertainment for the young men. There would be plenty of time to give them the invitation. Mrs. Leverett was sorry she had consented to Betty's going, but it would have made ill friends. The next day Mrs. Hallett Leverett, the eldest son's wife, came up to spend the day with her 2 younger children. Doris was not much used to babies, but she liked the little girl. The husband came up after supper and took them home in a carryall. Doris was tired and sleepy, and couldn't stop to do any sums. Betty was folding up her work, and Warren yawned over his book when Mrs. Leverett began in a rather jerky manner.
Mrs. Morris was in and invited you both to Jane's birthday party next Thursday night.
Yes, I saw Joe in the street today, and he told me,
replied Warren.
I said I'd see about you, Betty. You are quite too young to begin party-going.
Why, I suppose it's just a girl's frolic,
said her father, wincing suddenly.
They can't help having birthdays. Betty will be begging for a party next.
She won't get it this year,
subjoined her mother dryly.
And by the looks of things, we have no money to throw away.
Betty looked a little startled. She had wanted so to really question Doris, but it did not seem quite the thing to do, and perhaps she was not to go, after all. She would coax her father and Warren. She would do almost anything. Warren settled it as they were going up to bed. His mother was in the kitchen, mixing pancakes for breakfast, and he caught Betty's hand.
Of course you are to go,
he said.
Mother doesn't believe in dealing out all her good things at once. I wish you had something pretty to wear. It's going to be quite fine.
Oh, dear,
sighed Betty.
Jane has such pretty gowns, but of course I only have been a little schoolgirl until this year, and somehow it is very hard for the mothers to think their girls are grown up in any respect except that of work.
Warren sighed as well, and secretly wished he had a regular salary and could do what he liked with a little money. His father was training him to take charge of his own business later on. He gave him his board and clothing and $50 a week for spending money. When he was 21, there would be a new basis, of course. There was not much call for money unless one was rich enough to be self-indulgent. One couldn't spend 5 cents for a trolley ride, even if there was a downpour of rain. And as Mr. Leverett had never smoked, he had routed the first indications of any such indulgence on the part of his son. The amusements were still rather simple, neighborly affairs. The boys and girls spent an evening with each other and had hickory nut cider and crullers that had found their way from Holland to Boston, as well as New York. And when winter set in fairly, there was sledding and skating and no end of jest and laughter. Many a decorous love affair sprang into shy existence, taking a year or two for the young man to be brave enough to keep company if there were no objections on either side. And this often happened to be a walk home from church and an hour's sitting by the family fireside, taking part in the general conversation. To be sure, there was the theatre. Since 1798, when the Federal Street Theatre had burned down and been rebuilt and opened with a rather celebrated actress of that period, Mrs. Jones, theatre-going was quite the stylish amusement of the quality. Mr. Leverett and his wife had gone to the old establishment, as it was beginning to be called, to see the tragedy of Gustavus Vasa that had set Boston into a furor. They were never quite settled on the point of the sinfulness of the pleasure. Indeed, Mr. Leverett evinced symptoms of straying away from the old landmarks of faith. He had even gone to the preaching of that reprehensible young man, Mr. Hosea Ballou, who had opened new worlds of thought for his consideration.
It's a beautiful belief,
Mrs. Leverett admitted.
But whether you can square it with Bible truth?
I'm not so sure you can square the Westminster Catechism either.
If you must doubt, Foster, do be careful before the children. I'm not sure, but the old-fashioned religion is best. It made good men and women.
Maybe if you had been brought up a Quaker, you wouldn't have seen the real goodness of it. Isn't belief largely a matter of habit and education? Mind, I don't say religion. That is really the man's life, his daily endeavor.
Well, we won't argue.
She felt that she could not, and was ashamed that she was not more strongly fortified.
And do be careful before the children.
Her husband was a good, honest, upright man, a steady churchgoer and zealous worker in many ways. The intangible change to liberalness puzzled her. If you gave up one point, would there not be a good reason for giving up another? Neither could she quite explain why she should feel more anxious about Betty than she had felt about the girlhood of the two elder daughters. Of course, Warren accepted the invitations for himself and his sister, if her new white frock was only done. She had outgrown her last summer's gowns. There was a pretty embroidered India muslin that her sister Electa had given her, if she might put a ruffle around the bottom of the skirt. Aunt Priscilla came over and had her cup of tea so she could get back before dark. She was still afraid of the damp night air. Aunt Priscilla had a trunk full of pretty things she had worn in her early married life, if she, Betty, could be allowed to rummage through it. Saturday was magnificent, with a summer softness in the air, and the doors could be left open. There were sweeping and scrubbing and scouring and baking. Doris was very anxious to help, and was allowed to seed some raisins. It wasn't hard, but puttering work, and took a good deal of time. But after dinner, Uncle Winthrop came in his chaise with his pretty spirited black mare Juno. It was such a nice day, and he had to go up to the North End on some business. There wouldn't be many such days, and Doris might like a ride. There was a flash of delight in the child's eyes. Betty went to help her get ready.
You had better put your coat on, for it's cooler riding,
said Mrs. Leverett.
And by night it may turn off cold. A fall day like this is hardly to be trusted.
But it is good while it lasts,
said Uncle Win with his soft half-smile.
Elizabeth, don't pattern after Aunt Priscilla, who can't enjoy today because there might be a storm tomorrow.
I don't know, but we are too ready to cross bridges before we come to them,
she admitted.
A beautiful day goes to my inmost heart. I want to enjoy every moment of it.
Doris came in with her eager eyes aglow, and Betty followed her to the chaise and said,
Don't run away with her, Uncle Win. I can't spare her.
That made Doris look up and laugh. She was so happy. They drove around into Hanover Street and then through Wings Lane. There were some very nice lanes and alleys then that felt quite as dignified as the streets, and were oftentimes prettier. He was going to Dock Square to get a little business errand off his mind.
You won't be afraid to sit here alone? I will fasten Juno securely.
Oh, no,
she replied, and she amused herself glancing about. People were mostly through with their business Saturday afternoon. It had a strange aspect to her, however. It was so different from the town across the seas. Some of the streets were so narrow she wondered how the horses and wagons made their way, and was amazed that they did not run over the pedestrians, who seemed to choose the middle of the street as well. Many of the houses had a second story overhanging the first, which made the streets look still narrower.
"Now we will go around and see the queer old things,"
exclaimed Uncle Win as he jumped into the chaise.
"for we have some interesting points of view. 100 years seems a good while to us new people, and already streets are changing, houses are being torn down. There are some curious things you will like to remember. Did Warren tell you about Paul Revere?"
Oh, yes, how he had hung the lantern out of the church steeple.
"And this was where he started from. More than 30 years ago that was, and I was a young fellow just arrived at man's estate. Still, it was a splendid time to live through. We will have some talks about it in the years to come."
Did you fight, Uncle Win?
"I am not much of a war hero, though we were used for the defense of Boston. You are too young to understand all the struggle."
Doris studied the old house. It was 3 stories, the upper windows seeming just under the roof. On the ground floor there was a store with 2 large windows where Paul Revere had carried on his trade of silversmith and engraver on copper. There was a broken wire netting before one window, and quite an elaborate hallway for the private entrance, as many people lived over their shops. Long afterward, Doris Adams was to be interested in a poet who told the story of Paul Revere's ride in such vivid, thrilling words that he was placed in the list of heroes that the world can never forget. But it had not seemed such great deed then. Old North Square had many curious memories. It had been a very desirable place of residence, though it was dropping down even now. There were quaint warehouses and oddly constructed shops, taverns with queer names almost washed out of the signs by the storms of many winters. There were the Red Lion and the King's Arms, and other names that smacked of London and had not been overturned in the Revolution. Here had stood the old second church that General Howe had caused to be pulled down for firewood during the siege of Boston, the spot rendered sacred by the sermon of many a celebrated Mather. And here had resided Governor Thomas Hutchinson, who would have been sacrificed to the fury of the mob for his Tory proclivities during the Stamp Act riot, but for his brother-in-law, the Reverend Samuel Mather, who faced the mob and told them he should protect the governor with his life, even if their sentiments were totally dissimilar. And when he came to open court the next morning, he had neither gown nor wig, very important articles in that day, for the wigs had long curling hair, and those who wore them had their hair cropped close, like malefactors. And here was the still stately Frankland House, whose romance was to interest Doris deeply a few years hence, and to be a theme for poet and novelist. But now she was a good deal amused when her uncle told her of a Captain Kemble in the days of Puritan rule, who, after a long sea voyage, was hurrying up to the square, when his wife, who had heard the vessel was sighted, started to go to the landing. As they met, the captain took her in his arms and kissed her, and was punished for breaking the Sabbath day by being put in the stocks.
But did they think it was so very wrong?
Her face grew suddenly grave.
"I suppose they did. They had some queer ideas in those days. They thought all exhibitions of affection out of place."
Doris looked thoughtfully out to the harbor. Perhaps that was the reason no one but Betty kissed her. Then they drove around to the Green Dragon. This had been a famous inn, where in the early days the patriots came to plan and confer, and lay their far-reaching schemes. It was said that they went from here to the famous tea party. Uncle Winthrop repeated an amusing rhyme.
"Rally, Mohawks, bring out your axes, and tell King George we'll pay no taxes on his foreign tea. His threats are vain, he need not think, to force our wives and girls to drink his vile bohea."
I shouldn't like to be forced to drink it,
said Doris, with a touch of repugnance in her small face.
"It does better when people get old and queer,"
said Uncle Winthrop.
Then they want some comfort. They smoke, at least the men do, and drink tea. Now you can see the veritable green dragon."
The house was low, with small old-time dormer windows. The dragon hung out over the doorway. He was made of a copper-painted green, his 2 hind feet resting on the bar that swung out of the house, his wings spread out as well as his front feet, and he looked as if he could really fly. Out of his mouth darted a red tongue.
"He is dreadful,"
exclaimed Doris.
"Oh, he doesn't look as fierce now as I have seen him. A coat of paint inspires him with new courage."
"Then I am glad they have not painted him up lately. Uncle Win, is there any such thing as a real dragon? Of course I read about St. George and the Dragon."
And she raised her eyes with a perplexed light in them.
"I think we shall have to relegate dragons to the mythical period, or the early ages. I have never seen one any nearer than that old fellow, or with any more life in him. There are many queer signs about, and queer corners, but I think now we will go over to Salem Street and look at some of the pretty old houses, and then along the mill pond. Warren took you up Copp's Hill?
"Oh, yes."
You see, you must know all about Boston. It will take a long while. Next summer we will have drives round here and there."
"Oh, that will be delightful."
And she smiled with such a sweet grace that he began to count on it himself. The sun was going over westward in a soft haze that wrapped every leafless tree, and seemed to caress the swaying vines into new life. The honeysuckles had not dropped all their leaves, and the evergreens were taking on their winter tint. On some of the wide lawns groups of children were playing, and their voices rang out full of mirth and merriment. Doris half wished she were with them. If Betty was only 12 instead of 16. The mill pond seemed like a great bay. The placid water, there was no wind to ruffle it, threw up marvelous reflections and glints of colors from the sky above, and the sun beyond that was now a globe of softened flame, raying out lance-like shapes of greater distinctness and then melting away to assume some new form of color. Doris glanced up at Uncle Winthrop. It was as if she felt it all too deeply for any words. He liked the silence and the wordless enjoyment in her face.
"We won't go home just yet,"
he said. They were crossing Cold Lane and could have gone down Sudbury Street.
"It is early, and we will go along Green Lane, and then down to Cambridge Street. You are not tired?"
"Oh, no. I think I never should be tired with you, Uncle Winthrop,"
she returned with grave sweetness, quite unconscious of the delicate compliment implied. What was there about this little girl that went so to his heart?
"Uncle Winthrop,"
she began presently, while a soft pink blush crept up to the edge of her hair.
"I heard you and Uncle Leverett talking about some money the first night you were over. Wasn't it my money?"
"Yes, I think so,"
with a little dryness in his tone. What made her think about money just now, and with that almost ethereal face?
"Is it any that I could have? Just a little of it?"
hesitatingly.
"Why? Haven't you got all the things you want?"
Oh yes, I shouldn't know what to wish for unless it was someone to talk French with."
And there was a sweet sort of wistfulness in her tone.
"I think I can supply that want. Why, we might have been talking French half the afternoon. Do you want some French books? Is that it?"
"No, sir."
There was a lingering inflection in her tone that missed satisfaction.
"Are you not happy at Cousin Leverett's?"
"Happy? Oh, yes."
She glanced up in a little surprise.
"But the money would be to make someone else happy."
"Ah."
He nodded encouragingly.
"Betty is going to a party."
"And she has been teasing her mother for some finery."
"She hasn't any pretty gown. I thought this all up myself, Uncle Win. Miss Arabella has such quantities of pretty clothes, and they are being saved up for me. If she was here, I should ask her, but I couldn't get it, by Thursday.
She gave a soft laugh at the impossibility, as if it was quite ridiculous.
And you want it for her?
She's so good to me, Uncle Win, for although I know some things quite well, there are others in which I am very stupid. A little girl in school said yesterday that I was dreadful dumber than a goose. Aunt Elizabeth said a goose was so dumb that if it came in the garden through a hole in the fence, it never could find it again to get out.
That is about the truth,
laughed Uncle Win.
I couldn't get along in arithmetic if it wasn't for Betty. She's so kind and tells me over and over again. And I can't do anything for Aunt Elizabeth because I don't know how, and it takes most of my time to study. But if I could give Betty a gown, Miss Arabella went to so many parties when she was young. If I was there, I know she would consent to give Betty one gown.
Uncle Winthrop thought of a trunk full of pretty gowns that had lie away many a long year. He couldn't offer any of these to Betty, and that wouldn't be a gift from Doris.
I wonder what would be nice. An old fellow like me would not know about a party gown.
Warren would. He and Betty talked a little about it last night, and that made me think, but it didn't come into my mind until a few moments ago that maybe there would be enough of my own money to buy one.
Doris glanced at him with such wistful entreaty that he felt he could not have denied her a much greater thing. He remembered, too, that Elizabeth Leverett had refused to take any compensation for Doris, this winter at least, and he had been thinking how to make some return.
Yes, I will see Warren, and we will surprise Betty. But perhaps her mother would be a better judge?
I think Aunt Elizabeth doesn't quite want Betty to go, although she told Mrs. Morse she should.
Oh, it's at the Morses. Well, they are very nice people, and young folks do go to parties. Yes, we will see about the gown.
Uncle Winthrop, you are like the uncles in fairy stories. I had such a beautiful fairy book at home, but it must have been mislaid.
She put her white mittened hand over his driving glove, but he felt the soft pressure with a curious thrill. They went through Cambridge Street and Hillier's Lane, and there they were at home.
It has been lovely,
she said with a happy sigh as he lifted her out. Then she reached up from the stepping stone and kissed him.
It isn't Sunday,
she said naively.
And it is because you are so good to me, and this isn't North Square.
He laughed and gave her a squeeze. Cousin Elizabeth came out and wished him a pleasant good night as he drove away. What a charming little girl she was, so quaintly sensible, with a simplicity and innocence that went to one's heart. How would Recompense gardener regard a little girl like that? He would have her over sometime for a day, and they would chatter in French. Perhaps he had better brush up his French a little. Then he smiled, remembering that she had called herself stupid, and he was indignant that anyone should pronounce her dumb. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7 About a Gown. Saturday evening was already quiet at the Leveretts. Elizabeth had been brought up to regard it as the beginning of the Sabbath instead of the end of the week. People were rather shocked then when you said Sunday, quite forgot the beautiful significance of the Lord's Day. Aunt Priscilla still believed in the words of the creation, that the evening and the morning were the first day. In Elizabeth's early married life she had kept it rigorously. All secular employments had been put by, and the children had studied and recited the catechism. But as they changed into men and women, other things came between. Then Mr. Leverett grew lax and straight off. After other gods, she thought at first. He softened noticeably. He had a pitiful side for the poor and all those in trouble. Elizabeth declared he used no judgment or discrimination. He opened the old Bible and put his finger on a verse.
While we have time, let us do good unto all men, and especially unto them that are of the household of faith. You see,
he said gravely,
The household of faith isn't put first. It is all men.
She was reading the Bible not as a duty but a delight, skipping about for the sweetness of it. She found many things that her duty reading had overlooked. The children did not repeat the catechism any more. She had been considering whether it was best to set Doris at it, but Doris knew her catechism, and Cousin Winthrop was the churchman, so perhaps it wasn't wise to meddle. She took Doris to church with her. Now on Saturday evening work was put away. Warren was trying to read Paradise Lost. He had parsed out of it at school. Now and then he dropped into the very heart of things, but he had not a poetical temperament. His father enjoyed it very much, and was quite a reader of Milton's prose works. Betty had strayed off into history. Doris sat beside Uncle Leverett with her arms on his knee, and looked into the fire. What were they doing back in old Boston? Aunt Elizabeth had already condemned the fairy stories as untrue and therefore falsehoods, so Doris never mentioned them. The child, with her many changes and gentle nature, had developed a certain tact or adaptiveness, and loved pleasantness. She was just a little afraid of Aunt Elizabeth's sharpness. It was like a biting wind. She always made comparisons in her mind and saw things in pictured significance. It ran over many things now. The old house that had been patched and had one corner propped up from outside, the barn that was propped up all around and had a thatched roof that suggested an immense haystack, old Barbie crooning songs by the kitchen fire, sweet old Miss Arabella with her high cap and her snowy little curls. Why did Aunt Priscilla think curls wrong? She had a feeling Aunt Elizabeth did not quite approve of hers, but Betty said the Lord curled them in the beginning. How sweet Miss Arabella must have been in her youth. Yes, she must surely have been young, when she wore the pretty frocks and went to the king's palace. She always thought of her when she came to the verses in the Psalms about the king's daughters and their beautiful attire. If Betty could have had one of those. Her heart beat with unwonted joy as she remembered how readily Uncle Winthrop had consented to her wish. Oh, if the frock would be pretty, and if Betty would like it. She stole a glance or two at her. How queer to have a secret from Betty that concerned her so much. Of course, people do not talk about clothes on Sunday, so there would be no temptation to tell, even if she had a desire, which she should not have. Monday morning everything would be in a hurry, for it was wash day, and she would have to go over her lessons. Uncle Win said the gown would be at the house Monday noon.
What are you thinking of, little one?
Uncle Leverett put his hand over the small one and looked down at her face, which grew scarlet. Or was it the warmth of the fire? She laughed with a sudden embarrassment.
I've been to Old Boston,
she said,
and to New Boston, and I have seen such sights of things.
You had better go to bed, and you have almost burned up your face sitting so close to the fire. It is bad for your eyes, too,
said Aunt Elizabeth. She rose with ready obedience.
I think I'll go too,
said Betty with a yawn. The history of the Reformation was dull and prosy. When Doris had said her prayers and was climbing into bed, Betty kissed her good night.
I'm awfully afraid Uncle Win will want you some day,
she said.
And I just couldn't let you go. I wish you were my little sister.
There was a service in the morning and in the afternoon on Sunday. Uncle Leverett accompanied them in the morning. He generally went out in the evening, and often some neighbor came in. It was quite a social time. When Doris came home from school Monday noon, Aunt Elizabeth handed her a package addressed to Miss Doris Adams from Mr. Winthrop Adams.
It's a new frock, I know,
cried Betty laughingly.
And it is very choice. I can tell by the way it is wrapped. Open it quick. I'm on pins and needles.
It's a nice cord. Don't cut it,
interposed Aunt Elizabeth. Betty picked out the knot. There was another wrapper inside, and this had on it Miss Betty Leverett, from her little cousin, Doris Adams. Mr. Leverett came at Betty's exclamation and looked over her shoulder.
Are you sure it is for me? Here is a note from Uncle Win that is for you. Oh! Doris, was this what you did Saturday?
A soft shimmering china silk slipped out of its folds and trailed on the floor. It was a lovely, rather dullish blue, such as you see in old china, and sprays of flowers were outlined in white. Betty stood transfixed and just glanced from one to the other.
Oh, do you like it?
Cried Warren, impatient for the verdict.
Uncle Win asked me to go out and do an errand with him. I was clear amazed. But it's Doris's gift, and bought out of her own money. We looked over ever so many things. He said you wanted something young, not a grandmother gown, and we both settled upon this.
Betty let it fall and clasped Doris in her arms.
Down on the dirty floor, as if it was nothing worthwhile,
began Mrs. Leverett, while her husband picked up the slippery stuff and let it fall again until she took it out of his hands.
And do come to dinner. There's a pot pie made of the cold meat, and it will all be cold together, for I took it up ever so long ago. And Betty, you haven't put on any pickles. And get the quince sauce.
I don't know what to say.
There were tears in Betty's eyes as she glanced at Doris.
Well, you can have all winter to say it in,
rejoined her mother tartly.
And your father won't want to spend all winter waiting for his dinner.
They had finished their washing early. By a little after 10, everything was on the line. Now the mornings had grown shorter, although you could piece them out by candlelight. Betty had suggested the cold meat should be made into a pot pie, and now Mrs. Leverett half wished she had kept to the usual wash-day dinner, cold meat and warmed-over vegetables. She felt undeniably cross. She had not cordially acquiesced in Betty's going to the party. The best gown she had to wear was her gray cloth, new in the spring. It had been let down in the skirt and trimmed with some wine-colored bands Aunt Priscilla had brought her. It would be a good discipline for Betty to wear it. When she saw the other young girls in gayer attire, she would be mortified if she had any pride. Just where proper pride began and improper pride ended, she was not quite clear. Anyhow, it would check Betty's party-going this winter, and now all the nicely laid plans had come to grief. Doris stood still, feeling there was something not quite harmonious in the atmosphere.
"You were just royal to think of it,"
said Warren, clasping both arms around Doris.
"Uncle Win told me about it, and I hope you like our choice. Betty had a blue and white cambric, I think they called it, last summer, and she looked so nice in it, but it didn't wash well. Silk doesn't have to be washed. Oh, you haven't read your letter."
Uncle Leverett had been folding and rolling the silk and laid it on a chair. The dinner came in just as Doris had read 2 or 3 lines of her note.
Aunt Elizabeth,
when there was a little lull,
Uncle Winthrop says he will come up to supper tonight.
He seems very devoted, suddenly.
Well, why shouldn't he be devoted to the little stranger in his charge, if she isn't exactly within his gates? She is in ours.
A flush crept in Elizabeth Leverett's face. She did not look at Doris, but she felt the child's eyes were upon her. Wondering eyes, asking the meaning of this unusual mood. It was unreasonable as well. Elizabeth had a kindly heart, and she knew she was doing not only herself but Doris an injustice. She checked her rising displeasure.
I should have enjoyed seeing you and Uncle Win shopping,
she said rather jocosely to Warren. Betty glanced up at that. The sky was clearing and the storm blowing over. But oh, she had her pretty gown, come what might.
I don't believe but that I would have been a better judge than either of them,
said Uncle Leverett.
Uncle Win wasn't really any judge at all,
rejoined Warren laughingly.
He would have chosen the very best there was, fine enough for a wedding gown. But I knew Betty liked blue, and that girls wanted something soft and delicate.
You couldn't have suited me any better,
acknowledged Betty, giving the chair that held her treasure an admiring glance.
I shall have to study all the afternoon to know what to say to Uncle Win. As for Doris...
Doris was smiling now. If they were all pleased, that was enough.
I hope Uncle Win won't let you spend your money this way very often,
said Uncle Leverett.
Or you will have nothing left to buy silk gowns for yourself when you're a young woman.
Maybe no one will ever ask me to a party,
said Doris simply.
I will give one in your honor,
declared Warren.
Let me see. In 7 years you will be 16. I will save up a little money every year after I get my freedom suit.
Your freedom suit?
In a perplexed manner.
Yes, when I'm 21. That will be next July.
You will have to buy her a silk gown as well,
said his father with a twinkle of humor in his eye.
Then I shall strike for higher wages.
We shall have a new president, and we will see what that brings about. The present method is simply ruinous.
The dinner was uncommonly good. It had been made of cooked-over meat, and the pie was delicious. Any woman who could make a pie like that and have the custard a perfect cream ought to be the happiest woman alive. Mr. Leverett followed his wife out in the kitchen and gave the door a push with his foot. But the three young people were so enthusiastic about the new gown, now that the restraint was moved, that they could not have listened.
"Mother,"
he began,
"don't spoil the little girl's good time and her pleasure in the gift."
Betty did not need a silk gown. The other girls didn't have one until they were married. If I had considered it proper, I should have bought it myself.
But Winthrop hadn't the heart to refuse Doris.
If he means to indulge every woman fancy, she'll spend everything she has before she's fairly grown. She's too young to understand, and she has been brought up so far in an irresponsible fashion. Generosity is sometimes foolishness.
You wouldn't catch Hollis's little boy spending his money on anyone.
And Sam's grandfather laughed. Sam was bright and shrewd, smart at his books, and good at a barter. He had a little money out at interest already. Mr. Leverett had put it in the business, and every 6 months Sam collected his interest on the mark.
Winthrop isn't as slack as you sometimes think. He could calculate compound interest to a fraction.
I'm glad someone has a little forethought,
was the rather tart reply.
Winthrop isn't as slack as you sometimes think. He doesn't like business, but he has a good head for it, and he will look out for Doris. He is mightily interested in her, too. But if you must scold anyone, save it for him tonight, and let Doris be happy in her gift.
Am I such a scold?
You are, my dear helpmeet.
He put his arm over her shoulder and kissed her. People were not very demonstrative in those days, and their affection spoke oftener in deeds than words. In fact, they thought the words betrayed a strand of weakness.
There, I must be off,
he added.
Come, Warren,
opening the door.
Meade will think we have had a turkey dinner and stayed to polish the bones.
Betty had been trying the effect of trailing silk and enjoying her brother's admiration. Now she folded it again decorously and began to pile up the cups and plates, half afraid to venture into the kitchen, lest her dream of delight should be overshadowed by a cloud. Mrs. Leverett was doing a sober bit of thinking. How much happiness ought one to allow oneself in these vale of tears? Something she had read last night recurred to her. Inasmuch as ye have done it unto the least of these. Done what? Fed bodies and warmed and clothed them? What of the hungry, longing soul? All her life she had a good, tender husband, and now when he had strayed from the faith a little, he seemed dearer and nearer than ever before. God had given her a great deal to be thankful for. 5 fine children who had never strayed out of the paths of rectitude. Of course, she had always been given the credit to their bringing up. And here was a little girl reared quite differently, sweet, wholesome, generous, painstaking, and grateful for every little favor. Astute Betty sent Doris in as an advance guard.
You may take the dish of spoons, and I'll follow with the cups and saucers.
Aunt Elizabeth looked up and half smiled.
You and Uncle Wim have been very foolish,
she began, but her tone was soft, as if she did not wholly believe what she was saying.
I shall save my scolding for him, and I think Betty will have to train you in figures all winter long to half repay for such a beautiful gift.
Oh, Aunt Elizabeth, I thought of it, you know,
she cried in sweet eagerness.
And if there is anything wrong...
There isn't anything wrong, dear.
Mrs. Leverett stooped and kissed her.
I don't know as Betty needed a silk gown, for many a girl doesn't have one until she's married. I shall have to keep a sharp eye on you and Uncle Win hereafter.
Betty went back and forth. The dishes were washed and the kitchen set to rights, while the bits of talk flowed pleasantly.
I think I will iron this afternoon,
announced Betty.
I see some of the clothes are dry. Didn't you mean to go and see about the carpet, Mother?
I had thought of it. I want to have my warp dyed blue and orange, and some of the rags colored. Mrs. Jett does it so well, and she's so needy, I thought I would give her all the work. Your father said I had better. And she might dip over that brown frock of yours. The piece of new can go with it, so it will be alike.
Betty wanted to lift up her heart in thanksgiving. The dyeing tub was her utter abomination. It took so long for the stain to wear out of your hands.
Well, if you like.
This referred to the ironing.
I don't know how you'll get your gown done.
I might run over and get some patterns from Jane, if I get through in time,
suggested Betty, for a horrible fear had entered her mind that her mother's acceptance of the fact foreboded some delay in the making.
Don't go until I get back.
Oh, no.
Betty took down the clothes and folded them. They were just right to iron. She arranged her table, and Doris brought her books and sat at one end.
It would be so much nicer to talk about the party,
she said gravely.
But the lessons are so hard. Oh, Betty, do you think I shall ever be smart like other girls? I feel ashamed sometimes. My figures are just dreadful. Robert Lane said this morning they look like hen tracks. His are beautiful. And he is only 7 years old. Oh, dear.
Robbie has been at school 3 years. Wait until you have been a year.
And writing. Oh, Betty, when will I be able to write a letter to Miss Arabella? Now, if you could talk across the ocean.
The idea! One would have to scream pretty loud, and then it wouldn't go a mile.
Betty threw her head back and laughed, but Doris was to live long enough to talk across the ocean, though no one really dreamed of it then. Indeed, at first it was quite ridiculed.
It is a nice thing to know a good deal, but it is awful hard to learn,
said the little girl presently.
Now, it seems to me I never could learn French, and when you rattle it off in the way you do, I am dumbfounded.
What is that, Betty?
Betty flushed and laughed.
Surprised, or anything like that,
she returned.
But, you see, I learned to talk and read just as you do English, and then Papa being English. Why, I had both languages. It was very easy.
Patience and perseverance will make this easy.
And I can't knit a stocking, nor make a shirt. And I haven't pieced a bedspread, nor worked a sampler. Mary Green has a beautiful one with the border of strawberries around the edge and forget-me-nots in the corner. Her father is going to have it framed.
Oh, you must not chatter so much. Begin and say some tables.
I know 3 times, skipping all about. But when you get good and used one way, you have to fly around some other way. I can say 4 times straight, but I have to think a little.
Now begin,
said Betty. They seemed to run races until Doris's cheeks were like roses and she was all out of breath. At last she accomplished the baleful 4, skipping about.
Mrs. Webb said I must learn 4 and 5 this week, and 5 is easy enough. Now, will you hear me do some sums in addition?
She added aloud, and did quite well, Betty thought.
When I can make nice figures and do sums that are worthwhile, I am to have a book to put them in, Mrs. Webb says. What is worthwhile, Betty?
Why, it's a thing that is really worth doing well. I don't know everything.
With a half-laughing sigh, Betty had all her pieces ironed before the lessons were learned. Doris thought ironing was easier. It finished up of itself, and there was nothing to come after.
Well, there is mending,
suggested Betty.
I know how to darn. I shall not have to learn that.
And you darn beautifully.
While Mrs. Leverett was out, she thought she would run down to Aunt Priscilla's a few moments, so it was rather late when she returned. But Betty had a pan of biscuits rising in the warmth of the fire. Then she was allowed to go over to the Morses and tell Jane the wonderful news. Uncle Winthrop walked up, so there would be no trouble about the horse. Then he had been riding all day and needed some exercise.
And how did the silk suit?
He asked as he took both of the child's hands in his.
It was just beautiful. Betty was delighted, and so surprised. Uncle Winthrop, isn't it a joyful thing to make people happy?
Why, I suppose it is.
With a curious hesitation in his voice as he glanced down into the shining eyes. He had not thought much about making anyone happy latterly. Indeed, he believed he had laid all the real joys of life in his wife's grave. He was proud of his son, of course, and he did everything for his advancement. But a simple thing like this.
We have been studying all the afternoon, Betty and I. She is so good to me. And to think, Uncle Win, she had read the Bible all through when she was 8 years old and made a shirt. All the little girls make one for their father. And he gave her a silver $50 with a hole in it. And she put a blue ribbon through it and means to keep it always. But I haven't any father. And I began to read the Bible on Sunday. It will take me 2 years.
With a long sigh.
I used to read the Psalms to Miss Arabella, and there was a portion for every day. They are just a month long, when the month has 30 days.
Her chatter was so pleasant. Several times through the day her soft voice had haunted him. Aunt Elizabeth came in with her big kitchen apron tied over her best afternoon gown. She didn't scold very hard, but she thought Uncle Win might be careful of the small fortune coming to Doris, since she had neither father nor brother to augment it, and they would make Betty as vain as a peacock in all her finery. Betty returned laden with patterns and her eyes as bright as stars. Jane Morse had promised to come over in the morning and help her cut her gown. Jane was a very handy girl and prided herself on knowing enough about mantua making to get her living if she had need. At that period, nearly every family did the sewing of all kinds except the outside wear for men, and fashions were as eagerly sought for and discussed among the younger people as in more modern times. The old Puritan attire was still in vogue. Not so many years before the Revolution, the Royalist fashions, both English and French, had been adopted, but the cocked hats and scarlet coats, the flowing wigs and embroidered waistcoats, had been swept away by the Continental style. For women, high heels and high caps had run riot, and hoops and flowing trains of brocades and velvets and glistening silks. Now the wife of the first consul of France was the Empress Josephine, and the Empire style had swept away the pompadour and everything else. It had the advantage of being more simple, though quite as costly. Uncle Win and Uncle Leverett talked politics after supper, one sitting one side of the chimney and one the other. Doris had gone over to Uncle Winthrop's side, and she wished she could be two little girls just for the evening. She was trying very hard to understand what they meant by the embargo and the Non-Intercourse Act, and she learned that they were going to have a new president in March. She did not think politics very interesting. She liked better to hear about the war that had begun more than 30 years ago. Uncle Leverett was quite sure there would be another war before they were done with it, that all the old questions had not been fought out, and there could be no lasting peace until they were. Did men like war so much, she wondered. Betty stole around to Uncle Win's side before he went away and thanked him again for the interest he had taken in Doris's desire. Yes, she was a pretty girl, and how much cheer there seemed around the Leverett fireside. Warren was a fine young fellow, too, older by 2 years than his own son. He missed a certain cordial living that would have cheered his own life. When his boy came home, he would have it different, and by that time he would have decided about Doris. Betty and Jane had plenty of discussions the next morning. Waists were short and full, and with a square neck and a flat band, over which there was a fall of lace and short puff sleeves for evening wear.
But she isn't likely to go to another party this winter, and she will want it for a best dress all next summer,
said Mrs. Leverett.
Oh, I should have long sleeves as well, and just baste them in. And there's so much silk, I should make a fichu to tie round in the back with 2 long ends. You can make that any time, and a scant ruffle not more than 1 inch wide when it is finished. A ruffle round the skirt about 2 inches when that is done. Letty Rowe has 3 ruffles round her changeable taffeta. 'Twas made for her cousin's wedding, and it is just elegant.
It is a shame to waste stuff that way,
declared Mrs. Leverett.
But the frills are scant, and skirts are never more than 2.5 yards round. Why, last summer Mother said I might have that fine sprigged muslin of hers to make over, and I'm sure I have enough for another gown. Mrs. Leverett, it doesn't take half as much to make a gown for us as it did for our mothers, said
Jane with arch humor.
She had better save the piece for a new waist and sleeves, declared
the careful mother.
Well, maybe fichus and capes will go out before another summer. I would save the piece now at any rate,
agreed Jane. Jane was extremely clever. The girls had many amusing asides, for Mrs. Leverett was ironing in the kitchen. There was nothing harmful about them, but they were full of gay promise. Jane cut and basted and fitted. There were the bodice and the sleeves.
You can easily slip out the long ones,
she whispered.
And there was the skirt, with the lining all basted, and the ruffles cut and sewed together.
You'll have a nice job hemming them. I should do it over a cord. It makes them set out so much better. And if you get in the drag, I'll come over tomorrow. I'm to help Mother with the nut cake this afternoon. It cuts better to be a day or 2 old. We made the fruit cake a fortnight ago.
How good you are. I don't know what I should have done without you.
And I don't know how Betty will ever repay you,
said Mrs. Leverett.
I know,
returned Jane laughingly.
I have planned to get every stitch out of her. I'm going to quilt my young man's ramble this winter, and Mother said I might ask in 2 or 3 of the best quilters I know. Betty quilts so beautifully.
The young man's ramble was patchwork of a most intricate design, in which it seemed that one might ramble about fruitlessly.
I am glad there is some way of you getting even,
said the mother with a little pride. Jane took dinner with them, and then ran off home. Warren went a short distance with her, as their way lay together.
I hope you didn't say anything about the dancing,
he remarked.
Mother is rather set against it. But Sister Electa gives dancing parties, and Betty's going to Hartford this winter. She ought to know how to dance.
Trust me for not letting the cat out of the bag.
Betty sewed and sewed. She could hardly attend to Doris's lessons and sums. She hemmed the ruffle in the evening and hurried with her work the next morning. Everything went smoothly, and Mrs. Leverett was more interested than she would have believed. And she was quite ready to take up the cudgel for her daughter's silken gown when Aunt Priscilla made her appearance. Of course she would find fault. But it is the unexpected that happens. Aunt Priscilla was in an extraordinary mood. Some money had been paid to her that morning that she had considered lost beyond a peradventure, and she said,
"It was a great piece of foolishness, and Winthrop Adams at his time of life ought to have had more sense. But what could you expect of a man always browsing over books? And if she had thought Betty was dying for a silk frock, she had 2 laid away that would come in handy sometime. She hadn't ever quite decided who should fall heir to them, but so many of the girls had grown up and had husbands to buy fine things for them, she supposed it would be Betty. What is going round the neck and sleeves?"
she asked presently.
Mother has promised to lend me some lace,
answered Betty.
The other girls had a borrowed wear out of it.
"I'll look around a bit. I never had much real finery, but husband always wanted me to dress well when we were first married. We went out a good deal for a while before he was hurt. I'll see what I have."
And the next morning old Polly brought over a box with
Miss's best compliments.
There was some beautiful English thread lace, about 4 inches wide, just as it had lain away for years, wrapped in soft white paper, with a cake of white wax to keep it from turning unduly yellow.
"Betty, you are in wonderful luck,"
said her mother.
"Something has stirred up Aunt Priscilla."
Just at noon that eventful Thursday, Mr. Manning came in from Salem for his mother-in-law. Mrs. Manning's little daughter had been born at 8 that morning, and Mary wanted her mother at once. She had promised to go, but hardly expected the call so soon. There were so many charges to give Betty, who was to keep house for the next week. Nothing was quite ready. Mother fashion, she had counted on doing this and that before she went. And if Betty couldn't get along, she must ask Aunt Priscilla to come, just as if Betty had not kept house a whole week last summer. There was advice to Father and to Warren, and he was to try to bring Betty home by 9 o'clock that evening. What Doris would do in the afternoon she couldn't see.
"Go off with an easy heart, Mother,"
said Mr. Leverett.
"I will be home early this afternoon."
End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8. Sinful or Not.
You should have seen me when Jane tied a white sash about my waist. Then I was just complete.
But you looked beautiful before. Like a queen couldn't have looked prettier. Or the Empress Josephine.
Betty laughed and kissed the little girl whose eyes were still full of admiration. She had not come home until 10 and found her father waiting at the fireside. But Doris was snuggled up in bed and soundly asleep. She had risen at her father's call, made the breakfast, and sent the men off in time, then heard the lesson Doris wasn't quite sure of, and sent her to school. And now the dinner was cleared away, and they were sitting by the fire. The Empress Josephine was in her glory then, one of the notables of Europe.
And Mrs. Morse said such lace as that would be $10 a yard now. Think of that! $30! But didn't you get lonesome waiting for Father?
He came just half an hour afterward, And, oh, we had such a grand, funny time getting supper. It was as good as a party. I poured the tea, and he called me Miss Adams, like a grown lady. And then, what do you think? We played fox and geese. And do you know, I thought the geese were dumb to let the fox get them all. And then he took the geese and soon penned my fox in a corner. And then he told me about the fox and the goose and the measure of corn and the man crossing the stream. It was just delightful. I wanted to stay up until you came home, but I did get so sleepy. And was the party splendid? I don't think anyone could have been prettier than you.
Sally Prentice had a pink silk frock, and the ruffles were fringed out, which made them fluffy. It was beautiful. Oh, I should have felt just awful in my gray cloth or blue winter frock, and I owe most of the delight to you, little Doris. I've been thinking, sometime I will work you a beautiful white frock, fine India muslin.
And what did they do?
We didn't sew much.
Betty laughed.
We talked and talked. I knew all but one girl, and we were soon acquainted. Jane didn't have a thing to do, of course. Then the gentlemen came, and we went out to supper. The table was like a picture. There was cold turkey and cold ham and cold baked pork. They were all delicious. And bread and biscuits and puffy little cakes quite new. Mrs. Morse's cousin brought the recipe, and she has promised it to Mother. And there were jams and jellies and ever so many things. And then all the plates and meats were sent away, and the birthday cake with 17 tiny candles was lighted up. And cake of every kind, and whipped cream, and nuts, and candies. Then we went back to the parlor and played Proverbs and What Is My Thought Like? And then Black Joe came with his fiddle. First they danced the minuet. It was beautiful. And then they had what is called cotillions. I believe that is the new fashionable dance. It takes 8 people, but you can have 2 or 3 at the same time. They dance in figures, and oh, it was just delightful. I do wonder if it is wrong.
What would make it wrong?
Asked Doris gravely.
That's what puzzles me. A great many people think it is right and send their children to dancing school. On all great occasions there seems to be dancing. It is stepping and floating around gracefully. You think of swallows flying and flowers swinging and grass waving in the summer sun.
But if there is so much of it in the world, and if God made the world gay and glad and rejoicing and full of butterflies and birds and ever so many things that don't do any real work but just have a lovely time...
Doris's wide-open eyes questioned her companion.
They haven't any souls. I don't know.
Betty shook her head.
Let's ask Father about it tonight. When you are little, you play tag and puss in the corner and other things, and run about full of fun. Dancing is more orderly and refined. And there's the delicious music. All the young men were so nice and polite, so kind and elegant, and it makes you feel of greater consequence. I don't mean vain, only as if it was worthwhile to behave prettily. It's like the parlor and the kitchen. You don't take your washing and scrubbing and scouring in the parlor, though that work is all necessary. So there are 2 sides to life, and my side just now is getting supper, while your side is studying tables. Oh, I do wonder if you will ever get to know them.
Doris sighed. She would so much rather talk about the party.
And your frock was pretty?
She ventured timidly.
All the girls thought it lovely, and I told them it was a gift from my little cousin who came from old Boston, and they were so interested in you. They thought Doris a beautiful name, but Sally said the family name ought to be grander to go with it. But Adams is a fine old name, too. The first name that was ever given. There was only one man then, and then there came to be such hosts of them they tacked the S on to make it a noun of multitude.
Did they really? Some of the children are learning about nouns. Oh dear, how much there is to learn,
said the little girl with a sigh. Betty went at her supper. People ate 3 good stout meals in those days. It made a deal of cooking. It made a stout race of people as well, and one heard very little about nerves and indigestion. Betty was getting to be quite a practised cook. Mr. Leverett took a good deal of interest hearing about the party. Warren had enjoyed it mightily, and then they beseeched him for an opinion on the question of dancing. Warren presented his petition that he might be allowed to join a class of young men that was being formed. There were only a few vacancies.
I do not think I have a very decided opinion about it,
he returned slowly.
Times have changed a good deal since I was young, and amusements have changed with them. 100 or so years ago life was very strenuous, and prejudices of people very strong. Yet the young people skated and had out-of-doors games and indoor plays that we consider very rough now. And you remember that our ancestors were opposed to nearly everything their oppressors did. Their own lives were too serious to indulge in much pleasuring. The pioneers of a nation rarely do. But we have come to an era of more leisure as to social life. Whether it will make us strong as a nation remains to be seen.
That doesn't answer my question,
said Warren respectfully.
I'm going to ask you to wait until you are of age, mostly for your mother's sake. I think she dreads leaving the old ways, and then Betty will have no excuse.
With a shrewd little smile, Warren looked disappointed.
But I danced last night,
said Betty.
And we used to dance last winter at school. 2 or 3 of the girls were good enough to show us the new steps. And one of the amusing things was a draw cotillion. The girls drew out a slip of paper that had a young man's name on it, and then she had to pass it over to him, and he danced with her. And who do you think I had?
Triumphantly.
I do not know the young men who were there,
said her father.
I hope it was the very nicest and best,
exclaimed Doris.
It just was. Jane's cousin, Morris Winslow. And he was quite the leader in everything, almost as if it was his party. And he is one of the real quality, you know. I was almost afraid to dance with him. But he was so nice and told me what to do every time, so I did not make any serious blunders. But it is a pleasure to feel that you know just how.
There will be years for you to learn,
said her father.
Meanwhile, the ghost of old Miles Standish may come back.
What would he do?
asked Doris, big-eyed. Warren laughed.
What he did in the flesh was this. The Royalists, you see, they were not all Puritans that came over, were going to keep an old-time festival at a place called Merry Mount. They erected a maypole, and were going to dance around it.
That is what they do at home, and they have a merry time. Miss Arabella took me. And didn't Miles Standish like it?
I guess not. He sent a force of men to tear it down, and marched Morton and his party into Plymouth, where they were severely reprimanded. Fined as well, some people say.
We do not rule our neighbors quite as strictly now, but one must admire those stanch old fellows after all.
I'm glad the world has grown wider,
said Warren, but he wished its wideness had taken in his mother, who had a great fear of the evils lying in wait for unwary youth. Still, he would not go against her wishes while he was yet under age. Young people were considered children in their subjection to their parents until this period, and girls who stayed at home were often in subjection all their lives. There were men who ruled their families with a sort of iron sway, but Mr. Leverett had always been considered rather easy. Doris begged to come out and dry the dishes, but they set tables instead of talking of the seductive party. Mr. Leverett had to go out for an hour. Betty sat down and took up her knitting. She felt rather tired and sleepy, for she had gone on with her party the night before, after she was in bed. A modern girl would be just getting ready to go to her party at 10. But then she would not have to get up at 5:30 the next morning, make a fire, and cook breakfast. Suddenly Betty found herself nodding.
Put up your book, Doris. I'll mix the cakes, and we will go to bed. You can dream on the lessons.
The party had demoralized Doris as well. Among the real quality, young men came to inquire after the welfare of the ladies the next morning, or evening at the latest, but people in the middle class were occupied with their employments, which were the main things of their lives. And though the lines were strongly drawn, and the quality were aristocratic, there were pleasant gradations, marked by a fine breeding on the one side and a sense of fitness on the other, that met when there was an occasion, and mingled and fused agreeably, then returned each to his proper sphere. The Morrises were well connected, and had some quite high-up relatives. For that matter, so were the Leveretts. But Foster Leverett was not ambitious for wealth or social distinction, and Mrs. Leverett clung to the safety of the good old ways. Jane ran over in the morning with a basket of some of the choicer kinds of cake, and some nuts, raisins, and mottos for the little girl. There were so many nice things she was dying to tell Betty, compliments, and some from Cousin Morris. And didn't she think everything went off nicely?
It was splendid all through,
cried Betty enthusiastically.
I would like to go to a party. Well, I suppose every week would be too often, but at least twice a month.
The Chauncey Winslows are going to have a party Thanksgiving night. They're Morris's cousins and not mine, but I've been there, and Morris said last night I should have an invitation. It will be just splendid, I know.
But you are 17, and Mother thinks I'm only a little girl,
returned Betty.
Oh yes, I didn't go scarcely anywhere last winter. Being grown up is ever so much nicer, but it will come for you.
Electa wants me to visit her this winter. The assembly is to meet, you know, and she has plenty of good times, although she has 3 children. I do hope I can go, and I have that lovely frock.
That would be delightful. I wish I had a sister married and living away somewhere, New York, for instance. They have such fine times. Oh dear, how do you get along alone?
It keeps me pretty busy.
Jane had come out in the kitchen so Betty could go on with her dinner preparations.
Mother thinks of keeping Cousin Nabby all winter. She likes Boston so, and it's lonely up in New Hampshire on the farm. That will ease me up wonderfully.
If I go away, Mother will have to get someone.
Although they do not think we young people are of much account,
laughed Jane.
Give your little girl a good big chunk of party cake and run over when you can.
But I can't now.
Then I will have to do the visiting.
Dinner was ready on the mark, and Mr. Leverett praised it. Doris came home in high feather. She had not missed a word, and she had done all her sums.
I think I am growing smarter,
she announced with a kind of grave exultation.
Don't you think Aunt Elizabeth will teach me how to knit when she comes back?
Not to have knit a pair of stockings was considered rather disgraceful for a little girl. Aunt Priscilla came over early Saturday afternoon. She found the house in very good order, and she glanced sharply about, too. They had not heard from Mary yet, but the elder lady said no news was good news. Then she insisted on looking over the clothes for the Monday's wash and mending up the rents. Tuesday she would come in and darn the stockings. When she was 9 years old, it was her business to do all the family darning, looking askance at Doris.
Now, if you had been an only child, Aunt Priscilla, and had no parents, what a small amount of darning would have fallen to your share,
said Betty.
Well, I suppose I would have been put out somewhere and trained to make myself useful. And if I'd had any money, that would have been on interest, so that I could have some security against want in my old age. Anyway, it isn't likely I should have been allowed to fritter away my time.
Betty wondered how Aunt Priscilla could content herself with doing such a very little now, not but what she had earned a rest. And Foster Leverett, who managed some of her business, said sub rosa that she was not spending all her income.
You can't come up to your mother making tea,
she said at the supper table.
Your mother makes the best cup of tea I ever tasted.
Taking it all together, they did get on passably well without Mrs. Leverett during the 10 days. She brought little James, 6 years of age, who couldn't go the long distance to school in cold weather with the 2 older children, and so was treated to a visit at grandmother's. Mary was doing well and had a sweet little girl, good as a kitten. Mr. Manning's Aunt Comfort had come to stay a spell through the winter, and now there was getting ready for Thanksgiving. There was no time to make mince pies, but then Mrs. Leverett didn't care so much for them early in the season. Hollis's family would come up. They would ask Aunt Priscilla, and maybe Cousin Winthrop would join them, so they were busy as possible. Little James took a great liking to his shy cousin Doris, and helped her say tables and spell. He had been at school all summer and was very bright and quick.
But, Uncle Foster,
she declared,
the children in America are much smarter than English children. They understand everything so easily.
Then came the first big snowstorm of the season. There had been 2 or 3 little dashes and squalls. It began at noon and snowed all night. The sky was so white in the early morning you could hardly tell where the snow line ended and where it began. But by and by there came a bluish, silvery streak that parted it like a band, and presently a pale sun ventured forth, hanging on the edge of yellowish clouds and growing stronger, till about noon it flooded everything with gold, and the heavens were one broad sheet of blue magnificence. Doris did not go to school in the morning. There were no broken paths, and boys and men were busy shoveling out or tracking down.
"It is a heavy snow for so early in the season,"
declared Uncle Leverett.
"We are not likely to see bare ground in a long while."
Doris thought it wonderful, and when Uncle Winthrop came the next day and took them out in a big sleigh with a span of horses, her heart beat with unwonted enjoyment. But the familiarity little James evinced with it quite startled her. Thanksgiving Day was a great festival even then, and had been for a long while. Christmas was held of little account. New Year's Day had a great social aspect. Commencement, election, and training days were in high favor, and every good housewife baked election cake, and every voter felt entitled to a half-holiday at least. Then there was an annual fast day, with church-going and solemnity quite different from its modern successor. The Hollis Leveretts, 2 grown people and 4 children, came up early. Sam, or Little Sam, as he was often called to distinguish him from his 2 uncles, was a nice, well-grown and well-looking boy of about 10. Mrs. Hollis had lost her next child, a boy also, and Bessie was just beyond 6. Charles and the baby completed the group. Uncle Leverett made a fire in the best room early in the morning. Doris was a little curious to see it with the shutters open. It was a large room with a Boughton ingrain carpet, stiff chairs, 2 great square ottomans, a big sofa, and some curious old paintings, besides a number of framed silhouettes of different members of the family. The most splendid thing of all was the great roaring fire in the wide chimney. The high shelf was adorned with 2 pitchers in curious glittering bronze, with odd designs in blue and white raised from the surface. The children brought their stools and sat around the fire. Adjoining this was the spare room, the guest chamber par excellence. Sometimes the old house had been full, when there were young people coming and going, and relatives from distant places visiting. Electa and Mary had both married young, though in the early years of her married life Electa had made long visits home. But her husband had prospered in business and gone into public life, and she entertained a good deal, and the journey home was long and tedious. Mary was much nearer, but she had a little family and many cares. Sam took the leadership of the children. He had seen Doris for a few minutes on several occasions, and had not a very exalted opinion of a girl who could only cipher in addition, while he was over in interest and terror and tret. To be sure, he could neither read nor talk French. This year he had gone to the Latin school. He hadn't a very high opinion of Latin, and did not want to go to college. He was going to be a shipping merchant, and own vessels to go all over the world and bring cargoes back to Boston. He meant to be a rich man and own a fine big house like the Hancock house. Doris thought it'd be wonderful for a little boy to get rich.
"And you might be Lord Mayor of Boston,"
she said, thinking of the renowned Whittington.
"We don't have Lord Mayors, nor Lord anything now, except occasionally a French or English nobleman, and we don't care much for them,"
said the uncompromising young Republican.
"I should like to be governor, or perhaps president, but I shouldn't want to waste my time on anything else."
Grandfather Leverett smiled over these boyish ambitions, but he wished Sam's heart was not quite so set on making money. There were so few grown people that by bringing in one of the kitchen tables and placing it alongside they could make room for all. Betty was to be at the end, flanked on both sides by the children. Mrs. Hollis at the other end. There was a savory fragrance of turkey, sauces, and vegetables, and the table seemed literally piled up with good things. Just as they were about to sit down, Uncle Winthrop came in for a moment to express his regrets again at not being able to make one of the family circle. Doris thought he looked very handsome in his best clothes, his elegant brocaded waistcoat and fine double-ruffled shirt front. He wore his hair brushed back and tied in a queue and slightly powdered. He was to go to a grand dinner with some of the city officials, a gathering that was not exactly to his taste, but one he could not well decline. And when Doris glanced up with such eager admiration and approval, his heart warmed tenderly toward her, as it recalled other appreciative eyes that had long ago closed for the last time. What a dinner it was! Sam studied hard and played hard in the brief while he could devote to play, and he ate accordingly. Doris was filled with amazement. No wonder he was round and rosy.
"Doesn't that child ever eat any more?"
asked Mrs. Hollis.
"No wonder she's so slim and peaked. I'd give her some gentian, mother, or anything that would start her up a little."
Doris turned scarlet.
She's always well,
answered Mrs. Leverett.
She hasn't been sick a day since she came here. I think she hasn't much color naturally, and her skin's very fair.
"I do hope she'll stay well. I've had such excellent luck with my children, who certainly do give their keeping credit. I think she's been housed too much. I'm afraid she won't stand the winter very well."
"You can't always go by looks,"
commented Aunt Priscilla. After the dinner was cleared away and the dishes washed, all the grown people helped and made short work of it. The kitchen was straightened, the chairs being put over in the corner, and the children, who were large enough, allowed a game of blind man's bluff, Uncle Leverett watching to see that no untoward accidents happened, and presently allowing himself to be caught. And oh, what a scattering and laughing there was then! His arms were so large that it seemed as if he must sweep everybody into them. But, strange to relate, no one was caught so easily. They dodged and tiptoed about, and gave little half-giggles, and thrilled with success. He did catch Sam presently, and the boy did not enjoy it a bit. Not that he minded being blindfolded, but he should have liked to boast that grandfather could not catch him. Sam could see under the blinder just the least bit. Doris had on red morocco boots, and they were barely up to her slim ankles. They were getting small, so Aunt Elizabeth thought she might take a little good out of them, as they were by far too light for school wear. Sam was sure he could tell by them, and he resolved to capture her. But every time he came near, grandfather rushed before her, and he didn't want to catch back right away. Neither did he want Bessie, whose half-shriek betrayed her whereabouts. Mrs. Leverett opened the door.
"I think you have made noise enough,"
she said. People believed in the old adage then that children should be seen and not heard, and that indoors was no place for a racket.
"Aunt Priscilla thinks she must go, but she wants you to sing a little."
This was for Mr. Leverett, but Sam had a very nice boy's voice and felt proud enough when he lifted it up in church.
"I'll come, grandmother,"
he said with some elation, as if he alone had been asked, and as he tore off the blinder he put his head down close to Doris and whispered,
"It was mean of you to hide behind grandfather every time, and he didn't play fair a bit."
But having a peep at the red shoes as they went dancing round was fair enough. Hollis Leverett sang in the choir. They had come to this innovation, though they drew the line at instrumental music. He had a really fine tenor voice. Mr. Leverett sang in a sort of natural, untrained tone, very sweet. Mrs. Hollis couldn't sing at all, but she was very proud to have the children take after their father. There were times when Aunt Priscilla sang for herself, but her voice had grown rather quivering and uncertain. So Betty and her mother had to do their best to keep from being drowned out. But the old hymns were touching, with here and there a line of rare sweetness. Hollis Leverett was going to take Aunt Priscilla home and then return for the others. Sam insisted upon going with him, so grandfather roasted some corn for Bessie and Doris. They had not the high art of popping it then and turning it inside out, although now and then a grain achieved such a success all by itself. Bessie thought Doris rather queer and not very smart. The two little ones were bundled up and made ready, and the sleigh came back with a jingle for warning. Mrs. Hollis took her baby in her arms, grandfather carried out little Foster, and they were all packed in snugly and covered up almost head and ears with great fur robes, while little Sam shouted out the last goodbye. Mrs. Leverett straightened things in the best room until all the company air had gone out of it. Doris felt the difference, and was glad to come out to her own chimney corner. Then Betty spread the table, and they had a light supper, but what with dinner being a little late and very hearty, no one was hungry. But they sipped their tea and talked over the children, and how finely Sam was getting along in his studies. And Mrs. Leverett brought up the Manning children, for as much as she loved Hollis, her daughter Mary's children came in for a share of grandmotherly affection, and in her heart she felt that little James was quite as good as anybody. Warren had promised to spend the evening with some young friends. Betty wished she were a year older, and could have had the privilege of inviting in schoolmates and their brothers, and that she might have fire in the parlor on special occasions. But to compensate, some of the neighbors dropped in. Doris and James played fox and geese until they were sleepy. James had a little cot in the corner of grandmother's room. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. What Winter Brought. Oh, what a lovely white world it was! The low, sedgy places were frozen over and covered with snow. The edges of the bay, Charles River and Mystic River, were assuming their winter garments as well, and when just a week after another snowstorm came, there seemed a multitude of white peaks out in the harbor, and the hills were transformed into veritable snow-capped mountains. Winter had set in with a rigor unknown today, but people did not seem to mind it. Even the children had a good time sledding and snowballing and building snow forts and fighting battles. There were mighty struggles between the North Enders and the South Enders. Louisburg was retaken, 1775 was reenacted, and Paul Revere again swung his lantern and roused his party to arms, and snowballs whitened instead of darkening the air with the smoke of firearms. Deeds of mighty prowess were done on both sides. But the boys had the best of it, surely. The girls had too much to do. They were soon too large for romping and playing. There were stockings to knit and to darn. There were long overseams and sheets. There was no end of shirt-making for the men. They put the hems in their own frocks and aprons. They stitched gussets and bands and seams. People were still spinning and weaving, though the mills that were to lead the revolution in industries had come in. The embargo was taxing the ingenuity of brains as well as hands, and as much of everything was needed for the increase of population. New methods were invented to shorten processes that were to make New England the manufacturing center of the New World. When the children had nothing else to do, there was always a bag of carpet rags handy. There were braided rugs that were quite marvels of taste, and even the hit-or-miss ones were not bad. Still, they were allowed out after supper on moonlight nights for an hour or so, and then they had grand good times. The father or elder brothers went along to see that no harm happened. Fort Hill was one of the favorite coasting places, and parties of a larger growth thronged there, but Beacon Hill had not been shorn of all its glory. Uncle Winthrop came over one day and took the children and Betty to see the battle at Fort Hill. The British had entrenched themselves with forts and breastworks and had their colors flying. It really had been hard work to enlist men or boys in this army. No one likes to go into a fight with a foregone conclusion that he is to be beaten. But they were to do their best, and they did it. The elders went out to see the fun. The rebels directed all their energies to the capture of one fort instead of opening fire all along the line. By dusk they had succeeded in demolishing that, when the troops on both sides were summoned home to supper and to comfortable beds, an innovation not laid down in the rules of warfare. Little James had been fired with military ardor. Cousin Sam was the leader of one detachment of the rebel forces. Catch him anywhere but on the winning side. Doris had been much interested as well, and that evening Uncle Leverett told them stories about Boston 30 years before. He was a young man of 23 when Paul Revere swung his lantern to give the alarm. He could only touch lightly upon what had been such solemn earnest to the men of the time, the women as well.
I'm going to be a soldier,
declared James with all the fervor of his youthful years.
But you can't ever be, Doris.
No,
answered Doris softly, squeezing Uncle Leverett's hand in both of hers.
But there isn't any war.
Yes, there is. Over in France and England, and ever so many places. My father was reading about it. And if there wasn't any war here, couldn't we go and fight for some other country?
I hope there will never be war in your time, Jimmy boy,
said his grandmother.
And it is bedtime for little people.
Why does bedtime come so soon?
In a deeply aggrieved tone.
When I am a big man, I'm going to sit up clear till morning and tell my grandchildren all night how I fought in the wars.
That is looking a long way ahead,
returned Grandfather. Besides the lessons, Doris was writing a letter to Miss Arabella. That lady would have warmly welcomed any little scrawl in Doris's own hand. Uncle Winthrop had acknowledged her safe arrival and good health, and enlarged somewhat on the pleasant home she had found with her relatives. Betty had overlooked the little girl's letter and made numerous corrections. And she had copied and thought of some new things and copied it over again. She had added a little French verse also.
Dear me,
exclaimed Aunt Elizabeth.
When will the child ever learn anything useful? There doesn't seem any time. The idea of a girl of 10 years old never having knit a stocking. And she will be full of that and more.
But everybody doesn't knit,
said Betty.
Oh, yes. You can buy those flimsy French things that do not give you anywhere. And presently, we may not be able to buy either French or English. She's not going to be so rich, either. It's nonsense to think that marshy land ever being valuable. Whatever possessed anyone to buy it, I can't see. And if Doris was to be a queen, I think she ought to know something useful.
I do not suppose I shall ever need to spin,
Betty said rather archly. Mrs. Leverett had insisted that all the girls should learn to spin both wool and flax. Betty had rebelled a little 2 years ago, but she had learned nevertheless.
And there was a time when a premium was paid to the most skillful spinner. Your grandmother, Betty, was among those who spun on the common. The women used to go out there with their wheels, and there were spinning schools. The better class had to pay, but a certain number of poor women were taught on condition that they would teach their children at home. And it is not 100 years ago either. There was no cloth to be had, and manufactory house was established.
Betty had heard the story of spinning on the commons, for her own grandmother had told her, but she had an idea that the world would go on rather than retrograde, for now they were turning out cotton cloth and printing calico and making canvas and duck, and it was the boast of the famous Constitution that everything besides her armament was made in Massachusetts. Uncle Winthrop thought Doris's letter was quite a masterpiece for a little girl. At least that was what he said. I think he was a good deal more interested in that than in the sampler she had begun, and he agreed privately with Betty that useless sometimes was misspelled into useful. Another letter created quite a consternation. This was from Hartford. Mrs. King wrote that a friend, a Mr. Eastman, was going from Springfield to Boston on some business, and on his return he would bring Betty home with him. His wife was going on to Hartford a few days later, and would be very pleased to have Betty's company. She did not know whether another chance would offer, for not many people were journeying about in the winter. Betty was to bring her nicest gowns, and she needed a good thick pelisse and heavy woolen frock for outside wear. The new hats were very large, and young girls were wearing white or cream beaver. Some very handsome ones had come from New York recently. There was a big bow on the top, and 2 feathers if you could afford it, and ribbon of the same width tied under the chin. She was to bring her slippers and clocked stockings, her newest white frock, and if she had to buy a new one of any kind, it need not be made until she came to Hartford.
I never heard of such a thing,
declared Mrs. Leverett, aghast.
She must think your father is made of money. And when Lecty and Matthias were married, they went to housekeeping in 3 rooms in old Mrs. Morton's house, and Lecty was happy as a queen, and had to save at every turn. She wasn't talking then about white hats and white ribbons and feathers and gewgaws. The idea!
Of course I can't have the hat,
returned Betty resignedly.
But my brown one will do. And oh, isn't it lucky my silk is made and trimmed with that beautiful lace? If I only had my white skirt worked! And that India muslin might do with a little fixing up. If I had a lace ruffle to put round the bottom.
I don't know how I can spare you, Betty. I can't put Doris to do anything. When any of my girls were 10 years old, they could do quite a bit of housekeeping. If she wasn't so behind in her studies.
Betty had 20 plans in a moment, but she knew her mother would object to every one. She would be very discreet until she could talk the matter over with her father.
Everything about the journey is so nicely arranged,
she began.
And, you see, Electa says it will not cost anything to Springfield. There may not be a chance again this whole winter.
This summer will be a good deal pleasanter.
But the capital won't be nearly so gay.
She was about to say, but changed it to
interesting.
Betty, I do wish you were more serious-minded. To think you're 16, almost a woman, and in some things you're just a companion for Doris.
Betty thought it was rather hard to be between everything. She was not old enough for society, she was not a young lady, but she was too old to indulge in the frolics of girlhood. She couldn't be wise and sedate, at least she did not want to be. And were the fun and good times really wicked? She was on the lookout for her father that evening. Warren was going to the house of a friend to supper, as the debating society met there, and it saved him a long walk.
Father, Electa's letter has come,
in a hurried whisper.
She's planned out my visit, but Mother thinks, oh, do try and persuade her and make it possible. I want to go so much.
But Betty began to think the subject never would be mentioned. Supper was cleared away, Doris and James studied, and she sat and worked diligently on her white gown. Then she knew her mother did not mean to say a word before her, and presently she went to bed. Mrs. Leverett handed the letter over to her husband.
From Lecty,
she said briefly. He read it and reread it while she knit on her stocking.
Yes.
Slowly.
Well, Betty might as well go. She has been promised the visit so long.
I can't spare her. Even if I sent James home, there's Doris, and I'm not as spry as I was 10 years ago. The work is heavy.
Oh, you must have someone. John Grant was in from Roxbury today. He has 2 girls quite anxious to go out this winter. I think the oldest means to marry next spring or summer and wants to earn a little money.
We can't take in everyone who wants to earn a little money.
No.
Humorously.
It would bankrupt us these hard times. The keep would be the same as for Betty, and a few dollars' wages wouldn't signify.
But Betty'll want no end of things. It does seem as if Lecty has turned into a fine lady. Whether it would be a good influence on Betty, she's never been serious yet.
And Electa joined the church at 14. I think you can trust Betty with her. To be sure, Matt's prospered beyond everything.
Prosperity and every good gift came from the Lord, Mrs. Leverett fully believed, and yet David had seen the ungodly in great prosperity. She had a mother's pride in Mr. and Mrs. King, but they were rather gay with dinner parties and everything.
She will have to take Betty just as she is. Her clothes are good enough.
Mr. Leverett reread the letter. He wasn't much judge of white hats and wide ribbons, and since the time was short, perhaps Electa could help her to spend the money to better advantage, and there would be no worry. He would just slip a bill or two in Betty's hand toward the last.
Betty's a nice-looking girl,
said her father.
I should be sorry to have her niceness all come out in looks,
said Betty's mother. There was no reply to this.
I really do not think she ought to go. There will be other winters.
Well, we will sleep on the matter. We can't tell about next winter.
Warren thought she ought to go. Aunt Priscilla came over a day or two after in Jonas Field's sleigh. He was out collecting and would call for her at 5:30, though she still insisted she was pretty sure-footed and walking. Mr. Perkins, in a moment of annoyance, had once said to his wife,
Priscilla, you have one virtue at least. One can always tell just where to find you. You are sure to be on the opposition side.
She had a faculty of always seeing how the other side looked. She had a curious sympathy with it as well, and though she was not an irresolute woman, she did sometimes have a longing to go over to the enemy when it was very attractive. She listened now and nodded at Mrs. Leverett's reasoning, adding the pungency of her sniff. Betty's heart dropped like lead. True, she had not really counted on Aunt Priscilla's influence.
I just do suppose if Lecty was ill and alone and wanted Betty, there'd be no difficulty. It's the question between work and play. There warn't much time to play when I was young, and now I wish I had some of the work since I'm too old to play. I do believe the thing ought to be evened up.
This was rather non-committal, but the girl's heart rose a little.
Oh, if Lecty was ill. But you know, Aunt Priscilla, they keep a man beside the girl, and it seems to me she is always having a nurse when the children are ailing, or a woman in to sew, or some extra help. She doesn't need Betty, and it seems as if I did.
Now, if that little one was good for anything.
She's at her lessons all the time, and she must learn to sew. I should have been ashamed of my girls if they had not known how to make one single garment by the time they were 10 years old.
But Doris isn't 10,
interposed Betty.
And here is Electa's letter, Aunt Priscilla.
No, I don't see how I can spare Betty,
said Mrs. Leverett decisively. Aunt Priscilla took out her glasses and polished them, and then adjusted them to her rather high nose.
Well, Lecty's got to be quite quality, hasn't she? And Matthias, too. I suppose it's proper to give folks their whole name when they're getting up in the world and going to legislatures. But land, I remember Matt King when he was a patched-up, barefooted little boy. He was always hanging after Lecty, and your uncle thought she could have done better. Lecty was real good-looking, and now they're top of the heap, with men servants and maid servants and goodness knows what all.
Yes, they have prospered remarkably.
The Kings were a nice family. My, how Miss King did keep them children, 5 of them, when their father died, and not a black sheep among them. Theron's a big sea captain, and Zena's in Washington building up the Capitol, and I dare say Matt is thinking of being sent to Congress. Joe is in the Army, and the young one keeps his mother a lady in New York, I've heard say. Miss King deserves some reward.
Betty glanced up in surprise. It was seldom Aunt Priscilla praised in this wholesale fashion.
And this about the hat is just queer, Betty. You should have seen old Madam Clarissa Bodwin, who came to call yesterday, with a fine sleigh and driver and footman. She just holds on to this world's good things, I tell you, and she's past 70. My, how she was trigged out in a black satin pelisse lined with fur. She had a black beaver bonnet or hat or whatever you call it, with a big bow on top and 2 black feathers flying. I should hate to have my feathers whip all out in such a windy day.
Oh, yes, that is the first style,
said Betty.
Hartford can't keep it all.
Hartford can't hold a candle to Boston, even if Matt King is there. Stands to reason we can get fashions just as soon here if theirs do come from New York. Madam was mighty fine, you see. I do have some grand friends, Betty. Your uncle was a man well thought of.
Madame Bowdoin holds her age wonderfully,
said Mrs. Leverett.
Yes, but she's never done a day's work in her life, and I don't remember when I didn't work. Let me see. I've most forgot the thread of my discourse. Oh, you never would believe, Betty, that 20 years ago there was such a fashion. I had a white beaver. Oh, what possessed me to get it, I don't know. Everything was awful high. I had an idea that white would be rather plain. But when it had that great bow on top and strings a full finger wide, well, I didn't even dare to show it to your uncle. So I packed it away with white wax and in a linen towel, and when she'd gone yesterday I went and looked at it. 'Tain't white now, but it's just the color of rich cream when it stood 24 hours or so. For as I see, they were just as much alike as 2 peas except as to color and the feathers. I declare I was beat. Now, if you were going to be married, Betty, it might do for a wedding hat.
But I'm not going to be married.
With a sigh.
I should hope not,
said Mrs. Leverett.
At 16.
My sister Patty was married when she was 16 and Submit when she was 17. The oldest girls went off in a hurry, so the others had to fill their places. Well, it just amazes me reading about this bonnet, and whatever I'll do with mine except to give it away, I don't know. I did think once of having it dyed, but the bow on top was so handsome, and I've kept paper wadded up inside, and it hasn't flattened down a mite. Now, Elizabeth, She has that silk we all thought so foolish, and her brown frock and pelisse will be just the thing to travel in. And maybe I could find something else. The things will be scattered when I'm dead and gone, and I might as well have the good of giving them away. Most of the girls are married off and have husbands to provide for them. I used to think I'd take some orphan body to train and sort of fill Polly's place, for she grows more unreliable every day. Yet I do suppose it's Christian charity to keep her. And young folks are so trifling.
Go make a cup of tea, Betty,
said Mrs. Leverett.
Now, Elizabeth,
when Betty had shut the door,
I don't see why you mightn't as well let Betty go as not. 'Tisn't as if it was among strangers, and there's really no telling what may happen next year. We haven't any promise of that.
Mrs. Leverett looked up in surprise.
Well, 'tisn't every day such a chance comes to hand. She couldn't go alone on a journey like that, and Lecty seems quite lotting on it.
But Betty's just started in at housekeeping, and she would forget so much.
Betty started in full 6 months ago, and the world swings round so fast, I dare say what she learns will be as old-fashioned as the hills in a few years. I didn't do the way my mother taught me. My husband used to laugh me out of it. She'll have time enough to learn.
The tea, a biscuit, and a piece of pie came in tempting array. Aunt Priscilla was at her second cup when Jonas Field arrived, good 10 minutes before the time.
You come over tomorrow, Betty,
said Aunt Priscilla.
You and Dorothy just take a run. It'll do you good. That child will turn into a book next. She's got some of the Adams streak in her, and girls don't need so much book learning. Solomon's wise, and he don't even know his letters.
That made Doris laugh. She was getting quite used to Aunt Priscilla. She rose and made a pretty curtsy, and said she would like to come. Polly had forgotten to light the lamp. She had been nursing Solomon, and the fire had burned low. Aunt Priscilla scolded, to be sure. Polly was getting rather deaf as well.
It's warm out in the kitchen,
said Polly.
I want it warm here. I ain't going to begin to save on firing at my time of life. I have enough to last me out, and I don't suppose anybody will thank me for the rest. Bring him some logs.
Aunt Priscilla sat with a shawl around her until the cheerful warmth began to diffuse itself, and the blaze lightened up the room. Polly out in the kitchen was rehearsing her woes to Solomon.
It's my opinion, if Mrs. lives much longer, she'll be queerer than Dick's hatband. That just wouldn't lay anyhow, I've heard tell, though I don't know who Dick was and what he'd been doing, but he was mighty queer. 'Pears to me he must have lived before the war when General Washington licked the English. And there's no suiting Mrs. First, it's too hot and you're extravagant. Then it's too cold and she wants to burn up all the wood in creation.
Aunt Priscilla watched the flame of the dancing scarlet blue and leaping white-capped arrows that shot up, and out of the side of one eye she saw a picture on the end of the braided rug, a little girl with a cloud of light curls sitting there with a great gray cat in her lap. The room was so much less lonely then. Perhaps she was getting old, real old, with a weakness for humankind. Was that a sign? She did enjoy the runs over to the Leveretts. What would happen if she should not be able to go out? She gave a little shudder over that. Of all the large family of sisters and brothers, there was no one living very near or dear to her. She was next to the youngest. They had all married, some had died. One brother had gone to the Carolinas and found the climate so agreeable he had settled there. One sister had gone back to England. There were some nieces and nephews, but in the early part of her married life, Mr. Perkins had objected to any of them making a home at his house.
We have no children of our own,
he said,
and I take it as a sign that if the Lord had meant to have us care for any, he would have sent them direct to us, and not had us taking them in at second hand.
They had both grown selfish and only considered their own wants and comforts. But the years of solitude looked less and less inviting to the woman, who had been born with a large social side that had met with a pinch here, been lopped off there, and crowded in another person's measure. If the person had not been upright, scrupulously just in his dealings, and a good provider, that would have altered her respect for him. And wives were to obey their husbands, just as children were trained to obey their parents. But children were having ideas of their own now. Well, when she was 16, she went to Marblehead, and spent a summer with her sister Esther, who was having hard times then with her flock of little children, and who a few years after had given up the struggle. Mr. Green had married again and gone out to the lake countries and started a sawmill where there were forests to his hand. But this long ago summer had been an epoch in her life. She had baked and brewed, swept and scrubbed, cooked and put in her spare time spinning, while poor Esther sewed and took care of a very cross pair of twins and crawled about a little. There had been some merrymaking that would hardly have been allowed at home, and a young man who had sat on the doorstep and talked, who had taken her driving, and with whom she had wickedly and frivolously danced one afternoon when a party of young people had a merrymaking after the hay was in. It was the only time in her life she had ever danced, and it was a glimpse of fairy delight to her. But she was frightened half to death when she came home, and began to have two sides to her life, and she had never gotten rid of the other side. She had a vague idea that next summer she would go again. Meanwhile, Mr. Perkins began to come. There was an older sister, and no one surmised it was Priscilla until in March, when he spoke to Priscilla's father.
"I declare I was clear beat,"
said the worthy parent.
"Seems to me Martha would be more suitable, but his heart's set on Priscilla. He's a good, steady man, forehanded and all that, and will make her a good husband, and she'll keep growing older. There's nothing to say against it."
The idea that Priscilla would say anything was not entertained for a moment. Mr. Perkins began to walk home from church with her and come to tea on Sunday evening, and it was soon noised about that they were keeping steady company. Martha went to Marblehead that summer, and one of the twins died. In the fall Priscilla was married and went to housekeeping in King Street over her husband's place of business. She was engrossed with her life, but she dreamed sometimes of the other side, and the young man who had remarked upon the gown she wore and put roses in her hair. And she had ideas of lace and ribbons and the vanities of the world in that early married period. Her attire was rich, but severely plain. She was not stinted in anything. She was even allowed to lay by on her own account, which meant saving up a little money. She had made a good, careful wife, and some months before he died, touched by her attentive care, her husband said,
"Scylla, I don't see but you might as well have all I'm worth, as to divide it round in the family. They will be disappointed, I suppose, but they haven't earned nor saved. You have been a good wife, and you just take your comfort on it when I'm gone. Then if you should feel minded to give back some of it, why, that's your affair."
The Perkins family had not liked it very well. They knew Aunt Priscilla would marry again, and all that money would go to the second husband. But she had not married, though there had been opportunities. Later on she almost wished she had. She had entertained plans of taking a girl to bring up, and had considered this little orphaned Adams girl, who she had imagined in a vague way would be glad of a good home with the prospect of some money, if she behaved herself rightly. She had pictured a stout, red-cheeked girl who needed training, and not a fine little lady like Doris Adams. But she was glad Doris had sat there on the carpet with the cat in her lap, and she was glad there had been the summer at Marblehead, and the young man who had said more with his eyes than with his lips. He had never married, and had been among the earliest to lay down his life for his country. She always felt that in a way he belonged to her, and if in youth she had had one good time, why shouldn't Betty? Perhaps Betty might marry in some sensible way that would be for the best, and this visit at Hartford would illumine all her life. There were things about it she had never confessed. When her conscience upbraided her mightily, she called them sins and prayed over them. There were other matters. The white bonnet had been one. She had purchased it of a friend who was going in mourning, who had made her try it on, and said,
Just look at yourself in the glass, Priscilla Perkins. You never had anything half so becoming. You look 5 years younger."
She did look in the glass. She could have pirouetted around the room in delight. She was in love with her pretty youthful face. So she bought the hat, at a bargain, of course. She put it away when it came home, and visited it surreptitiously, but somehow never had the courage to confess or to propose wearing it, though other women of her age indulged in as much and more gaiety. In the spring she bought a new silk gown, a gray with a kind of lilac tint, and cut off the breadths to make sure of it. Mr. Perkins viewed it critically.
I'm not quite certain, Priscilla, that it is appropriate. And a brown would give you so much more good wear. It looks too youthful.
He never remembered there were 15 years between himself and Priscilla.
I think I would change it.
Oh,
With the best accent of regret she could assume.
I have cut off the breadths and begun to sew them up. It's the spring color, and summer is coming.
With a reluctant nod. She wore it to a christening and a wedding, but the real delight in it had to be smothered, and when her husband proposed she should have it dyed, she laid it away. There were other foolish indulgences, bows and artificial flowers that she had put on bonnets, and worn in her own room with locked doors, then pulled them off and laid them away. She was so fond of pretty things, gay things, the pleasures of life, and she always relegated to the prose. Other people wore finery with a serene calmness, and went about their daily duties, to church, on missions of mercy, and were well thought of. Where was the sin? Her clothes cost quite as much. Mr. Perkins was a close manager, but not stingy with his wife. She used to think she would confess to her mother about the dancing, but she never had. She ought to bring up these sins of the eye and lay them before her husband, but she never found the right moment and the courage. She had meant to deal them out to the Leverett girls, especially Electa, but Electa seemed to prosper so amazingly. She must do something with them, and clear up her life, sweep and garnish before the summons came. She was getting to be old now, and if she went off suddenly, someone would come in and take possession and scatter her treasures. Likely as not it would be the Perkinses, for she hadn't made any will. Why shouldn't Betty have some of them and go off on her good time? It wouldn't be housekeeping and spinning and looking after fractious children, but those evenings out on the stoop, and the timid invitations to take a walk, the pressure of the hand, the smile out of the eyes. Oh, why? All her life she had been asking why, taking the hard and distasteful because she thought there was a virtue in it, not because she had been trained to believe goodness must have a severe side, and that really pleasant things were wicked. The whys had never been answered, much as she had prayed about them. She would never take the girl to bring up now. As for Doris Adams, Cousin Winthrop would be thinking presently that the ground wasn't good enough for her to walk on. So there was only Betty, unless she took up some of the Perkins girls. Abby was rather nice, but after all her father was only a half-brother to Aunt Priscilla's husband, and she must make that will.
Missus, ain't you gonna come to supper? I told you 'twas ready full 5 minutes ago,
said in a grieved voice. Aunt Priscilla sprang up and gave herself a kind of mental shaking. She stepped around a little to avoid the little girl on the rug with the cat in her lap. Polly went on grumbling. The toast was cold, the tea had drawn too long, and for once the mistress never said a word in dispraise.
She's gone off,
thought Polly.
That's a bad sign, though she does sit over the fire a good deal, and you can't tell by that. Land alive, I hope she'll live my time out, or I'll sure have to go to the poorhouse.
Aunt Priscilla went back to her fire, and the vision of the little girl who had made a curious impression on her by a kind of sweetness quite new in her experience. It had disturbed her greatly. Nothing about the child had been as she supposed. Everybody went down to her, which meant that she had some subtle, indescribable charm, but Aunt Priscilla would have said she had no dictionary words to explain it, though there had been a speller and definer in her day. The little girl had come to 7 times in the tables. She had studied an hour when Betty said that they had better go and get back by dark. Jamie boy gave a little snicker as she shut her book. The disdain of her young compeer was quite hard to bear, but she meekly accepted the fact that she wasn't smart. If she had known how he longed to go with them, she would have felt quite even, but he kept that to himself. All Boston was still hooded in snow, for every few days there came a new fall. Oh, how beautiful it was! Everybody walked in the middle of the street. It was so hard and smooth, though you had to keep turning out for vehicles, but one didn't meet them very often. Boots were not made high for girls and women then, but everybody had a pair of thick woolen stockings, some of them with a leather sole on the outside, which was more durable. The children pulled them well up over their knees and kept good and warm. Some people had leather leggings, but rubber boots had not been invented. Boys were out snowballing, girls too for that matter. Someone sent a ball that flew all over Doris, but she only laughed. She snowballed with little James now and then. So they were very bright and merry when they reached the sign of Jonah's Field, and Doris gave a pretty, rather formal greeting. She was never quite sure of Aunt Priscilla.
I suppose you came to see Solomon,
exclaimed that lady.
Not altogether,
replied Doris.
Well, he's out in the kitchen. And Betty, what is the prospect today?
Oh, Aunt Priscilla, I almost think I'll get off. Father is on my side, and Mother did really promise Lecty last summer. Mother couldn't get along alone, you know, and Jimmy boy is doing so well at school that she would like to keep him all winter. Father knows of a girl who would be very glad to come in and work for $3 a month, though he says everybody gives $4 or more. But Mr. Eastman will be here so soon. Father said I might get some things in Hartford.
We'll see what Boston has first,
returned Aunt Priscilla with a little snort.
I've been hunting over my things.
People in those days thought it a great favor to have clothes left to them, as you will see by old wills, and occasionally the grandmothers brought out garments beforehand and did not wait until they were dead and gone.
I have a silk gown that I never wore above half a dozen times. I could have it dyed, I suppose, but they're so apt to get stringy afterwards. Maybe you wouldn't like it because it's kind of gray. You're free to leave it alone. I shan't be a mite put out.
The old spirit of holding on reasserted itself. Of course, if Betty didn't like it, her duty would be done.
Oh, Aunt Priscilla, it looks like moonlight over the harbor. It's beautiful.
The elder woman had shaken it out and made ripples with it, and Betty stood in admiring wonderment. It looked to her like a wedding gown, but she knew Aunt Priscilla's had been Canton crepe, dyed brown first, and then black, and then worn out. There was an old adage to the effect that one could never get rich until one's wedding clothes were worn out.
It's spotted some. I find just a faint kind of yellow, but that may cut out. I never had any good of it.
And she sighed.
It isn't what you might call gay, but land alive, I might as well have bought bright red. There's plenty of it to make over. They weren't wearing such skimpy skirts then, and I had an extra breadth put in so that it would all fade alike. Well,
and she gave a half-reluctant sigh.
Why, I feel as if it ought to be saved for a wedding gown,
declared Betty, her eyes alight with pleasure.
It's the most beautiful thing. Oh, Aunt Priscilla!
A modern girl would have thrown her arms around Aunt Priscilla's neck and kissed her. One could imagine a modern girl being grateful for a gown a quarter of a century old, except for masquerading purposes. People who could remember the great Jonathan Edwards' awakening still classed all outward demonstrations of regard as carnal affections to be subdued. The poor old life hungered now for a little human love, without understanding what its want really was, just as it had hungered for more than half a century.
Well, child, maybe Lecty can plan to make something of it. You better just take it to her. And here's a box of ribbons, things I've had no use for this many a year. You see, I had a way of saving up. I didn't have much calling for wearing such.
Aunt Priscilla felt that she was renouncing idols. How many times she had fingered those things with exquisite love and longing, and a desire to wear them. Madame Baldwin, almost 10 years older, wore her fine ribbons and laces, and her own snowy white hair and little rings about her forehead. No one accused her of aping youth. Aunt Priscilla had worn a false front under her cap for many a year that was now a rusty, faded brown. Her own white hair was cut off close.
Oh, Aunt Priscilla, I think my ship has come in from the Indies. I can never thank you enough. I'm so glad you saved them. You see, times are hard, and if Father had to pay a girl for taking my place at home, he wouldn't feel that he could afford me much finery. And the journey, too. But I have only to pay from Springfield to Boston, for Mr. Eastman has his own conveyance, a nice big covered sleigh. And now all these beautiful things. I feel as rich as a queen.
Doris had been standing there big-eyed and never once asked for Solomon. Aunt Priscilla began to fold the gown. It still had a crackle and rustle, delightful to hear. and there was a roll of new pieces.
Why, next summer I could have a lovely drawn bonnet, only it does cost so much to have one made. I wish I knew how,
said Betty,
I suppose you don't want to see my old thing.
rather contemptuously.
The hat, do you mean? Oh, I just should. I've thought so much about it, and how queer it is that old-fashioned articles should come round.
Every 7 years, people say, but I don't believe it's quite as often as that.
From the careful way it was pinned up, one would never imagine it had been out that very morning. The bows were filled with paper to keep them up, and bits of paper crumpled up all around, so they could not be crushed. Its days of whiteness were over, but it was the loveliest, softest cream tint, and looked as if it had just come over from France. The beaver was almost like plush, and the puffed satin lining inside was as fresh as if reverse plates had just been laid in place.
Oh, do put it on,
cried Doris eagerly. Betty held the strings together under her fair round chin.
You look like a queen,
said the child admiringly.
Why, it is just as they are wearing them now, the tip-top style. Lecty couldn't have described this hat any better if she had seen it. And if I can have it, Aunt Priscilla, I shall not care a bit about feathers. It's beautiful enough without.
Yes, yes, take them all and have a good time with them. Now, see if you can pack it up. You'll have to learn.
Aunt Priscilla dropped into her chair. She had cast out her life's temptations, and it had been a great struggle.
Not that way. Make the bow stand up. The bandbox is large enough. And give the strings a loose fold, so. Now, put that white paper over. It's like making a gambrel roof. Then bring up the ends of the towel and pin them. And Polly shall go along and carry it home for you.
I'm 1,000 times obliged. I wish I knew what to do in return.
Have a good time, but don't forget that a good time is not all to life. Child, why do you look at me so?
For Doris had come close to Aunt Priscilla and seemed studying her.
Were you ever a little girl, and what was your good time like?
Doris's wondering eyes were soft and seemed more pitying than curious.
No, I never was a little girl. There were no little girls in my time.
She jerked the words out in a spasmodic way and put her hand up to her heart as if there was a pain or pressure.
When I was 3 years old, I had to take care of my little brother. I stood up on a bench to wash dishes when I was 4 and scoured milk pans and the pewter plates we used then. And at 6, I was spinning on a little wheel and knitting stockings. I went to school part of every year, and at 13, I was doing woman's work. No, I never was a little girl.
Doris put her soft hand over the one that had been strained and made coarse and large in the joints, and roughened as to skin while yet it was in its tender youth. And all the pay there had been from her father's estate had been $300 to each girl, the remainder being divided evenly among the boys. She felt grateful to Hatfield Perkins for the easy times of her married life.
Now, both of you go out in the kitchen and get a piece of Polly's fresh gingerbread. She hasn't lost her heart in that yet. Then you must run off home, for it will soon be dark, and Betty will be needed about the supper.
The gingerbread was splendid. Doris broke off little crumbs and fed them to Solomon, and told him sometime she would come and spend the afternoon with him. She would be so lonesome when Betty went away. Polly carried the bandbox and bundle for them, and Betty took the box of ribbons. Aunt Priscilla brought out the light stand and set her candle on it, and turned over the leaves of her old Bible to read about the daughters of Zion, with their tinkling feet and their calls, and their round tires like the moon, the chains and the bracelets and the bonnets, the earrings, the mantles, the wimples and the crisping pins, the fine linen and the hoods and the veils, and all these were to be done away with. To be sure, she did not really know what they all were, but her few had been snares and a source of secret idolatry for years and years. She had nothing to do now but to consider the end of all things and prepare for it. But there was the dreaded will yet to make. If only there was someone who really cared about her. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. Concerning Many Things. When Providence overruled in the early part of the century, people generally gave in. The stronger tide was called Providence. Perhaps there was a small degree of fatalism in it, so Mrs. Leverett acquiesced and recalled the fact that she had promised Electa that Betty should come. Aunt Priscilla's generosity was astonishing. The silken gown would not be made over until Betty reached Hartford. She worked industriously on her white one, but her mother found so many things for her to do. Then Martha Grant came, a stout, hearty, pink-cheeked country girl who knew how to take hold and was glad of an opportunity to earn something toward a wedding gown. Doris was so interested that she hardly remembered how much she would miss Betty, though Warren promised to help her with her lessons. So the trunk was packed. Luckily the bandbox could go in it, for it was quite small. Most of the bandboxes were immense affairs in which you could stow a good many things besides the bonnet. Then they had a calico cover with a stout cord run through the hem. Mr. Eastman looked rather askance at the trunk. He had so many budgets of his own, and for his wife. However, they strapped it on the back securely, and the goodbyes were uttered for a whole month. Doris had said hers in the morning. She could not divest herself of a vague presentiment that something would happen to keep Betty until tomorrow, but Martha was to sit in her place at the table. Now that the reign of slavery was over, the farmers' girls from the country often came in for a while. They were generally taken in as one of the family. Indeed, few of them would have come to be put down to the level of common servant. Many had their old slaves still living with them, and numbers of the quality preferred colored servants. Jamie Boy went out to snowball after dinner. Doris worked a line across her sampler. She was going to begin the alphabet next. There were 3 kinds of letters: ordinary capitals, like printing, small letters, and writing capitals. These were very difficult, little girls thought. She put up her work presently, studied her spelling, and went over 9 times. She could say the 10 and 11 perfectly, but that very day she had missed on 9 times, and Mrs. Webb told her she had better study it a little more.
I do wonder if you will ever get through with the multiplication tables,
said Aunt Elizabeth. Doris sighed. It was hard to be so slow at learning.
9 times floored me pretty well, I remember,
confessed Martha Grant.
There's a great difference in children. Some have heads for figures and some don't. My sister Catherine could go all around me, but she's that dumb about sewing. I don't believe you ever saw the beat. She just hates it. She'd like to teach school.
Doris was very glad to hear that someone else had been slow. Betty had been out to tea occasionally, and Doris tried to make believe it was so now. They would have missed her more, but Martha was a great talker. There were 7 children at the Grants, and 1 son married. They had a big farm and a good deal of stock. Martha's lover had bought a farm also, with a small old house, 2 rooms. He had to build a new barn, so they would wait for their house. She had a nice cow she had raised, a flock of 12 geese, and her father had promised her the old mare and another cow. She wanted to be married by planting time. She had a nice feather bed and 2 pairs of pillows and 5 quilts, besides 2 wool blankets. Mrs. Leverett was a good deal interested in all this. It took her back to her own early lives. City girls did come to have different ideas. There was something refreshing in this very homeliness. Martha knit and sewed as fast as she talked. Mrs. Leverett said,
"She didn't let the grass grow under her feet."
And Doris wondered if she would tread it out in the summer. Of course, it couldn't grow in the winter.
Aunt Elizabeth,
she said presently in a sad little voice.
Am I to sleep all alone?
Oh dear, no. You would freeze to an icicle. Martha will take Betty's place.
They wrapped up a piece of brick, heated pretty well when Doris went to bed, for it was desperately cold. But the soft feathers came up all around one, and in a little while she was as warm as toast. She did not even wake when Martha came to bed. Sometimes Betty cuddled the dear little human ball, and only half awake Doris would return the hug, find a place to kiss, whether it was cheek or chin.
Aunt Elizabeth,
when she came in from school one day.
Do you know that Christmas will be here soon? Next Tuesday?
Well, yes.
Deliberately.
It is supposed to be Christmas.
But it really is.
With childlike eagerness.
The day on which Christ was born.
the day that is kept in commemoration of the birth of Christ. But some people try to remember every day that Christ came to redeem the world, so that one day is not any better than another.
Doris looked puzzled.
At home, we always kept it,
she said slowly.
Miss Arabella made a Christmas cake and ever so many little ones. The boys came around to sing Noel, and they were given a cake and a penny, and we went to church.
Yes, it is quite an English fashion. When you are a larger girl and more used to our ways, you will understand why we do not keep it.
Don't you really keep it?
In surprise.
No, my dear.
The tone was kind, but not encouraging to further enlightenment. Doris experienced a great deal of disappointment. For a little while she was very homesick for Betty. To have her away a whole month, and the curious thing was that no one seemed really to miss her and wish her back. Mrs. Leverett scanned the weather in the almanac and hoped they would get safely to Springfield without a storm. Mr. Leverett counted up the time. It had not stormed yet. No Christmas and no Betty, not even a wise old cat like Solomon, or a playful, amusing little kitten. The school children stared when she talked about Christmas. 2 big tears fell on her book. She was frightened, for she had not meant to cry, and now a sense of desolation rushed over her. Oh, what could she do without Betty? Then a sleigh stopped at the door. She ran to the window, and when she saw that it was Uncle Winthrop, she was out of the door like a flash.
"Well, little one,"
he said in pleasant inquiry, which seemed to comprehend a great deal.
"How do you get along without Betty? Come in out of the cold. I've just been wondering if you would like to come over and keep Christmas with me. I believe they do not have any Christmas here."
No, they do not. Oh, Uncle Win, I should be so glad to come if I wouldn't trouble you.
The eyes were full of entreating light.
"I've been thinking about it a day or two, and Recompense is quite willing. The trouble really would be hers, you know."
I would try and not make any trouble.
"Oh, it was where we should put you to sleep this cold weather. You would be lost in the great guest chamber. But Recompense arranged it all. She has put up a little cot in the corner of her room. I insisted last winter that she should keep a fire. She is a little troubled with rheumatism, and now she enjoys the warmth very much."
Oh, how good you are!
She was smiling now, and dancing around on one foot. He smiled too.
"Where's Aunt Elizabeth?"
said Uncle Winthrop. Doris ran to the kitchen, and not seeing her, made the same inquiry.
"She's gone up to the storeroom to find a lot of woolen patches for me, and I'm going to start another quilt. She said she never used them in the days of creation, and they want but 6. She'll be down in a minute,"
said Martha,
Uncle Winthrop,
going back to him beside the fire and wrinkling up her brow a little.
is not Christmas truly Christmas? Has anyone made a mistake about it?
"My child, everybody does not keep it in the same manner. Sometimes you will learn about the brave heroes who came over and settled in a strange land, fought Indians and wild beasts, and then fought again for liberty, and why they differed from their brethren. But I always keep it, and I thought now that Betty was gone, you might like to come and go to church with me."
Oh, I shall be glad to.
With a joyful smile. Aunt Elizabeth entered. Cousin Winthrop presented his petition that he should take Doris over this afternoon and bring her back on Wednesday, unless there was to be no school all the week.
"I'm afraid she will bother Recompense. You're so little used to children. I keep my hand in with the grandchildren."
Smilingly.
"No word from Betty yet? About Doris, now. You need not be afraid. I think Recompense is quite in the notion."
"Well, if you think best. Doris isn't a mite of trouble, I will say that. No, we can't hear from Betty before tomorrow. Mr. Eastman thought likely he'd find someone coming right back from Springfield, and I charged Betty to send if she could. I'm glad there has been no snow so far."
"Very fair winter weather. How was Foster and business?"
"Desperately dull, both of them.
And Mrs. Leverett gave a quick nod that would have done Betty credit.
Go get your other clothes, Doris, and Martha will see to you. And 2 white aprons. Recompense keeps her house as clean as a pink, and you couldn't get spoiled if you rolled round the floor. But dirt doesn't stick to Doris. There, run along, child.
Martha scrubbed her rigorously, and then helped her dress. She came back bright as a new pin, with her 2 high-necked aprons in her hand, in her nightgown, which Aunt Elizabeth put in her big black camlet bag.
I wish you'd see that she studies a little, Winthrop. She's so behind in some things.
He nodded. Then Doris put on her hood and cloak and said goodbye to Martha, while she kissed Aunt Elizabeth and left a message for the rest.
It's early, so we shall take a little ride around,
he said, wrapping her up snug and warm. The plan had been in his mind for several days. The evening before he had broached it to Recompense. Not but what he was master in his own house, but he hardly knew how to plan for a child.
If Doris was a boy, I could put him on the big sofa in my room. Still, Cato can look after a fire in the guest chamber. It would be too cruel to put a child alone in that great cold barn.
There was a very obstinate impression that it was healthy to sleep in cold rooms, so people shut themselves up pretty close and sometimes drew the bedclothes over their heads. But Winthrop Adams had a rather luxurious side to his nature. He called it a premonition of old age. He kept a fire in his dressing room, where he often sat and read a while at night. His sleeping room adjoined it.
"Why, we might bring a cot in my room,"
she said.
"I remember how the child delights in a fire. She's such a delicate-looking thing."
She is standing our winter very well, and goes to school every day. I'm afraid she might disturb you?
"Not if she has a bed by herself. And there is the corner jog. The cot will just fit into it."
When they put it there in the morning, it looked as if it must have taken root long ago. Then Recompense arranged a nice dressing table with a white cover and a pretty bowl and ewer, and a low chair beside it covered with chintz cushions. Her own high-post bedstead had curtains all around it of English damask, and the curiously carved high-backed chairs had cushions tied in of the same material. There was no carpet on the painted floor, but a rug beside the bed and one at the stand, and a great braided square before the fire. It was a well-furnished room for the times, though that of Mr. Adams was rather more luxurious. He was very glad that Recompense had assented so readily, for he was beginning to feel that he ought to take a deeper interest in his little ward. There were numberless sleighs out on some of the favorite thoroughfares, for even now, in spite of the complaints of hard time, there was a good deal of real wealth in Boston. Fine equipages, with colored coachmen and footmen. There were handsome houses with lawns and gardens, some of them having orchards besides. There were rich furnishings as well, from France and England and from the East. There were china and plate and glass proud of their age, having come through several generations. And though there were shades and degrees of social position, there was a fine breeding among the richer people and a kind of pride among the poorer ones. There were occasions when they mingled with an agreeable courtesy, yet each side kept its proper and distinctive relations. Real worth was respected, and dignified living held in esteem. From a printer's boy, Benjamin Franklin had stood before kings and added luster to his country. From a farm at Baintree had come one of the famous Adamses and his not less notable wife, who had admirably filled the position of the first lady of the land. Yet the odd, narrow, crooked streets of 100 years before were running everywhere, occasionally broadened and straightened. There were still wide spaces and pasture fields, declivities where the barberry bush and locust and mayflower grew undisturbed. There were quaint nooks with legends, made famous since by eloquent pens. There were curious old shops, designated by queer sign and symbols. But even the pleasures were taken in a leisurely, dignified way. There was no wild rush to stand at the head or to outdo a neighbor, or astonish those who might be looking on and could not participate. Doris enjoyed it wonderfully. She had a sudden accession of subtle pride when some fine old gentleman bowed to Uncle Win, or a sleigh full of elegantly attired ladies smiled and nodded. There were large hats framing in pretty faces, and bows and nodding plumes on the top, such as Mrs. King had written about. Oh, how lovely Betty would look in hers! What was Hartford like, and New Haven with its college, then farther on New York and Washington, where the presidents lived when they held office? She was learning so many things about this new home. Over on the common the boys were drawn up in 2 lines at snowballing, as if it was all in dead earnest. And this was the rambling old house with its big porch and stepping block and its delightful welcome.
Are you not most frozen?
Asked Mrs. Recompense.
Here is the fire you like so much. Take off your cloak and hood. We are very glad to have you come and make us a visit.
Oh, are you?
Doris's face was a gleam of delight.
And I am glad to come. I was beginning to feel dreadfully lonesome without Betty. I ought not when there were so many left.
And a bright color suffused her face.
Then there's little James.
And we have no small people.
I never had any over home, you know, and so many people here have such numbers of brothers and sisters. It must be delightful.
But they are not all little at once.
No,
laughed Doris.
I should like to be somewhere in the middle. Babies are so cunning when they don't cry.
Miss Recompense smiled at that. There was a comfortable low chair for Doris, and Uncle Win found her seated there, the ruddy firelight throwing up her face like a painting. Miss Recompense went out to see about the supper. There was a good-natured black woman in the kitchen to do the cooking, and Cato, who did the outside work and waited on Dinah and Miss Recompense, a tall, sedate, rather pompous colored man. Some indefinable charm about the house appealed to Doris. The table was arranged in such an attractive manner. Nothing could be more delightful than Aunt Elizabeth's cooking, but she stopped short at an invisible something. The china was saved for company, though there was one pretty cup they always gave to Aunt Priscilla. The everyday dishes were earthen, such as ordinary people used, and being of rather poor glaze they soon checked. Doris knew these pretty plates and the tall cream jug and sugar dish had not been brought out especially for her, though she had supposed they were when they all came over to company tea. She started so when Uncle Winthrop addressed her in French, and glanced at him in amaze, then turned to a pink glow and laughed as she collected her scattered wits to answer. What a soft, exquisite accent the child had! Miss Recompense paused in her pouring tea to listen. Uncle Win smiled and continued. They were around the pretty tea-table in a sort of triangle. Uncle Win passed the thin, dainty slices of bread. Miss Recompense, when she was done with the tea, passed the cold chicken. Then there were cheese and 2 kinds of preserves, plain cake and fruit cake. Children rarely drank tea, so Doris had some milk in a glass which was cut with just a sparkle here and there that the light caught and made brilliant.
How you can understand any such talk as that beats me,
said Miss Recompense in a sort of helpless fashion as she glanced from one to the other.
And if we were abroad talking English, the foreigners would say the same thing,
replied Mr. Adams.
But there is some sense in English.
He laughed a little.
And if we lived in China, we would think there was a good deal of sense in Chinese, which is said to be one of the queerest languages in the world.
We did not know very much about China in those days, and our knowledge was chiefly gleaned from rather rude maps and some old histories, and the wonderful tales of sea captains.
It would be a pity for you to fall back when you are such a good scholar,
Uncle Win said, looking over to Doris.
One forgets quite easily. I find I am a little lame. But you like your school, and it is nearby this cold weather. Perhaps you and I can keep up enough interest to exercise our memories. You have some French books?
2 or 3. I tried to read Paul and Virginia to Betty, but it took so long to tell the story over that she didn't get interested. There were so many lessons, too.
She did not say that Aunt Elizabeth had discountenanced it. People were horrified by French novels in those days. Rousseau and Voltaire had been held in some degree responsible for the terrible French Revolution, and people shuddered at the name of Tom Paine. At first the colonies, as they were still largely called, had been very much interested in the new French Republic. Lafayette had been so impressed with the idea of a government of the people when he had lent his assistance to America, that he had joined heartily in a plan for the regeneration of France. But after the king was executed, Sunday abolished, and the government passed into the hands of tyrants who shouted liberty and yet brought about the slavery of terror, he and many others had stood aside, indeed left their beloved city to the mob. Then had come the first strong and promising theories of Napoleon. He had been first consul, then consul for life, then emperor, and was now the scourge of Europe. To Mrs. Leverett all French books were as actors in plays, to be shunned. That any little girl should have read a French story or be able to repeat French verses was quite horrifying. She had a feeling that it really belittled the Bible to appear in the French language.
Yes,
returned Uncle Winthrop assentingly. He could understand the situation, for he knew Mrs. Leverett's prejudices were very strong and continuous. That she was a thoroughly good and upright woman he readily admitted. The supper being finished, they went to the cozy hall fire again. You had to sit near it to keep comfortable, for the rooms were large in those days and the outer edges chilly. Some people were putting up great stoves in their halls, and the high pipes warmed the stairs and all around. Miss Recompense brought out some knitting. She was making a spread in small squares, red, white, and blue, and it would be very fine when it was done. Doris was very much interested when she laid down the squares to display the pattern.
I suppose you knit,
remarked Miss Recompense.
No, I don't know how. Betty showed me a little, and Aunt Elizabeth is going to teach me to make a stocking. It seems very easy when you see other people do it.
And Doris sighed.
But I am afraid I am not very smart about a good many things besides tables.
That honest admission rather annoyed Uncle Win. Elizabeth had said it as well. For his part, he did not see that reading the Bible through by the time you were 8 years old and knitting a pile of stockings was proof of extraordinary ability.
What kind of fancy work can you do?
Asked Miss Recompense.
I've begun a sampler. That isn't hard. And Miss Arabella taught me to hem and to darn and to make lace.
Make lace? What kind of lace?
Like the beautiful lace Madame Sheaf makes. Only I never did any so wide, but Miss Arabella used to. Betty took me there one afternoon. Madame Sheaf has such a lovely little house. And oh, Uncle Win, she can talk French a little.
He smiled and nodded.
You see,
began Doris with sweet seriousness,
there was no one to make shirts for, and I suppose Miss Arabella thought it wasn't worthwhile. But I hemmed some on Uncle Leverett's, and Aunt Elizabeth said it was very nicely done.
I dare say.
She looked as if anything she undertook would be nicely done, Miss Recompense thought.
Betty was learning housekeeping when she went to Hartford. I think that is very nice. To make pies and bread and cake and roast chickens and turkeys and everything. But little girls have to go to school first. 6 years is a long time, isn't it?
A half smile crossed the grave face of Miss Recompense.
It seems a long time to a little girl, no doubt, but when you are older it passes very rapidly. There are years that prove all too short for the work crowded in them, and then they begin to lengthen again, though I suppose that is because we no longer hurry to get a certain amount of work done.
I wish the afternoons could be longer.
They will be in May. I like the long afternoons too, though the winter evenings by a cheerful fire are very enjoyable.
The world is so beautiful,
said Doris,
that you can hardly tell which you do like best. Only the summer, with its flowers and the sweet green out of doors, fills one with a kind of Thanksgiving. Why did they not have Thanksgiving in the summer?
Because we give thanks for a bountiful harvest.
Oh,
Doris responded. Uncle Winthrop watched her as she chattered on, her voice like a soft, purling rill. Presently Dinah called Miss Recompense out in the kitchen to consult her about the breakfast, for she went to bed as soon as she had the kitchen set to rights. Then Doris glanced over to him in a shy, asking fashion, and brought her chair to his side. He inquired about Father Langhorne, and found he had been educated in Paris and was really a Roman priest. Perhaps it was the province of childhood to see good in everybody, or was it due to the simple life, the absence of that introspection, which had already done so much to make the New England conscience supersensitive and strenuous? When Miss Recompense returned, she found them deep in French again. Doris laughed softly when Uncle Winthrop blundered a little, and perhaps he did it now and then purposely. The big old clock that said forever, never, long before Longfellow's time, measured off 9 hours.
It's funny,
said Doris,
but I'm not a bit sleepy, and at Uncle Leverett's I almost nod sometimes. Maybe it's the French.
I should not wonder.
And Uncle Win smiled.
We will both go. It is about my time,
remarked Miss Recompense.
Your uncle sits up all hours of the night.
And would like to sleep all hours of the morning,
he returned humorously.
But Miss Recompense won't let me. If she raises her little finger, the whole house moves.
Then she doesn't raise it very often,
said that lady.
But it does seem a sin to sleep away a good wholesome daylight.
There were some candlesticks on a kind of secretary with a shelf-like top. She lighted one, stepping out in the kitchen to see that all was safe, and to bid Cato lock up. When she returned, the candle was sending out its cheerful beam, so she nodded to Doris, who said good night to Uncle Winthrop, and followed her. Doris had an odd company-like feeling. Her little bed was pretty, and the room had a fragrance of summertime, of roses and lavender. Miss Recompense stirred the fire and put on a big log. Then she sat down by the stand and read her nightly chapter, turning a little to give Doris a kind of privacy.
I hope you will sleep well. Your uncle thought you would be lonesome in the guest chamber.
I would ever so much rather be here, and the bed is so small and cunning, just the bed for a little girl. Thank you ever so many times.
She said her prayers and breathed a soft good night to the fire, and though she did not feel strange nor sleepy, and wondered about Betty and a dozen other things, one of the last remembrances was the glimmer of the candle on the wall and the soft rustling of the blaze. It said, "Snow, snow, snow." End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11. A Little Christmas. Sure enough, it snowed the next morning, one of the soft, clinging storms that loaded every branch with a furry aspect, made mounds of the shrubs, and wrapped the south sides of the house with a mantle of dazzling whiteness. Now and then a patch fell off, and a long pendant would swing from the trees and finally drop. It was a delight to see them. The breakfast was laid on the same small table in use last night, but Cato brought in everything hot, and waited as Barbie used at home. Uncle Winthrop said she looked bright as a rose, and her cheeks had a delicate pink. Afterward he invited her to his study, and told her she might look about and perhaps find a book to entertain herself with while he wrote some letters.
Thank you. I hope I shall not disturb you.
Oh, no.
He felt somehow he could answer for her. She was so gentle in her movements, and he really wanted to see how he liked having a little girl about. There was a vague idea in his mind that he might decide to have her here some day, since Miss Recompense had taken a sort of fancy to her. Oh, what a luxury it was to wander softly about and read titles and look at bindings and speculate on what she would like. They had very few books at Uncle Leverett's, some volumes of sermons, a few biographies that she had found rather dreary, a history of the French-Canadian War, and some of Poor Richard's almanacs, which she thought the most amusing of all. There was a circulating library that Warren patronized occasionally. There was also the nucleus of a free library, but so far people had been too busy to think much about reading, except the scholarly minds. Books were expensive, too, and very few persons accumulated any stock of them. Of Mr. Adams' collection, some had come to him from his father, and Cousin Charles, who had been called a queer stick, had some English, Latin, and Italian poets that he had bequeathed to the book lover. Winthrop Adams was a collector of several things besides books. Now and then, at an auction sale on someone's death, he picked up odd articles that were of value, and so his study was a kind of conglomerate. He had a cabinet of coins from different parts of the world, and curios from India and Egypt. Napoleon's campaign in Egypt had awakened a good deal of interest in the country of the Pharaohs. Doris was so still he glanced about presently. She was curled up in the corner of the chimney, a book on her knees, and her head bent over until the curls fell about her in a cloud. When Elizabeth had spoken of the benefit it might be to a growing child to have them cut, he had protested at once. They were rarely beautiful, he decided now, gleaming gold in the firelight. She had a feeling presently that someone was looking at her, so she raised her head, shook away the curls, and smiled.
Did you find something?
The Vicar of Wakefield, Uncle Winthrop. Oh, it is delightful. You said I might read anything.
With a touch of hesitation.
That was quite a wide permission.
And he smiled. He couldn't see how that would hurt anyone, but he was not sure of a girl's reading.
I opened it at a picture, Preparing Moses for the Fair. It made me think of Betty going to Hartford. It was so interesting to wonder what you would do, and then to have things happen just right. Aunt Priscilla was so nice. I thought I couldn't like her at first, but I do now. You can't find out all about anyone in a minute, can you?
I think not.
Rather humorously.
So then I turned to the first of the book, and the vicar's wife must have known a good deal to read without much spelling. There are some awful hard words in the back of Betty's spelling book. Do you suppose she learned tables and all that?
I don't believe she did.
And she could keep house.
They were a notable couple.
He took up his pen again, and she turned to her book. Suddenly a flood of gold sunshine poured across the floor, fairly dimming the fire.
Oh, Uncle Winthrop!
With her book pressed tightly against her body, she flew over to the window like a bird, disturbing nothing, and making only a soft flutter.
Isn't it glorious?
The edges of the snow everywhere were illumined with the prismatic rays in proper order. The tree branches caught them, corners of the houses, the window hoods, the straggling bushes, the fences. Everywhere the sublime beauty was repeated until everything quivered with the excess.
It is like the New Jerusalem,
she said. The air had softened a great deal. The sun on the window pane spoke of latent warmth. A slight breeze stirred the air, and down came the clinging snow in showers, leaving the trees bare and brown, except the few evergreens.
It is warmer,
Mr. Adams said.
Though it is nearing noon, the warmest part of the day. And so far you have stood the cold weather very well, little Doris.
Smiling down in the eager face.
I've snowballed, too, and it is real fun. I can slide ever so far, and I've ridden on Jimmy's boy's sled. Betty thinks I would soon learn to skate. I would like to very much.
Then you must have some skates.
But I am afraid Betty may not come home in time to teach me.
Somebody else might.
Do you skate?
In soft inquiry.
Not now. I used to. But I am not a young man and not very energetic. I like warm firesides and a nice book. I am afraid I shall make an ease-loving old man.
But isn't it right to be?
What word would express it?
Happy, comfortable? For why should you try to make anyone happy if it was wrong?
It is not wrong.
The sky was very blue now, and the snow began to have an ethereal look. Cato came out to shovel and clear away some paths. He struck the young hemlocks and firs with a stick and beat the snow out of them.
The snow settles in the branches and sometimes freezes, and that kills a little place,
said Uncle Winthrop in answer to the questioning eyes. They walked back to the table with his arm over her shoulder.
I am done my writing for today,
he began.
I wonder if you would mind answering a few questions.
Oh, no, if I knew the answers.
Smilingly.
Then tell me first of all how far you went in Latin. This is a grammar.
She turned some leaves.
I didn't know it very well.
Skimming over the pages.
It was not like this book, and...
hanging her head a little.
I did not like it. That and the sums.
Who put you to studying it?
Oh, the father did. He said Latin was the key to all other languages. I wonder how many I shall have to learn. Miss Arabella said it was foolishness, except the French.
Let me hear you read a little. This is not difficult.
He was not sure there was any call for a girl to know Latin. French seemed quite necessary. She began in a hesitating manner and blundered somewhat at first, but as she went on gained courage, her voice growing firmer and clearer.
Why, that is very well. You ought to be at a higher school than Mrs. Webb's. And now let us consider those dreadful sums. The paper and a pencil will do.
He put down quite a sum in addition. There were several 9s and 7s in it. She drew a long breath.
It is a big sum. I haven't done any as large as that.
Well, begin. Add as I call them off.
Alas, after 3 figures and puzzling over an 8, the amount went out of her mind and she had to begin again. Uncle Winthrop made a mark at 1 figure and put down the amount beside it. After a while she reached the top of the column. Clearly heaven had not meant her for a mathematician. There was no rapport between her figures. Her eyes were limpid, almost as if there were tears in them.
Maybe that was pretty difficult for a little girl. I know most about big boys and young men.
Betty just guesses this way, 8 and 9, and it comes quite as easy as if I had said 2 and 3 are 5.
Uncle Win gave his gentle smile, and it comforted her greatly.
This quickness comes by practice. When you have had 6 years' study, you may know as much as Betty in arithmetic, and you will know more in some other branches.
If I can just know as much,
she said wistfully. Cato gave a gentle rap on the open door.
Juno's ready,
he announced.
Will Master take little Missy out, or should I go for Master Cary?
I had not thought. Would you like to go, Doris?
Her eyes answered him before she could speak.
You may put in the other seat, Cato, and drive.
Cato bowed in a dignified manner.
Now run and bundle up well,
said Uncle Win. Miss Recompense seemed to know a good deal about little girls, if she had none of her own. She tied a soft silk kerchief over Doris's ears before she put on her hood. Then she told Dinah to slip the soapstone in the footstove and drew the long stockings up over her knees.
Now you could go up to Vermont and not get cold,
she said pleasantly. But after all, it was not so cold. The sun shone in golden magnificence and almost dazzled your eyes out. Uncle Win had on his smoked glasses, and he looked very queer, but she saw other people with his protection. Some of the glasses were green. The streets were really merry. Children were out with sleds, and snowballing parties were in the field. They went over to State Street for the mail. Cato sprang out and returned with quite a budget. There was one English letter with a big black seal, but Mr. Adams covered it quickly with the papers and drew the package under the buffalo robe. There was a quaint old bookstore in Cornhill with a sign of Heart and Crown. That was quite a meeting place for students and bookish people, and they drove thither. A young lad came running out, making a bow and greeting his father politely. To have said "hello" in those days would have been horrifying, and to have called one's father the governor or the old gentleman would have been little short of a crime.
This is the little English cousin, Doris Adams,
said Uncle Win.
And this is my son Cary.
Cary made a bow to her and said he was glad to meet her, then inquired after his father's health and stepped into the sleigh, picking up the reins and motioning Cato to the other side. Oh, how they spun along! Cary said 1 or 2 things, but the words were carried away by the wind. There were sleighs full of ladies and children, great family affairs with 3 seats. There were cutters with some portly man and a black driver. There were well-known people and unknown people who were to come to the fore in a few years and be famous. For Boston was throbbing, even then, with the mighty changes transforming her into a great city. Although she had suffered severely at the first of the war and held many priceless memories of it, the early evacuation of the town had left her free for domestic matters, which had prospered despite poverty and hard times and the great loss of population. Many of the old Tory families had returned to England, and the remnants of the provincial aristocracy were being lessened by death and absorbed by marriage. The squires and gentry of the small towns, most of them intense patriots, had filled their places and given tone to social life that was still formal, if some of the old stateliness had slipped away. The French Revolution had brought about some other changes. The state possessed fine advantages for maritime commerce, and all the seaports were veritable hives of industry in the early part of the century. This laid a foundation of respect for fortunes acquired by energy rather than inheritance. The United States, being the only neutral nation in the fierce conflicts raging round the world, had been reaping a rich harvest for several years. Sea captains and merchants had been thriving splendidly until the last year or two, when seizures began to be made by the British government that roused a ferment of warlike spirit again. But while men talked politics, the women and those who thought it wiser to take neither side still amused themselves with card parties, tea parties, and dances, with now and then an evening at the theatre, and driving. There were so many fine long roads not yet cut up into blocks that were great favourites on a day like this. Doris felt the exhilaration, and her eyes shone like stars. Presently Carey turned, and here they were at Common Street.
"That has been fine,"
he began as he drew up to the door.
"It sets your blood all a-sparkle. Have I taken your breath away, little cousin?"
He came around and offered his hand to his father. Then he lifted Doris as if she had been a feather, and stood her on the broad porch. That recalled Warren Leverett to her mind.
"It was splendid,"
answered Doris. They all walked in together, and Carey shook hands cordially with Miss Recompense. He was almost as tall as his father, with a fair boyish face and thick light hair that did not curl, but tumbled about and was always falling over his forehead. Warren was stouter and had more color, and there was a kind of laughing expression to his face. Carey's had a certain resolution, and that loftiness we are given to calling aristocratic. When Doris had carried the footstove to Dinah and her own wraps upstairs, she stood for a moment uncertain. Carey and his father were talking eagerly in the study, so she sat down by the hall fire and began to think about the vicar and Mrs. Primrose, and wanted to know what Moses did at the fair. She had been at one town fair, but she could not recall much besides the rather quaintly and gaily dressed crowd. Then there was a summons to supper.
"Oh!"
cried Carey.
"Sit still a moment. You look like a page of Mother Goose. You can't be Miss Muffet, for you have no curds and whey, and you are not Jack Horner."
She sprang up then and caught Uncle Winthrop's hand.
"Nor Mother Goose,"
she rejoined laughingly. The plates were moved just a little. Carey sat between her and his father.
"I have heard quite a good deal about you,"
he began.
"Are you French or English?"
She caught a tiny gleam in Uncle Win's eye, and gravely answered in French.
"How do you get along there in Sudbury Street? Who does the talking?"
he asked in surprise.
"We all talk,"
she answered. He flushed a little, and then gave an amused nod.
"Upon my word, you are not slow if the weather is cold, and you parlez-vous like a native. Now, if you and father want to say anything bad about me, you may hope to keep it a secret, but I warn you that I can understand French to some extent."
"I shall not say anything bad,"
she returned naively, adding,
"Why, I don't know anything bad."
"Oh, Miss Recompense, isn't it nice to be perfect in someone's eyes?"
He laughed.
"Wait until she has known you several years."
"But you have known me several years."
Appealingly.
"It is best to begin with an unbiased opinion."
"I shall get Betty to speak a good word for me. You have confidence in Betty."
"I love Betty,"
Doris said simply.
"And Boston. That begins with a B, too. You must love Boston, and the state of Massachusetts, and the whole United States. And if there comes another war, you must be true to the flag and the country. No skipping off to England, mind."
"I couldn't skip across the whole Atlantic."
"Then you would have to stay. Which is the nicest, Sudbury Street or this?"
"Carey, you have teased enough,"
said his father.
"I think the out-of-doors of this will be the prettiest in the summer,"
replied Doris gravely.
"And when I came off the ship, I thought the indoors in Sudbury Street just delightful. There was such a splendid fire, and everybody was so kind."
Carey glanced up at his father, who gave his soft half-smile.
You were a brave little girl not to be homesick.
I did want to see Miss Arabella and the pony. I had such a darling pony.
Why, you can have a pony next summer,
said Uncle Win.
I am very fond of riding.
Doris's face was filled with speechless delight. After supper they sat round the fire, and Carrie asked her about the old Boston. She had very good descriptive powers. Her life had been so circumscribed there that it had deepened impressions, and the young fellow listened quite surprised. Like his father, he had known very little about girls in his childhood. She was so quaintly pretty, too, with the bow of dark ribbon high up on her head, mid the waving light hair. Some time after, Uncle Winthrop said,
Doris, I have a letter from Miss Arabella. Would you not like to come in the study and read it?
Oh, yes.
And she sprang up with the lightness of a bird. He had cut her on the great black seal. Sometime Doris might be glad to have the letter intact. There were no envelopes then, besides those used for state purposes. Dear and respected sir, it began in the formal, old-fashioned manner. She had been rejoiced to hear of Doris's safe arrival and continued good health, and every day she saw the wisdom of the change, though she had missed the child sorely. Her sister had passed away peacefully soon after the departure of Doris, a loss to be accepted with resignation, since her life on earth had long ceased to have any satisfaction to herself. Her own health was very much broken, and she knew it would not be long before she should join those who had preceded her in a better land. When this occurred, there would be some articles forwarded to him for Doris, and again she commended the little girl to her affectionate interest and care, and hoped she would grow into a sweet and useful womanhood, and be all her parents could wish if they had lived.
Dear Miss Arabella.
Doris wiped the tears from her eyes. How strange the little room must look without Miss Henrietta sitting at the window, babbling of childish things.
And she is all alone with Barbie. How sad it must be. I should not like to live alone.
Unconsciously, she drew near Uncle Winthrop. He put his arm over her shoulder in a caressing manner, and his heart was moved with sympathy for the solitary lady across the ocean. Doris thought of Aunt Priscilla and wondered whether she ever was lonesome. Sunday was still bright, and somehow felt warm when contrasted with the biting weather of the last 10 days. The three went to Old Trinity Church, that stood then on a corner of Summer Street, a plain wooden building with a gambrel roof, quite as old-fashioned inside as out, and even now 3/4 of a century old. Up to the Revolution, the King and the Queen, when there was one, had been prayed for most fervently. The church conceded this point reluctantly, since there were many who doubted the success of the struggle. But the clergy had resigned from King's Chapel and Christ Church. For a long while afterward, Dr. Mather Byles had kept himself before the people by his wit and readiness for controversy, and the two old ladies, his sisters, were well known for their adherence to royalist costumes and the unction with which they prayed for the king in their own house, with open windows, in summer. In fact, even now Episcopalianism was considered rather foreign than of a home growth, but there had been such a divergence from the old-time faiths that people's prejudices were very much softened. It seemed quite natural again to Doris, and she had no difficulty in finding her places, though Carrie offered her his prayer book every time, and it sounded so hearty to say amen to the prayers, to respond to the commandments, and sing some of the old chants. There was a short service in the afternoon, and in the evening she and Carrie sang hymns. They were getting to be very good friends. Then on Christmas morning they all went again. There was a little box and fir, and a branch of hemlock in the corner, but the people of that day would have been horrified at the greenery and the flowers met to hail the birth of Christ today. They paused in the vestibule to give each other a cordial greeting, for the congregation was not very large. A fine-looking elderly lady shook hands with Mr. Adams and his son.
"This is my little niece from abroad,"
announced the elder.
"Another of the Adams family. Her father was own nephew to Cousin Charles. Doris, this is Madame Royall."
Poor Charles. Yes, I remember him well. Our children spied out the little girl in the sleigh with you on Saturday, and made no end of guesses. Is it the child who attends Mrs. Webb's school? Dorcas Payne goes there this winter, and she has been teasing to have her name changed to Doris, which she admires beyond measure.
Yes,
answered Doris timidly, as Madame Royall seemed addressing her.
I know Dorcas Payne.
Oh, Mr. Adams, I've just thought our children are going to have a little time tonight. Not anything as pretentious as a party, a sort of Christmas frolic. Will you not come around and bring Carrie and the little girl? You shall have some Christmas cake and wine with us. Carrie can take tea with Isabel and Alice, and the little girl can have a good romp. Please do not refuse.
Carrie flushed. Mr. Adams looked undecided.
No, you shall not hunt about for an excuse. Dorcas has talked so much about the little girl that we are all curious to see her. Shouldn't you like a frolic with other little girls, my dear?
Doris smiled with assenting eagerness.
We shall surely look for you. I shall tell them all that you are coming, and that I have captured little Doris Adams.
Very well,
returned Mr. Adams.
At 4 exactly. The children's supper is at 5.
Doris had tight hold of Uncle Winthrop's hand, and if she had not just come out of church, she must have skipped for very gladness. For Dorcas Payne had talked about her cousins, the Royalls, and their charming grandmother, and the good times they had in their fine large house. Uncle Win looked her all over as she sat at the dinner table. She was a pretty child, with her hair gathered up high and falling in a golden shower. Her frock was some grey woolen stuff, and he wondered vaguely if blue or red would have been better. He had seen little girls in red frocks. They looked so warm and comfortable in winter. Elizabeth Leverett would be shocked at the color, he knew. What made so many women afraid of it? Why did they cling to dismal greys and browns? He wished he knew a little more about girls. They had a splendid young goose for the Christmas dinner, vegetables and pickles and jellies. Cider was used largely then. No hearty dinner would have been the thing without it. Even the Leveretts used that, while they frowned on all other beverages. And then the thick mince pie with a crust that fairly melted before you could chew it. One needed something to sustain him through the long cold winter, and the large rooms where you shivered if you went out of the chimney corner. Dora stole a little while for her enchanting Primrose people, though Carrie kept teasing by saying,
"Has Moses gone to the fair? Just wait until you see the sort of bargains he makes."
Uncle Winthrop went out to Miss Recompense.
She looks very plain for a little, well, I suppose it is, a party. And I dare say there is another frock at the Leveretts. I think the first time I saw her she had on something very pretty, silk, I believe it was. But there is no time to get it. Recompense, if you could find a ribbon or any suitable adornment to brighten her up. In that big bureau upstairs. I wish you would look.
Years ago the pretty things had been laid away. Recompense went over them every spring during house cleaning time to see that moths had not disturbed them. Thieves were never thought of. She always touched them with a delicate regard for the young wife she had never known. She put a shawl about her now and went upstairs, unlocked the drawer of trinkets, and peered into some of the boxes. Oh, here was a pretty bit of lace, simple enough for a child, white ribbons turned to cream, pale blue grown paler with age, stiff brocaded ones, and down at the very bottom a rose color with just a simple silvery band crossing it at intervals. There was enough for a sash and a bow for the hair, and with a lace tucker it would be all right.
"Doris!"
she called over the baluster.
Yes, ma'am.
And Doris came tripping up, book in hand.
"Your uncle wants you fixed up a bit,"
she said.
"And as you have nothing here, I have looked up a few things. Let me fasten the tucker in your frock. There, that does look better. Madame Royall is quite dressy like all fashionable people who go out and have company. I'm not much of a hand to fix up children, seeing that for years I had none of it to do, but I guess I can manage to tie the sash. There, I think that will do."
Oh, how lovely! How good of you, Miss Recompense.
Recompense Gardner hated to take the credit for anything she had not done, but she had to let it go now.
"How to get this ribbon in your hair? I think it is too wide."
Oh, can I have that too?
Well, you see, you take up the curls this way and put the ribbon under. Can it be folded? Then you tie it on the top.
Miss Recompense did not make a very artistic bow, but Doris looked in the glass of the dressing-table and pulled it and patted it a little, and said it was right, and that she was 1,000 times grateful. The sober-minded woman admitted within herself that the child was greatly improved. Perhaps gay attire did foster vanity, yet it was pleasant for others to look upon.
Run down and ask your uncle if you will do,
Exclaimed Miss Recompense, feeling that by his approval she would discharge her conscience for the sin, if sin it were. She looked so dainty as she came and stood by him, and asked her question with such a bewitching flush that he kissed her on the forehead for approval. But she put her soft young arms about his neck and kissed him back, and he held her there with a strange new warmth stirring his heart. The old Royall house in Summer Street went its way 3/4 of a century ago. No one dreams now of the beautiful garden that surrounded it, and the blossoming shrubbery and beds of flowers from which nosegays were sent to friends, and the fruit distributed later on. It was an old house then, a great square 2-story building with a cupola railed around a flat place at the point of the roof, or what would have been the point if carried up. There were some rooms built out at the back, and an arbor, a covered sort of allée, where the ladies sat and sewed at times, and the children played. 30 years before, there had been many a meeting of friends to discuss the state of affairs. There had been disagreements, ruptures, quarrels made and healed. George Royall had gone back to England. Dwight Royall had fought on the side of the rebels. One daughter had married an English officer who had surrendered with Cornwallis and then returned to his native land. A younger son had married and died, and left 2 daughters to his mother's care, their own mother being dead. A widowed daughter had come home to live with her 4 children, the 2 youngest being girls. Dorcas Payne was a cousin to them on their father's side. There were often guests staying with them, and the old house was still the scene of good times, as they were then, friends dropping in and finding ready hospitality, for though Madame Royall had passed the 70, she was still intelligent, and had been in her early years accomplished. She could play on her old-fashioned spinet for the children to dance, and sometimes she sang the songs of her youth, though her voice had grown a trifle unsteady in singing. The sun was setting the west in a glow of magnificence as they walked up to the Royall house. Madame Royall and her daughter Mrs. Chapman were waiting to welcome them. In this hall was the tall stove that was beginning to do duty for the cheerful hearth fire, and it diffused a delightful atmosphere of warmth. But you could see the blaze in the parlor and the dining room, where some friends were already assembled and having a game of cards. The sideboard, as was the custom then, was set out with a decanter of Madeira and one of sherry and the glasses, besides a great silver basin filled with nuts and dried fruit, and another dish of crullers. On the opposite side of the hall there was a hubbub of children's voices. Madame Royall ushered Mr. Adams into the dining room, left Carrie to the attention of the 2 girls and their aunt, and took possession of Doris herself, removing her wraps and handing them to the maid. Then, taking her hand, she drew her into the room, kept mostly for dancing and party purposes. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12. A Children's Party.
This is Doris Adams, a little girl who came from England not long ago. You must make her welcome and show her what delightful children there are in Boston. These 2 girls are Helen and Eudora Chapman, my grandchildren, and the others are grandnieces and friends. Helen, you must do the honors.
Dorcas Payne came forward.
She goes to the same school that I do.
She had been entertaining the girls with nearly all she knew about Doris. That Mr. Winthrop Adams was her uncle and guardian raised her a good deal in the estimation of Dorcas, for even then a man was thought unusually well off to be able to live without doing any real business.
Would you like to play Graces?
Asked Eudora.
I don't know,
admitted Doris.
We were playing. Grace and Molly, you go down that end of the room. Now, this is the way. When Betty tosses it, you catch it on the sticks, so.
It seemed very easy when Eudora caught it and tossed it back, and Betty threw it again.
Now you try.
And she put the sticks in Doris's hands.
Oh, what tiny little hands you have, and as white as snow.
Doris blushed. She threw the hoop, and it wabbled, but Betty, a bright black-eyed girl, made a lunge or two and caught it on the tip of one stick, and back it came. Doris was looking at her and never moved her hand.
Pick it up and try again,
said Eudora.
That isn't the right way, but we will excuse you this time.
Alas, this time Doris ran and brandished her stick in the air to no purpose.
I would rather see you play,
she said.
You are all doing it so beautifully.
Then you stand here and watch.
It was very fascinating. There were 3 sets playing. Doris found that when a girl missed, she gave up to some other companion. Her eyes could hardly move quickly enough to watch all the hoops. Now and then a girl was crowned. It meant the hoops encircled her head, and they all shouted. Then Helen said that they had played that long enough, and now they would try.
Hunt the slipper.
The slipper was a pretty one, made of pink plush with a dainty heel and a shiny buckle set in a small pink bow. Doris said,
It looked like a Cinderella slipper.
Oh, do you know about Cinderella? Do you know many stories?
Not a great many. Little Red Riding Hood and Beauty and the Beast, and a few in verses.
I wish you knew something quite new. Oh!
Eudora had forgotten to keep the slipper going. The girls were sitting in a ring, so she jumped up cheerfully and began to hunt. There were a great many little giggles and exclamations, and then somebody said,
Oh, let's stop playing and tell riddles.
That was a never-failing amusement. There were some very bright ones, some very puzzling ones. One girl asked how many baskets of dirt there were in Cope's Hill.
Why, there can't anybody tell,
said Helen.
You couldn't measure it that way.
Everybody looked at everybody else, and the glances finally grew indignant.
There isn't any answer.
Give it up?
Yes,
cried the voices in unison.
Why, 1, if the basket is big enough. There couldn't be a basket made as large as that. You might as well ask how many drops of water are in the sea, and then say only 1 because they all run together.
The girls applauded that. Before anyone had thought of another, Miranda, tall, black, and posing with a gay turban wound round her head, announced,
The little misses were all disquested to walk out to the Christmas supper.
Grandmamma did not know how to leave her guests, and she was in the middle of a game of loo, but she had promised to sit at the head of the table, so Mrs. Chapman took her place. No one felt troubled because there were no boys at the party. The only boy of the house had gone out skating with some other boys. It was quite a royal feast. There were thin bread and butter, dainty biscuits not much larger than the penny of that day, cold turkey and cold ham, and cake of every kind, it would seem, ranged around the iced Christmas cake that was surmounted by a wreath of some odd golden flowers that people dried and kept all winter for ornamental purposes. They puzzled Grandmamma with the 2 riddles, but she thought that about the sea the better one, and she said no one would ever have an opportunity to measure Copp's Hill, but for all that they did, if they had cared to. The grown-up people had some tea and chocolate in the dining room, and seemed to be having as merry a time as the children. There was something infectious in the air of the house. Doris thought it was very delightful. Her cheeks began to bloom in a wild rose tint, and her eyes had a luminous look, as if happiness was shining through them. Afterward, Grandmamma played on the spinet, and they danced several pretty simple figures, ending with the minuet. When the clock struck 7, someone came in a sleigh for 4 of the girls who lived quite near together. Pompey, the Royall servant, was to escort the others, and Betty March lived just across in Winter Street. When children went out, the hours were kept pretty strictly. 7 o'clock meant 7 truly, and not 8 or 9. Each child had a pretty paper box of candy tied with a bright ribbon, bonbons we should call them now, and they all expressed their thanks and made a courtesy as they reached the hall door.
Have you had a good time?
Asked Madame Royall, taking Doris by the hand.
It's been just delightful every moment,
the child answered.
And she's only looked on, Grandmamma,
exclaimed Eudora.
Now, let's us get real acquainted. We'll go in the parlor and have a good talk.
Very well,
returned Grandmamma.
I'll go and see what the old people are about.
I'm glad you don't have to go home so soon,
began Helen.
Why don't you live with your Uncle Adams instead of in Sudbury Street? Are there any girls there?
One real big one who is 16. She has gone to Hartford now. That's Betty Leverett. And I went there first because, well, Uncle Leverett came for me when the vessel reached Boston.
Oh, he's your uncle too. Did you come from another Boston, truly now?
Yes, it was Boston.
And like this?
Oh, no.
Did you know ever so many girls?
No, we lived quite out of the town.
And, oh, were you not afraid to cross the ocean? Suppose there had been a pirate or something.
I didn't know anything about pirates,
said Doris.
But I was afraid at first, when you could not see any land for days and days. There were 2 little girls, and they had a doll. We played together and grew used to the water. But it was worse when it stormed.
I should have been frightened out of my life. Grandmamma has been to England. We have some cousins there, but they are grown-up people and married. Which place do you like best?
I had no real relatives there after Papa died. Oh, I like this Boston best.
Then they branched off into school matters. Eudora and her sister went to a Miss Parker, and to a writing school an hour in the afternoon. Eudora wished she was grown up like Isabel and Alice, and could go out to real parties and have a silk frock. Grandmamma was going to give her one when she was 15. A feeling of delicacy kept Doris from confessing that she owned the coveted article. Some of the girls had worn very pretty frocks. Eudora's was a beautiful soft blue, and had bands of black velvet and short sleeves with lace around them. But Doris had forgotten about her own attire, though she recalled the fact that there was only one little girl in a gray frock, and it didn't seem very pretty. So they chattered on, and Eudora said they would have splendid times if she came in the summer. They had a big swing, and they went over on the common and had no end of fun playing tag. The warm weather was the nicest, though there was a great fun sledding and snowballing when the boys were not too rough. Oh, had she seen the forts and the great light out at Fort Hill? Wasn't it just grand?
But, you know, Walter said if the readouts had been stone instead of snow, the rebels never could have taken them. You know, they called us rebels then, and now we are a nation.
Doris wondered what a redoubt was, but she saved it to ask Uncle Win. She gave a sigh to think what an ignorant little girl she was.
I think it is a great deal finer to be a country all by yourself and govern your own people. The King of England is half crazy, you know. You don't mind, do you, when we talk about the English? We don't really mean every person, and our friends and all.
Getting rather confused with distinctions.
We mean the government,
interposed Helen.
It stands to reason. People thousands of miles away wouldn't know what's best for us. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if someone in Virginia should pretend to instruct Grandmamma what to do? Grandmamma knows so much, and she is one of the handsomest old ladies in Boston. Oh, listen.
A mysterious sound came from the kitchen. A fiddle was surely tuning up somewhere.
The big folks are going to dance, and that is Black Joe, Mr. Winslow's man.
Mr. Winslow and a young lady had arrived also. They tendered many apologies about their lateness. The people in the dining room left the table and came out in the hall. Carrie Adams had been having a very nice time for a young fellow. Isabel poured the chocolate, and on her right sat a Harvard senior. Alice poured the tea, and beside her sat Carrie, who made himself useful handing it about. He liked Alice very much. A young married couple were over on the other side, and now this addition and the fiddle looked suspicious.
"My dear Doris!"
exclaimed her uncle. He had been discussing Greek poets with a Harvard professor, and had really forgotten about her.
"Are you tired? It's about time a young person like you, and an old person like me, went home."
He didn't look a bit old. There was a tint of pink in his cheeks. He had been so roused and warmed with his argument and his tea.
Oh, do let Doris stay and see them dance, just one dance,
pleaded Eudora.
We have been sitting here talking and haven't tired ourselves out a bit.
The fiddler and the dancers went to the room where the children had their frolic. That was Jane Morris's cousin Winslow. How odd she should see him and hear Black Joe, who fiddled like the blind piper. The children kept time with their feet. The minuet was elegant. Then they had a cotillion in which there was a great deal of bowing. After that, Mr. Adams said that they must go home, and Madame Royall came and talked to Doris in a charming fashion, and then told Susan, the slim colored maid, to wrap her up head and ears, and in spite of Mr. Adams' protests, Pompey came round with the sleigh.
I hope you had a nice time,
said Madame Royall as she put a Christmas box in the little girl's hands.
I'm just full of joy,
she answered with shining eyes.
I couldn't hold any more unless I grew.
Laughingly, they made her promise to come again, and the children kissed her good-bye. Then they were whisked off and set down at their own door in no time.
Now you must run to bed. Aunt Elizabeth would be horrified at your staying up so late.
Miss Recompense was. Almost. She had been nodding over the fire. They went upstairs together. She took a look at Doris, and suddenly the child clasped her round the waist.
Oh, dear Miss Recompense, I was so glad about the beautiful sash. Most of the frocks were prettier than mine. Some had tiny ruffles round the bottom and the sleeves. But the party was so nice I forgot all about that. Oh, Miss Recompense, were you ever brimful of happiness, and you wanted to sing for pure gladness? I think that is the way the birds must feel.
No, Miss Recompense had never been that happy. A great joy, the delight of childhood, had been lost out of her life. She had been trained to believe that for every miserable day you spent bewailing your sins, a day in heaven would be intensified, and that happiness on earth was a snare of the evil one to lead astray. She had gone out in the fields and bemoaned herself, and wondered how the birds could sing when they had to die so soon, and how anyone could laugh when he had to answer for everything at the day of judgment.
Everybody was so delightful, though at first I felt strange, and I did not make out at all playing graces. That's just beautiful, and I'd like to know how. And now, if you will untie the sash and put it away, and I am 100 times obliged to you.
Some of the children she had known would have begged for the sash. Doris's frank return touched her. Mr. Adams no doubt meant her to keep it. She would ask him. And then the happy little girl went to bed, while even in the dark the room seemed full of exquisite visions and voices that charmed her. Carrie had to go away the next morning. Uncle Win said he couldn't spare her, and sent Cato over to tell Mrs. Leverett. A young man came in for some instruction, and Doris followed the fate of the vicar's household a while, till she felt she ought to study, since there were so many things she did not know. Uncle Win found her in the chimney corner with a pile of books.
What is it now?
He asked.
I think I know all my spelling, but I can't get some of the addition tables right when I ask myself questions. I wish there had not been any 9.
The world couldn't get along without the 9. It is very necessary.
Most of the good things are hard,
she said with a philosophic sigh. He laughed.
Eudora does not like tables either.
I will tell you a famous thing about 9 that you can't do with any other figure. How much is 10 and 10?
Why, 20, and 10 more are 30, and so on. It is easy as turning over your hand.
10 and 9.
Doris looked nonplussed and began to draw her brow in perplexed lines.
9 is only 1 less than 10. Now, if you can remember that...
19? Why, that is splendid.
Now, 16 and 9.
25.
Rather hesitatingly, he nodded.
And 9 more?
34. Oh, we made a rhyme. Uncle Winthrop, is it very hard to write verses? They are so beautiful.
I think it is, rather.
With his half-smile. People had not the leisure to be very poetical as yet, but through these years some children were being born into the world whose verses were to find a place by every fireside before the little girl said her last good night to it. So far there had been some bright witticisms and sarcasms in rhyme, and the clergy had penned verses for wedding and funeral occasions. The Reverend John Cotton had indulged in flowing versification, and even Governor Bradford had interspersed his severer cares with visions of softer strains. Anne Dudley, the wife of Governor Bradstreet, with her 8 children, had found time for study and writing, and about 1650 had a volume of verse published in London entitled The 10th Muse, several poems compiled with a great variety of wit and learning by an American gentlewoman, and she makes this protest even then. I am obnoxious to each carping tongue, who says my hand a needle better fits. A poet's pen all scorn I thus should wrong, for such despite they cast on female wits. If what I do proves well, it won't advance. They'll say it's stolen, or else it was by chance. There was also a Mrs. Murray and a Mercy Otis Warren, who evinced very fine intellectual ability, and Mrs. Adams had written letters that the world 100 years later was to admire and esteem. On the parlor table in some houses you found a thin volume of poems with a romantic history, and Mrs. Wheatley bought a little girl at the slave market one day, mostly out of pity. She learned to read very rapidly and was so modest and thoughtful that as a young woman she was held in high esteem by Dr. Sewell's flock at the Old South Church. She went abroad with her master's son before the breaking out of the war, and interested Londoners so much that her poems were published, and she was the recipient of a good many attentions. Afterward they were reissued in Boston and met with warm commendations for the nobility of sentiment and smooth versification. So to Phyllis Wheatley belongs the honor of having been one of the first female poets in Boston. And young men even now celebrated their sweethearts' charms in rhyme. Gay gallants wrote their own valentines. Young collegians struggled with Latin verse, and sometimes scaled the heights of Thessaly from whence inspiration sprang. But for the most part, the temperaments that inclined to the worship of the Muses sought solace in Chaucer, Shakespeare, and Milton, while the later ones were winning their way. Doris sighed over the doubtfulness in her uncle's tone, but it was music rather than poetry that floated through her brain.
You might come and read a little Latin, and then we will have a talk in French. We will leave the prosaic part. What you will do in square root and cube root...
I am afraid I shall not grow at all. I'll just wither up. Isn't there some round root?
Yes, among vegetables.
They both laughed at that. She did quite well in the Latin. Then she spelled some rather difficult words, and being in the high tide of French when dinner was announced, they kept on talking, to the great amusement of Miss Recompense, who could hardly convince herself that it really did mean anything reasonable. Uncle Winthrop said then they certainly deserved some indulgence, and if she was not afraid of blowing away, they would go out riding again. They took the small sleigh, and he drove, and they turned down toward the stem end of the pear. And if Boston had not held on good and strong in those early years, it might, in some high wind, have been twisted off and left an island. It does not look today much as it did when Doris first saw it. Charles River has shrunken, Back Bay has been filled up, it has stretched out everywhere and made itself a marvelous city. The common has changed as well, and is more beautiful than one could have imagined then, but 1,000 old recollections cling to it. They left the streets behind. Sleigh riding was the great winter amusement then, but you had to take it in cold weather, for the salt air all about had softened the snow the first mild day. There was no factory smoke or dust to mar it, and it lay in great unbroken sheets. There were people skating on Back Bay, and chairs on runners with ladies well wrapped up in furs, and sleds of every description. They came up around the other side and saw the wharves and the idle shipping and the white-capped islands in the harbor. Now the wind did nearly blow you away. The next day it was very lowering and chilly. Uncle Winthrop had to go to a dinner among some notables. Miss Recompense always brushed his hair and tied the queue. Young men did not wear them, but some of the older people thought leaving them off was aping youthfulness. He put on his black velvet small clothes, his silk stockings and low shoes with silver buckles, his flowered waistcoat, his high stock and fine French broadcloth coat. His shirt front had 2 full ruffles, beautifully crimped. Miss Recompense did it with a penknife.
You look just like a picture, Uncle Winthrop.
Doris exclaimed admiringly.
Party clothes do make one handsomer. I suppose it isn't good for one to be handsome all the time.
We should grow too vain,
he answered smilingly, Yet he did enjoy the honest praise.
Perhaps, if we were used to it all the time, it would not seem so beautiful. It would get to be everyday-like, and you would not think about it.
True enough, he had a fancy Madame Royall did not think half so much about her apparel as some of the more strenuous people who referred continually to conscience.
Goodbye. Maybe you will be in bed when I come back.
Oh, will you be gone that late?
She stood upon a stool and reached over to give him a parting kiss if she could not see him until tomorrow, and she did not even touch his immaculate ruffles. It was growing dusky, and Miss Recompense was in and out, and was in no hurry for candlelight herself. Doris sat in a kind of chaotic thinking. Someone came up the steps, stamped his feet quite too noisily for Cato, even if he had returned soon, knocked at the door, and then opened it.
Oh, Uncle Leverett!
And she sprang up.
Well, well, little runaway. I was quite struck when Mother told me you were going to stay all the week. I wanted to see my little girl. It's lonesome without you and Betty. I can tell you, lonesome as the woods in winter, and as I couldn't get to see her, I thought I would run around this way and see you. The longest way round is the surest way home, I've heard.
With a twinkle in his eye.
Where's Uncle Win? What are you doing in the dark alone?
Uncle Win has gone to a grand dinner at the Exchange something, and he dressed all up. He looked splendid.
I dare say he isn't bad-looking in his everyday gear. And you are having a good time?
A beautiful time, Uncle Leverett. I went to church Christmas morning, and a lady asked us both to a party. Yes, it was a party. The grown people were by themselves, and the children, there were 10 little girls. They had a grand supper and played games and told riddles, and we talked.
Where was this fine affair?
At Madame Royall's, and she was so kind and sweet and handsome.
Well, I declare, right in amongst the quality. I don't know what Mother would say to a party. What a pity you didn't have that pretty frock.
I did wish for it at first, but we had such a nice time it made no difference. And then some more people came, and Mr. Winslow and Black Joe, who was at Betty's party, and they danced. Carrie went, too. He stayed after Uncle Win and I came home.
Great doings. I am glad you're happy, but I shall be doubly glad to get you back. And now I must run off home.
Miss Recompense came in and lighted the candles. They were going to have supper in 5 minutes, and he must take off his coat and stay.
I've sort of run away, and no one would know where I am. Wife would keep supper waiting. No, I must hustle back, thanking you for the asking. I wanted to see Doris. Somehow we have grown so used to her already that the house seems kind of lost without her, Betty being away. We haven't had any letter from Hartford, but I dare say she is there all safe.
Post teams do get delayed. Doris is well and satisfied. She and her uncle have great time studying.
That is good. Wife worried a little about school. Now I must go. Good night. You will surely be home on Saturday.
Good night,
returned the soft voice. Somehow the supper was very quiet. Doris had begun to read aloud to Miss Recompense the story of Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia. She did not like it as well as her dear vicar, but Uncle Win said it was good. He was not quite sure of the vicar for such a child, so she read along very well for a while, and then she yawned.
You were up late last night, and you must go to bed,
said the elder lady. Doris was ready. She was sleepy, but somehow she did not drop asleep all in a minute. There was a grave subject to consider. All day she was thinking how splendid it would be if Uncle Win should ask her to come here and live. She liked him. She liked the books and the curiosities and the talks and the teaching. Uncle Win was so much more interesting than Mrs. Webb, who flung questions at you in a way that made you jump if you were not paying strict attention. There were other delights that she could not explain to herself, and the books, the leisure to sit and think. For careful Aunt Elizabeth said,
"Have you hung up your cloak, Doris? Are you sure you know your spelling? I do wonder if you'll ever get those tables perfect. The idea of such a big girl not knowing how to knit a stocking! Don't sit there looking into the fire and dreaming, Doris. Attend to your book. Jimmy boy is way ahead of you in some things."
And here she could sit and dream. Of course she was not going to school. Miss Recompense did not think of something all the time. She had learned a sort of graciousness since she had lived with Mr. Winthrop Adams. True, she had nothing to worry about, no children to advance in life, no husband whose business she must be anxiously considering. She had a snug little sum of money, and was adding to it all the time, and she was still a long way from old age. Doris could not have understood the difference in both position and demands, but she enjoyed the atmosphere of ease. And there was a certain aspect of luxury, a freedom from the grinding exactions of conscience that had been trained to keep continually on the alert lest one fall into temptation.
He had wanted to see his little girl. He was lonesome without her.
She could see the longing in Uncle Leverett's face and hear his wistful voice there in the dark. He had come to the ship and given her the first greeting and brought her home. Yes, she supposed she was his little girl. Guardians were to take care of one's money. You did not have to live with them, of course. Uncle Leverett was something in a business way, too, and he loved her. She knew that without any explanation. She was quite sure Uncle Win loved her also, but her real place was in Sudbury Street. Friday afternoon she was curled up by the fire reading, looking like a big kitten. If you had seen only her gray frock, Uncle Win had glanced at her every now and then. He did not mind having her around, not as much, in fact, as Carrie, who tumbled books about and moved chairs noisily and kept one's nerves astir all the time, as a big healthy fellow whose body has grown so fast that he hardly knows what to do with his long arms and legs is apt to do. Doris was like a little mouse. She never rattled the leaves when she turned them over. She never put books in the cases upside down. She did not finger papers or anything that lay on the table when she stood by it. He had a fancy that all children were meddlesome and curious and given to asking queer questions. These were the things he remembered about Carrie in those first years of sorrow, when he could hardly bear him out of his sight. Instead, Doris was restful with her quaint ways. She did not run against chairs, nor move a stool so that the legs emitted a skreek of agony, and she could sit still for an hour at a time if she had a book. Of course, being a girl, she ought to sew instead. It was getting quite dusky. Uncle Winthrop came and stirred the fire and put on a pine log, then drew up his chair.
"Put away your book, Doris. You will try your eyes."
She shut it up and came and stood by him. He passed his arm around her.
Uncle Win, there was a time when people had to read and sew by the blaze of logs and torches. There were no candles.
They did it not so many years ago here. I dare say they are still doing it out in country places. They go to bed early.
What seems queer to me is that people are continually finding out things. They must at one time have been very ignorant. No, they could not have been either.
Reflectively.
For just think how Adam named the animals, and Miss Arabella said that Job knew all about the stars and called them by their names. But perhaps it was little things like candles and such. Yet they had lamps ever and ever so long ago.
People seem to advance and then fall back. They emigrate and cannot take all their appliances with them, and they make simpler things to use until they have leisure and begin to accumulate wealth. You see, they could not bring a great deal from England or Holland in the vessels they had in early 1600, so they had to begin at the foundation in many things.
It is all so wonderful when you really come to learn about it,
she said with a gentle sigh. The blaze was shining on her now and bringing out the puzzles on the fair child's face. She was very intelligent, if she was slow at figures.
Doris?
After a long pause.
How would you like to live here?
Oh, Uncle Win, it would be the most splendid thing.
I fancied you might like to change. And there are some matters connected with your education. Why, what is it, Doris?
She raised her eyes an instant, then they drooped, and he saw the dark fringe beat it with tears. She took a long, quivering inspiration.
Uncle Win, I don't believe I can.
The words came very slowly.
You see, Betty is away, and Uncle Leverett missed me very much. He said the other night I was his little girl, and he was lonesome.
I shall be very lonesome when you are gone.
But you have so many books and things, and people coming, and I should like to stay. Oh, I do like you so.
She put her slim arm around his neck and laid her cheek against his.
Sometimes it seems as if you are like what I remember of Papa. I only saw such a little of him, after I went to England. But Aunt Elizabeth says it is the hard things that are right always. She would have Jimmy boy, if I stayed. But Uncle Leverett wants me. I can just feel how it is, but I don't know how to explain it. He has always been so good to me. And that day on the ship he said, "Is this my little girl?" And I was so glad to really belong to someone again.
She was crying softly. He felt the tears on his cheek. Her simple heroism touched him.
"Yes, dear,"
he said with a comforting sound in his voice.
"Perhaps it would be best to wait a little, until Betty returns, or in the summer. You can come over Friday night and spend Sunday, and brush up on Latin and brush me up on French, and we will have a nice visit."
Oh, thank you, Uncle Win. If I could be 2 little girls.
I want you all complete. We will keep it to think about.
Then Miss Recompense said supper was ready, and Doris wiped the tears out of her eyes and smiled. But the pressure of her hand as they walked out confessed that she belonged to him. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. Various Opinions of Little Girls.
You have kept up wonderfully for being absent a whole week. You haven't fallen back a bit,
said Mrs. Webb. Doris, flushed with delight. The little training Uncle Winthrop had given her had borne fruit. But she was shocked that Jimmy boy was so bad he had to be punished with a ruler. He had been punished twice in the week before.
"Don't you dare us to tell Grandmother,"
he said as they were turning into Sudbury Street.
"If you do, I'll...
She was a girl and he couldn't punch her.
I won't take you on my sled."
No, I won't tell.
"Honest and true, hope to die."
I'll say honest and true.
"A little thing like that ain't much, just 2 or 3 slaps. You ought to see the teacher at Salem. My brother Foster gets licked sometimes, and he makes his promise not to tell Father."
James had stood a little in awe of Doris on the point of good behavior, but Sam had been up and James had gone down to Aunt Martha's, and he felt a great deal bigger now. Uncle Leverett was very glad to get his little girl back. They had heard from Betty, who had spent 2 delightful days with Mrs. Eastham. Then they had gone to Hartford together. Electa and the children were well, and she had a beautiful house with a Brussels carpet in the parlor, and velvet furniture and vases, and a table with a marble top. Betty sent love to everybody, and they were to tell Aunt Priscilla that the beaver bonnet was just the thing, and she was going to have the silk frock made over right away. Electa thought the India silk lovely. She was so glad she had brought the extra piece along, for she was going to have the little cape with long tabs to tie behind, and she should use up every scrap putting a frill on it. Aunt Priscilla had not waited until March, but taken another cold and was confined to the house, so Aunt Elizabeth went over quite often. Martha Grant proved very efficient, and she was industry itself. She too was amazed that Doris wasn't put to something useful. Doris had brought home a Latin book, but Aunt Elizabeth could not cordially endorse such a boyish study. Women were never meant to go to colleges, but she did not feel free to thwart Cousin Adam's plans for her. He came over on Saturday and took her out, and they had a nice laughing French talk, though he admitted he and Miss Recompense had missed her very much. She told him about Betty and what Mrs. Webb had said, and seemed quite happy. Just at the last of the month, they were all very much interested in a grand affair to which Uncle Winthrop was an invited guest. It was at the Great Exchange Coffee House, and really in honor of the gallant struggle Spain had been making against the man who had bid fair then to be the dictator of all Europe. On one throne after another he had placed the different members of his family. Joseph Bonaparte, who had been King of Naples, was summarily transferred to the throne of Spain. with small regard for the desires of her people. He found himself quite unable to cope with the insurgents rising on every hand, and America sent Spain her warmest sympathy. Uncle Leverett read the account aloud from his weekly paper. Now and then there appeared a daily paper for a brief while, and a tolerably successful semi-weekly, but the real substantial paper was the weekly. How they would have found time then to read a morning and an evening paper, 2 or 3 perhaps, is beyond comprehension, and to have heard news from every quarter of the globe before it was more than a few hours old would have seemed witchcraft. Napoleon was now at the zenith of his fame, but the feeling of the country at his divorcing Josephine, who loved him deeply, was a thrill of indignation, for the tie of marriage was now considered irrevocable, save for the gravest cause, that he should marry an Austrian princess for the sake of allying himself to a royal house and having an heir to the throne, which was nearly half of Europe now, was causing people even then to draw a parallel between him and our own hero, Washington. Both had started with an endeavor to free their respective countries from an intolerable yoke, and when this was achieved, Washington had grandly and calmly laid down the burdens of state and retired to private life, while Napoleon was still bent upon conquest. The sympathies of America went out to all struggling nations. There had been an ode read, and toasts and songs. Indeed, it had called together the notable men of the city, who had partaken of a grand feast. It was much talked of for weeks, and Doris questioned Uncle Winthrop and began to be interested in matters pertaining to her new country. She was learning a great deal about the city. Warren took her to Aunt Priscilla's one noon, and came for her when they had shut up shop. Aunt Priscilla did not mend rapidly. She called it being pajiki, as if there was no name of a real disease to give it. A little fresh cold, a good deal of weakness, and she had always been so strong. Some fever that would persist in coming back even when she had succeeded in breaking it up for a few days. The time hung heavily on her hands. She did miss Betty's freshness and bright, argumentative ways, so she was glad to see Doris, for Polly sat out in the kitchen half asleep most of the time. Solomon, as well, always seemed very glad to see Doris. He came and sat in her lap, and Aunt Priscilla told about the days when she was a little girl, more than 50 years ago. Doris thought life must have been very hard, and she was glad not to have lived then. She did like Miss Recompense the best, but she felt sorry for Aunt Priscilla's loneliness.
She and Polly have grown old together, and they need some younger person to take care of them both,
said Uncle Leverett.
She ought to take her comfort. She has enough money.
It is so difficult to find anyone to suit.
And Aunt Elizabeth sighed.
I shall crawl out in the spring,
declared Mrs. Perkins, but her tone was rather despondent. Doris wondered when the spring would come. The snow and ice had never been entirely off the ground. Besides going to Uncle Winthrop's, and she went every Saturday, she had been asked to Madame Royall's to tea with the children. The elder lady had not forgotten her. Indeed, she was one of the houses that Mr. Adams thoroughly enjoyed, though he was not much of a hand to visit. But people felt then that they really owed their neighbors some social duty. There were not so many public amusements. The Chapman children had real dolls, not simply rag babies, and the clothes were made so you could take them off. Doris was quite charmed with them. Helen's had blue eyes and Eudora's brown, but both were red-cheeked and had black hair, which was not really hair at all, but shaped of the composition and curled and painted over. They had a grand long slide in their garden at the back. The servant would flood it over now and then and make it smooth as glass. Doris found it quite an art to stand up. Helen could go the whole length beautifully and balance herself better than Eudora, but if you fell, you generally tumbled over in the bank of snow and did not get hurt. Playing graces was a great delight to her, and after several trials she became quite expert. Then on one occasion Madame Royall found that she had a very sweet voice.
"You are old enough to learn some pretty songs, my child,"
she said.
"I must speak to your uncle. When the weather gets pleasanter, he must place you in a singing class."
Singing was quite a great accomplishment then. Very few people had pianos, but young ladies and young men would sometimes spend a whole evening in singing beautiful old songs. In March there was a new president, Mr. Madison. Everybody was hoping for a new policy in better times, yet now and then there were quite sharp talks of war. One day Mrs. Manning and the baby came in and made quite a visit. The baby was very sweet and good, with pretty dark eyes, and Mrs. Manning looked very much like Aunt Elizabeth. Mrs. Hollis Leverett came and spent the day, and young married women who had been Mary Leverett's friends came to tea. Warren went over in the old chaise and brought Aunt Priscilla. Everybody seemed personally aggrieved that Betty should stay away for so long. But Betty was having a grand time. Her letters to her mother were very staid and respectful, but there were accounts of dinners and evening parties and 2 or 3 weddings. Her brother King had given her a pretty pink silk, and that was made pompadour waist, and had a full double plait at the back that hung down to the floor in a train. He had taken her and elected to a grand affair, where there were crowds of beautifully attired ladies. Betty did not call it a ball, for she knew they would all be shocked, and though her mother had written for her to come home, Mrs. King had begged for a little longer visit, as there seemed to be something special all the time.
"What extravagance for a young girl!"
exclaimed Mrs. Manning.
"Pink silk indeed, and a train! Betty will be so flighty when she comes back there will be no getting along with her. Lecty has grown very worldly, I think. I have never found any occasion for a pink silk."
Mrs. Leverett sighed, and Betty was not yet 17. Mrs. Manning took James home with her, for she said grandmother was spoiling him. She kept the children with a pretty strict hand at home, and they soon jumped over the traces when you gave them a little liberty. She was very glad to have him go to school all winter, and hoped he had made some improvement. She was very brisk and energetic, and was surprised to think they were letting Doris grow up into such a helpless, know-nothing sort of girl, and her daughter of 9 was like a steady little woman.
"Still, it isn't wise to put too much on her,"
said Mrs. Leverett in mild protest.
"Where one cannot help it, why you must, but I think life is getting a little easier, and children ought to have their share of it."
"I'm not asking anything of her that I did not do,"
returned Mrs. Manning.
"and I am proud of my training and my housekeeping."
"But it was so different then. Your father and I began life with only a few $100s. Then there was his 3 years in the war, and people were doing everything for themselves, spinning and weaving and dyeing and making clothes of every kind. To be sure, I made soap and candles."
Laughing a little.
"But we have only 1 cow now and give half the milk for her care. I really felt as if I ought not have Martha, but father insisted."
"I don't see why Doris couldn't have done a good deal instead of poring over books so much."
"Well, you see, she isn't really our own. Cousin Winthrop has some ideas about her education. She will have a little money, too, if everything turns out right."
"It's just the way to spoil girls. And you will find, Mother, that Betty will be none the better for her visit to Lecty. Dear me, I don't see how Lecty can answer to her conscience spending money that way. We couldn't. It's wrong and sinful, and it's wrong to bring up any child in a helpless, do-little fashion."
They were sitting by the south window sewing, and Doris was at the other side of the chimney studying. Now and then she could not help catching a sentence. She wondered what little Elizabeth Manning was like, who could cook a meal, work butter, tend babies, and sew and knit stockings. She only went to school in the winter. There was too much work to do in the summer. She was not left alone now. One of the Mannings' aunts had been staying some time. This aunt was a tailoress, and had been fitting out Mr. Manning, and now James must go home to have some clothes made. Jimmy boy privately admitted to Doris that he would rather stay at grandmother's. She was a good deal easier on him than his mother, and he didn't mind Mrs. Webb a bit.
"But you just ought to see Mr. Green. He does lick the boys like fury, and there's such lots of errands to do home. Mother never gives you a chunk of cake either. I don't see why they couldn't have all been grandmothers instead of mothers."
James was not the first boy who would wish such a thing, but he knew he had to go home, and that was all there was about it. Martha wanted to go also. She had bought a good stout English cambric, lively coloured, as she called it, and a nicely woolen or stuff frock, as goods of that kind were often called. She was going to do up last summer's white frock to be married in. They would have a wedding supper at her father's, and then go home and begin housekeeping the next morning. Mrs. Leverett added a tablecloth to her store. Betty must be sent for imperatively. Her mother was afraid she would be quite spoiled, and she could not help wishing that Mrs. King would be a little more careful and not branch out so, and Mary take life a little easier, for Mr. Manning was putting by money and had his large farm clear. Then Aunt Priscilla was suddenly at sea. Jonas Field had bought a place of his own where he could live over the store. In spite of a changed name, King Street had dropped down and now was largely given to taverns. The better class had kept moving out and poorer class moving in, with colored people among them. No one had applied for the store, but a man who wanted to keep a tavern combined with a kind of sailor lodging house had made her a very good offer to buy the property.
I'm going to live my time out in this house,
declared Aunt Priscilla with some of her olden energy.
I came here when I was married, and I'll stay to be buried. By the looks of things, it won't be a great many years. And I haven't made a sign of a will yet. Not that the Perkinsons would get anything if I died in this state. That ain't the word, but it means the same thing, not having your will made, and I ain't quite sure, after all, that would be right. I worked and saved, and I had some when we were married, but husband had foresight and knew how to turn it over. Some of his money ought to go back to his folks.
This had been one of the decisions haunting Aunt Priscilla's conscience. Down at the bottom she had a strict sense of justice.
It is hardly nice to go there any more,
said Aunt Elizabeth.
And I shall not enjoy a young girl like Betty running over there. If Aunt Priscilla shouldn't be well, and she is breaking, Polly gets worse and really is not to be trusted.
It was Polly, after all, who settled the matter, or the summons that came to Polly one night. For in the morning, quite late, after a good deal of calling and scolding, Aunt Priscilla found she had taken the last journey. It was a great shock. Jonas Field's errand boy was dispatched to the Leveretts. The woman who came soon gave notice that she couldn't stay in no such neighborhood for steady company. Mr. Leverett and Cousin Adams urged her to sell. If there should be war, she might not have a chance in a long while again.
Oh, but I don't know the first thing in the world to do,
she moaned.
I haven't a chick nor a child to care about me.
Come over and stop with us a bit until you can make some plans. There's 2 rooms upstairs in which you could housekeep if you wanted to. Our family gets smaller all the time. But if you liked to live with us a spell,
said Mr. Leverett.
I don't know how Elizabeth could stand an old woman and a young one.
Hesitatingly.
If you mean Doris, she's going over to Winthrop's,
he replied.
Ready to jump at the chance, I'll warrant. You can't count on children.
No, Aunt Priscilla, she didn't jump. She's a wise, fond little thing. Went asked her about Christmas, and she wouldn't consent until Betty came back, for fear we would be lonesome. It quite touched me when I heard of it. Win has some ideas about her education, and I guess he's nearer right. So that needn't trouble you. It would be so much better for you to sell.
I'll think it over,
she said almost gruffly, for she was moved herself.
I never could get along with this Rachel Day. She doesn't allow that anyone in the world knows anything but herself, and I kept house before she was born. I don't quite like such smart people.
Miss Hetty Perkins came in to offer her services as housekeeper. Every now and then she had edged round, as Aunt Priscilla expressed it. Everybody said Hetty was closer than the skin, but then she had no one except herself to depend on, and Amos Perkins called to see if Aunt Priscilla had anyone she could trust to do her business. He heard she was going to sell.
I haven't made up my mind,
she answered tartly. She was not fond of Amos either. Then the would-be purchaser found he could have a place 2 doors down. He did not like it as well, but it would answer.
It seems as if I was bound to have a rum shop and a sailor's boarding house under my nose. There'll be a crowd of men hanging round and fiddling and carousing half the night. I don't see what's getting into Boston. Places that were good enough 20 years ago are only fit for tramps, and decent people have to get out of the way, whether they will or no.
Betty came home the last of March. She looked taller. Perhaps it was because she wore her dresses so long and her hair so high. She had a pretty new frock, a rich warm brown ground, with little flowers in green and yellow and a kind of dull red sprinkled all over it. It had come from New York and was called Delaine. She had discarded her homespun woolen, and oh, how stylishly pretty she was, quite like the young ladies at Madame Royall's. She held Doris to her heart and almost smothered her, kissing her fondly.
"You have grown lovely by the minute,"
she cried.
"I was so afraid someone would cut your hair. Lecty said at first that I had only one idea, and that was Doris Adams. I talked about you so much, and she's wild to see you. She's quite grand and full of fun, altogether different from Mary. Mary holds on to every penny until I should think she'd pinch it thin, and I've had the most magnificent time, though Hartford is nothing compared to Boston. It is like a country place where you know everybody that is at all worth knowing. I have such lots of things to tell you."
It came rather hard to take up the old routine of work and get up early in the morning. She was dismayed by the news that Aunt Priscilla was coming and Doris going.
"Though I don't know,"
she declared after reflecting a day or two on the subject.
"I'll have such a good excuse to go to Uncle Wynn's, and we can have delightful talks. But Aunt Priscilla is certainly a dispensation of Providence equal to St. Paul's thorn in the flesh."
"I've made her some visits this winter, and she has been real nice,"
said Doris.
"I shouldn't mind her at all now, and I told Uncle Wynn that I would like to be 2 little girls so one could stay here. I love Uncle Wynn very much. I love your father, too."
"Is there anybody in the whole wide world you do not love?"
Doris flushed. She had not been able to feel very tenderly toward Mrs. Manning, and Mrs. Hollis Leverett talked about her being so backward and such a meeching little thing.
"I dare say if the truth was known, her mother died of consumption, and that great mop of hair is enough to take the strength out of any child. I wouldn't have it on Bessie's hair for an hour," declared
Mrs. Hollis. But Bessie told her in a confidential whisper that she thought her curls the sweetest thing in the world, and when she was a grown-up young lady she meant to curl her hair all over her head. Doris was glad Uncle Winthrop did not find any fault with them. Of course she should be sorry to go. It was curious how one could be glad and sorry in a breath. Mrs. Leverett went over to Aunt Priscilla's to help pack. Oh, the boxes and bundles and bags! They were tied up and labeled. Some of them had not been opened for years. Gowns that she had outgrown, stockings she had knit, petticoats she had quilted. Quite a fashion then.
"It's lucky we have a big garret,"
said Mrs. Leverett.
"And whatever will you do with them?"
"There's that flax wheel. It was grandmother's. She was like Benjamin Franklin, who gave his sister Jane a spinning wheel on her wedding day. She gave me that, and Jane's gone, though I did hear someone bought the wheel for a sort of keepsake. Oh, Elizabeth, I don't know what you'll do with this old trumpery."
Elizabeth hardly knew either. It was good to have children and grandchildren to take some of these things just to keep one from hoarding up. Elizabeth, sweet soul, remembered the poor at her gates as well. But most people were fond of holding on to everything until their latest breath. There was some virtue in it, for the later generations had many priceless heirlooms. One of the south rooms was emptied, and after a great deal of argument, Aunt Priscilla was prevailed upon to use her best chamber furniture for the rest of her life. She had not cared much for the housekeeping project, and decided she would rather board a while until she could get back some of her strength.
"What are you going to do with Solomon?"
asked Doris.
"Well, I don't know. Elizabeth doesn't like cats very much. He's such a nice fellow. I should hate to leave him behind and have him neglected. But it's bad luck to move cats."
"I should like to have him."
"Would you now? He's almost like a human. I've said that many a time, and he went round asking after Polly just as plain as anyone could. I declare it made my heart ache. Polly had been a capable woman, and Mr. Perkins bought her, so I didn't feel free to turn her away when he was gone. And I've grown used to a servant, too. I don't know what I should have done without her the last 2 years he was ailing, though when she came to be forgetful and lose her judgment, it did use to try me. But I'm glad now I kept it to the end. I'd borrowed a sight of trouble thinking what I'd do if she fell sick, and I might just have well trusted the Lord right straight along. When I came to have this other creature ordering everything and making tea her way, she will boil it, and you might as well give me senna. Then I knew Polly had some sense and memory after all. You can't think how I miss her. I'm sorry for every bit of fault I found these past 2 years.
Aunt Priscilla stopped to take breath. and wipe her eyes. Polly's death had opened her mind to many things. Doris sat and stroked Solomon and rubbed him under the throat. Now and then he looked up with an intent asking gaze and a solemn flick of one ear, as if he had said, "Can't you tell me where Polly is gone?"
You'd have to ask Uncle Winthrop, and I don't know what Miss Recompense would say.
She likes cats.
Oh, well, I'm afraid Uncle Winthrop doesn't.
If he should...
Tentatively.
I think I'd miss Solomon a good deal, but he'd be a bother to keep at the Leveretts. I would like him to have a good home, and he is very fond of you.
Uncle Win was over the very next day, and Doris laid the case before him.
I like the picture of comfort a nice cat makes before the fire. I haven't any objection to cats in themselves, but I dislike cat hairs.
Uncle Win, I could brush you off, and Solomon has been so well trained. He has a box with a cushion, so he never jumps up in chairs, and he has a piece of blanket on the rug where he lies. He loves me so, and Aunt Elizabeth can't bear cats. Oh, I wish I might have him.
I'll talk to Miss Recompense. She's having a little room fixed up for you just off of hers. It opens on the hall, and it has a window where you can see the sunrise. I think through the summer you need not go to school, but study at home as you did Christmas week.
That will be delightful, and I shall be so glad when it is truly spring.
It had been a long cold winter, but now there were signs everywhere of a curious awakening among the maples. Some were already out in red bloom. The grass had begun to spring up in its soft green, though there were patches of ice in shady places, and a broad skim along the edge of the Charles River marsh, but the bay and the harbor were clear and beautiful. Betty and Doris had confidential chats after they were in bed, in very low tones, lest they should be heard.
Everybody would be shocked to see how really gay Electa is. There are very religious people in Hartford, too, who begin on Saturday night. But the men insist upon the parties and dinners, and they bring their fashions up from New York. Boston is just as gay in some places, and Jane Morse has had a splendid time this winter going to dances. The gentlemen who come to Mr. King's are so polite, some of them elegant. I envy Lecty. It's just the kind of world to live in.
And I want to hear about your pink silk.
I left it at Lecty's. It was too gay to bring home. It would have frightened everybody, and Lecty thinks of going to New York next winter, and if she does, she will send for me. I should have had to rumple it all up bringing it home, and I don't believe I'd had a chance to wear it. I have the two other, and Matt thought the blue and white one very pretty. Matt laughs at what he calls Puritanism, and says the world is growing broader and more generous. He is a splendid man, too, and though he is making a good deal of money, he doesn't think all the time of saving, as Mary and her husband do. He is good to the poor, and generous and kind, and wants everyone to be happy. Of course they go to church, but there is a curious difference. I sometimes wonder who is right, and if it is a sin to be happy.
Doris's mind had no especial theological bent, and her conscience had not been trained to keep on the alert.
It was very nice in him to give it to you, and you must have looked lovely in it.
Oh, the frock!
Betty laughed.
Yes, I did. And when you know you look nice, you stop feeling anxious about it. It was just so at Jane's party, but I should have been mortified in my gray woolen gown. Well, the mortification may be good, but it isn't pleasant. I wore the pink silk to the weddings and to some dinners. Dinners are quite grand things there, but they last so long I should call them suppers. And sometimes there is a grand march afterwards, which is a kind of stately dancing. It has been just delightful. I don't know how I will settle down and wash and iron and scrub, but I would a great deal rather be in Lecty's place than in Mary's, and saving up money to buy farms isn't everything to life. I think the Mannings worship their farms and stock a good deal more than Lecty and Matt do their fine house and their money and all.
Her admirers and her conquests she confided to Janie Morse. There was one very charming young man that she liked a great deal, but her sister said she was too young to keep company, and there might be next winter in New York. It spoke volumes for the wholesome, sensible nature of Betty Leverett that she could take her olden place in the household, assist her mother, and entertain her father with the many interesting events of her gay and happy winter. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14. In the Spring. The matter had settled itself so easily that Doris could not find much opportunity for sorrow, nor misgivings for her joy. She could not see the struggle there had been in Uncle Leverett's mind, and the sturdy common sense that had come to his assistance. He could recall habits of second cousin Charles that were like a woman's for daintiness, and Winthrop Adams had the same touch of refinement and delicacy. It was in the Adams blood, doubtless. Aunt Priscilla had not a large share, but he had noted some of it in Elizabeth. It pervaded every atom of Doris's slender body, in every cell of her brain. She never would take to the rougher, coarser things of life. Indeed, why should she when there was no need? He had wandered so far from the orthodox faith that he began to question useless discipline. Winthrop could understand and care for her better. She would grow up in his house to the kind of girl nature had meant her to be. Here the useful, that might never come in use, would be mingled and confused with what was necessary. He had watched her trying to achieve the stocking that all little girls could knit at her age. It was as bad as Penelope's web. Aunt Elizabeth pulled it out after she had gone to bed and knit 2 or 3 rounds so as not to utterly discourage her inapt pupil. But Doris had set up some lace on a cushion after Madame Schaf's direction, and it grew a web of beauty under her dainty fingers. It was not as if Doris would be quite lost to them. They would see her every day or two, and when it was decided that Aunt Priscilla would come, he was really glad. Aunt Priscilla's captious talk did not always proceed from an unkindly heart. Betty made a violent protest at first.
After all, it will not be quite so bad as I thought,
she admitted presently.
I shall go to Uncle Win's twice as often, and I have always been so fond of him, and things are prettier there, somehow. There is a great difference in the way people live, and I mean to change some things. It isn't because one is ashamed to be old-fashioned. Some of the old ways are lovely. It is only when you tack hardness and commonness on them and think ugliness has a real virtue in it. We will have both sides to talk about. But if you were going back to England, it would break my heart, Doris.
Doris winked some tears out of her eyes. She thought her room at Uncle Win's was like a picture. The wall was whitewashed. People thought then it was much healthier for sleeping chambers. The floor was painted a rather palish yellow. There was only one window, but the door was opposite, and a door that opened into the room of Miss Recompense. The window had white curtains with ruffled edges, made of rather coarse muslin, but it was clear and looked very tidy. Miss Recompense had found a small bedstead among the stored-away articles. It had high posts and curtains and valance of pale blue flowered chintz. There was a big bureau, a dressing-table covered with white, and a looking-glass prettily draped. At the top of this, surmounted by a gilt eagle, was a marvelous picture of a man with a blue coat and yellow small-clothes, handing into a boat a lady who wore a skirt of purple and an overdress of scarlet, very much betrimmed, holding a green parasol over her head with one hand, and placing a slippered foot on the edge of the boat. After a long while, Doris thought she should be much relieved to have them sail off somewhere. There were 2 quaint rush-bottomed chairs and a yellow stool, such as we tie with ribbons and call a milking stool. A nice warm rug lay at the side of the bed, and a smaller one at the washing-stand. These were woven like rag carpet, but made of woolen rags with plenty of ends standing up all over, like the surface of a moquette carpet. They were considered quite handsome then, as they were more trouble than braided rugs, and so soft to the foot. Some strenuous housekeepers declared them terrible dust-catchers. Doris's delight in the room amply repaid Miss Recompense. She had learned her way about, and could come down alone, now that the weather had grown pleasanter, and she was full of joy over everything. Occasionally Uncle Winthrop would be out, then she and Miss Recompense would have what they called a nice talk. Miss Recompense Gardiner was quite sure she had never seen just such a child. Indeed, at 45 she was rather set in her ways, disliked noise and bustle, and could not bear to have the house torn up, as she phrased it. 12 years before she had come here to housekeep, as the old phrase went. She had not lacked admirers, but she had been very particular. Her sisters said she was a born old maid. There was in her soul a great love of refinement and order. Mr. Winthrop Adams had suited her. He was quiet, neat, made no trouble, and did not smoke. That was a wretched habit in her estimation. Cousin Charles used to come over, and different branches of the family were invited in now and then to tea. Cary was a rather proper, well-ordered boy, trained by his mother's sister, who had married and gone away just before the advent of Miss Gardiner. There had been some talk that Mr. Winthrop might espouse Miss Harriet Cary in the course of time, but as there were no signs, and Miss Cary had an excellent offer of marriage, she accepted it. Cary went to the Latin school, and then to Harvard. He was a fair average boy, a good student, and ready for his share of fun at any time. His father had marked out his course, which was to be law, and Cary was indifferent as to what he took up. So they had gone on year after year. It promised a pleasant break to have a little girl. The greatest trouble, Miss Recompense thought, would be making Solomon feel at home. Doris brought his cushion, and the box he slept in at night was sent. Warren brought him over in a bag, and they put him in the closet for the night. He uttered some pathetic wails, and Doris talked to him until he quieted down. He was a good deal frightened the next morning, but he clung to Doris, who carried him about in her arms and introduced him to every place. He was afraid of Mr. Adams and Cato, his acquaintance with men having been rather limited. After several days he began to feel quite at home, and took cordially to his cushion in the corner.
"He doesn't offer to run away,"
announced Doris to Aunt Priscilla.
"He likes Miss Recompense. Uncle Winthrop thinks him the handsomest cat he has ever seen."
Poor old Polly. She set a great deal of store by Solomon. I never did care much for a cat, but I do think Solomon was most as wise as folks. I don't know what I should have done last winter when I was so miserable if it had not been for him. He seemed to take such comfort that it was almost as good as a sermon. And sometimes when he purred, it was like the sound of a hymn, with the up and down and the long notes. I don't believe he would have stayed with anyone else, though. Child, what is there about you that just goes to the heart of even a dumb beast?
Doris looked amazed, then thoughtful.
"I suppose it is because I love them,"
she said simply. There was a great stir everywhere, it seemed. The slow spring had really come at last. The streets were being cleared up, the gardens put in order, some of the houses had a fresh coat of paint, the stores put out their best array. The trees were misty-looking, with tiny green shoots, and the maples, Doris thought, wonderful. There were 4 in a row on Common Street. One was full of soft, dull red blooms. One had little pale green hoods on the end of every twig. Another looked as if it held a tiny scarlet parasol over each baby bud, and the 4th dropped clusters of brownish-green fringe.
"Oh, how beautiful they are!"
cried Doris, her eyes alight with enthusiasm. And then all the great common began to put out spring attire. The marsh grass over beyond sent up stiff green spikes and tussocks that looked like little islands, and there were water plants with large leaves that seemed continually nodding to their neighbors. The frog concerts at the pond were simply bewildering, with a variety of voices, each one proclaiming that the reign of ice and snow was at an end, and they were giving thanks.
"They are so glad,"
declared Doris.
"I shouldn't like to be frozen up all winter in a little hole."
Miss Recompense smiled. Perhaps they were grateful. She had never thought of it before. Doris did not go back to Mrs. Webb's school, though the lady said she was sorry to give her up. Uncle Win gave her some lessons, and she went to riding school for an hour every day. Miss Recompense instructed her how to keep her room tidy, but Uncle Win said that there would be time enough for her to learn housekeeping. Then there were hunts for flowers. Betty came over. She knew some nooks where the trailing arbutus grew and bloomed, the swamp pinks and the violets of every shade and almost every size, from the wee little fellows who sheltered his head under his mother's leaf-green umbrella to the tall sentinel-like fellow who seemed to fling out defiance. Doris used to come home with her hands full of blooms. The rides, too, were delightful. They went over the bridges to West Boston and South Boston and to Cambridge, going through the college buildings, small indeed compared with the magnificent pile of today, but Boston did seem almost like a collection of islands. The bays and rivers, the winding creeks that crept through the green marsh grass, the long low shores held no presentiment of the great city that was to be. Although people groaned over hard times and talked of war, still the town kept a thriving aspect. Men were at work leveling Beacon Hill. Boylston Street was being made something better than a lane, and Common Street was improved. Uncle Winthrop said next thing he supposed they would begin to improve him, and order him to take up his house and walk, for houses were moved even then, when they stood in the way of a street. The earth from the hill, or rather hills, went to fill in the mill pond. Lord Lyndhurst had once owned a large part, but he had gone to England to live. Charles Street was partly laid out, as far as the flats were filled in. It was quite entertaining to watch the great patient oxen, which, when they were standing still, chewed their cud in solemn content, and gazed around as though they could predict unutterable things. From the house down to Common Street was a kind of garden where Cato raised vegetables, and Miss Recompense had her beds of sweet and medicinal herbs. For then the housekeeper concocted various household remedies, and made extracts by the use of a little still for flavoring and perfumery. She gathered all the rose leaves and lavender blossoms, and sewed them up in thin muslin bags, and laid them in the drawers and closets. And oh, what roses she had then! Great sweet damask roses, pink and the loveliest deep red, twice as large as the jack roses of today, and trailing pink and white roses climbing over everything. Aunt Elizabeth said Miss Recompense could make a dry stick grow and bloom. Uncle Winthrop found a new and charming interest in the little girl. She was so fond of taking walks and hearing the legends about the old places. She could see where the old beacon had stood when the place was called Sentry Hill, and she knew it had been blown down in a gale, and that on the spot had been erected a beautiful Doric column, surmounted by an eagle, to commemorate the train of events that led to the American Revolution, and finally secured liberty and independence. But the State House had made one great excavation, and the Mill Pond Corporation was making others, and they were planning to remove the monument.
We ought to have more regard for these old places,
Uncle Win used to say with a sigh. Carrie had not been a companionable child. He was a regular boy, and the great point of interest in Sentry Hill for him was batting a ball up the hill. It was a proud day for him when he carried it farther than any other boy. He was fond of games of all kinds, and was one of the fleetest runners and a fine oarsman, and could sail a boat equal to any old salt, he thought. He was a boy, of course, and Uncle Win did not want him to be mollycoddled, so he gave in, for he did not quite know what to do with a lad who could tumble more books around in 5 minutes than he could put in order in half an hour, and knew more about every corner in old Boston than anyone else, and was much more confident of his knowledge. But this little girl, who soon learned the peculiarity of every tree, the song of the different birds, and the season of bloom for wild flowers, and could listen for hours to the incidents of the past, that seemed of more vital importance to middle-aged people than the matters of every day, was a veritable treasure to Mr. Winthrop Adams. He did not mind if she could not knit a stocking, and he sometimes excused her deficiencies in arithmetic, because she was so fond of hearing him read poetry. For Doris thought, of all the things in the world, being able to write verses was the most delightful, and that was her aim when she was a grown-up young lady. She did pick up a good deal of general knowledge that she would not have acquired at school, But Uncle Win wasn't quite sure how much a girl ought to be educated. She began to see considerable of the Chapman girls, and Madame Royall grew very fond of her, but she did not forget her dear friends in Sudbury Street. Sometimes when Uncle Win was going out to supper or to stay away all the evening, she would go up and spend the night with Betty and sit in the old corner, for it was Uncle Leverett's favorite place, whether there was fire or not. He was as fond as ever of listening to her chatter. She always brought a message to Aunt Priscilla about Solomon. Uncle Winthrop thought him the handsomest cat he had ever seen, and how Solomon was not even afraid of Cato, but would walk about the garden with him, and Miss Recompense said he was so much company when she, Doris, was out of the house. Indeed, he would look at her with inquiring eyes and a soft, questioning sound in his voice that was not quite a mew.
Yes,
Miss Recompense would say.
Doris has gone up to Sudbury Street. We miss her, don't we, Solomon? It's a different house without her.
Solomon would assent in a wise fashion.
I never did think to take comfort in talking to a cat.
Miss Recompense would say to herself with a touch of sarcasm. About the middle of June, when roses and spice pinks and 10-week stocks and sweet williams were at their best, Mr. Adams always gave a family gathering at which cousins to the third and fourth generation were invited. Everything was at its loveliest, and the mall just across the street was resplendent in beauty. Even then it had magnificent trees and great stretches of grass, green and velvety. Already it was a favorite strolling place. Miss Recompense had sent a special request for Betty on that particular afternoon and evening. There was to be a high tea at 5 o'clock.
I shall have my new white frock all done,
said Betty delightedly.
There is just a little needlework round the neck and the skirt to sew on.
But I wouldn't wear it,
rejoined her mother.
You may get a fruit stain on it, or meet with some accident. Miss Recompense will expect you to work a little.
Have you anything new, Doris?
Oh, yes,
replied Doris.
A white India muslin and a cambric with a tiny rosebud in it. Madame Royall chose them and ordered them made. And Betty, I have almost outgrown the silk already. Madame Royall is going to see about it getting altered. And in the autumn, Helen Chapman will have a birthday company, and I am invited already, or my frock is.
And Doris laughed.
She has made me promise to wear it then.
You go to the Royals a good deal,
exclaimed Aunt Priscilla jealously. She was sitting in a high-backed chair, very straight and prim. She was not quite at home yet, and kept wondering if she wouldn't rather have her own house if she could get a reasonable sort of servant. Still, she did enjoy the sociable side of life, and it was pleasant here at Cousin Leverett's. They all tried to make her feel at home, and though Betty tormented her sometimes by a certain argumentativeness, she was very ready to wait on her. Aunt Priscilla did like to hear of the delightful entertainments her silk gown had gone to after being hidden away so many years. As for the hat, a young Englishman had said she looked like a princess in it.
You are just eaten up with vanity, Betty Leverett.
Aunt Priscilla tried to rejoin in her severest tone. Doris glanced over to her now.
Yes,
she answered.
Uncle Winthrop thinks I ought to know something about little girls. Eudora is 6 months older than I am. They have such a magnificent swing, 4 girls can sit in it. Helen is studying French, and the young ladies can talk a little. They do not see how I can talk so fast.
Doris laughed gleefully. Aunt Priscilla sniffed. Winthrop Adams would make a flighty, useless girl out of her, and companying so much with rich people would fill her mind with vanity. Yes, the child would be ruined.
And we tell each other stories about our Boston. This Boston,
making a pretty gesture with her hand,
has the most splendid ones about the war and all, and the ships coming over here almost 200 years ago. It is a long while to live 100 years even. But I knew about Mr. Cotton and the lady Arabella Johnston. They had not heard about the saint and how his body was carried around to make it rain.
To make it rain? Whose body was it, pray?
Asked Aunt Priscilla sharply, scenting heresy. She was not quite sure, but so much French would shut out one from final salvation.
Did you have saints in old Boston?
Oh, it was the old saint of the church, St. Botolph.
Doris hesitated and glanced up at Uncle Leverett, who nodded.
He was a very, very good man.
She resumed seriously.
And one summer there was a very long drought. The grass all dried up, the fruit began to fall off, and they were afraid there would be nothing for the cattle to feed upon. So they took up St. Botolph in his coffin and carried him all around the town, praying as they went, and it began to rain.
Stuff and nonsense. The idea of reasonable human beings believing that.
But you know, the prophet prayed for rain in the Bible.
But to take up his body. Are they doing it now, in a dry time?
Aunt Priscilla asked sarcastically.
They don't now, but it was said they did it several times, and it always rained.
They want good Orthodox Christians. No one ever heard of such a thing.
But our Orthodox Christians believed in witches. Even the descendants of this very John Cotton who came over to escape the Lord's bishops,
said Warren.
And unlike Mr. Blackstone, stayed and had a hard time with the Lord's brethren,
said Mr. Leverett.
I hardly know which was the worst.
Smiling with a glint of humor.
And you more than half believe in witches yourself, Aunt Priscilla.
I am sure I have reason to. Grandmother Parker was a good woman if ever there was one, and she was bewitched. And would it have said in the Bible, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," if there had not been any?
They were telling us stories at Madame Royall's one day, and sometime Uncle Winthrop is going to take us all to Marblehead, where Mammy Red lived. Eudora said this, "Old Mammy Red of Marblehead, sweet milk could turn to mold and churn." And Uncle Winthrop has a big book about them.
He had better take you to Salem. That was the very hotbed of it all,
said Warren. Doris came around to Aunt Priscilla.
Did your grandmother really see a witch?
She asked in a serious tone.
Well, perhaps she didn't exactly see it, but she was living in Salem and had a queer neighbor. One day they had some words, and when grandmother went to churn, her milk turned all moldy and spoiled the butter. Grandmother didn't even dare feed it to the pigs. So it went on several times. Then another neighbor said to her, "The next time it happens, you just throw a dipper full over the back log." And so grandmother did. Oh, it made an awful smell and smoke. Oh! Then she washed out her churn and put it away. She was barely through when someone came running in and said, "Have you any sweet oil, Mrs. Parker? Hetty Lane set herself afire, cleaning the cinders out of her oven, and she's dreadfully burned. Come right over." Grandmother was a little afraid, but she went, and sure enough, it had happened just the moment she threw the milk in the fire. One side of her was burned, and one hand. And although the neighbors suspected her, they were all very kind to her while she was ill. But grandmother had no more trouble after that, and it was said Hetty Lane never bewitched anybody again.
It's something like the Kelpies and Brownies Barbie used to tell about that were in England long time ago,
said Doris, big-eyed.
They hid tools and ate up the food and spoiled the milk and the bread, turning it to stone. They went away. Perhaps someone burned them up.
Aunt Priscilla gave her sniff. To be compared with such childish stuff.
It was very curious,
said Mrs. Leverett.
I have always been glad I was not alive at that time. Sometimes unaccountable things happen.
Did you ever see a truly witch yourself, Aunt Priscilla?
Asked the child.
No, I never did.
She answered honestly.
Then I guess they did go with the fairies and Kelpies. Could I tell your story over sometime?
She inquired eagerly. Telling ghost stories and witch stories was quite an amusement at that period.
Why, yes, if you want to.
She was rather pleased to have it go to the Royalls.
The last stitch.
And Betty folded up her work.
Come, Doris, say good night, and let us go to bed.
Doris put a little kiss on Aunt Priscilla's wrinkled hand. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of A Little Girl in Old Boston by Amanda Minnie Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15. A Freedom Suit. Aunt Priscilla had a dozen changes of mind as to whether to go to Cousin Adams or not, but Betty insisted. She trimmed her cap and altered the sleeves of her best black silk gown. The elderly people were wearing Lego mutton sleeves now, while the young people had great puffs. Long, straight Puritan sleeves were hardly considered stylish, and then Cousin Win sent the chaise up for her. Mrs. March, Carrie's aunt, had come up to Boston to make a little visit. Mr. March was a shipbuilder at Plymouth. She was quite anxious to see this cousin that Carrie had talked about so much, and she was almost jealous lest he should be crowded out of his rightful place. She had no children of her own, but her husband had 4 when they were married, so a kind of motherly sympathy still went out to Carrie. Betty came over in the morning. She and Miss Recompense were always very friendly. They talked of jells and jams and preserves. It was too early for any fresh fruit, except strawberries, and Cato always took a great deal of pains to have these of the very finest. The wide fireplace was filled in with green boughs and the shining leaves of bread and butter. The rugs were taken up, and the floor had a coat of polish. The parlor was wide open, arrayed in the stately furnishings of a century ago. There were 2 Louis XIV chairs that had really come from France. There were some square, heavy pieces of furniture that we should call Eastlake now, and the extravagant thing was a Brussels carpet with a scroll centerpiece and a border in arabesque. The guests began to come at 2. Miss Recompense and Betty had been arranging the long table with its thick basket-work cloth that was fragrant with sweet scents. Betty wore her blue and white silk, as that had met with some mishaps at Hartford. Miss Recompense had on a brown silk with a choice bit of thread lace, and a thread lace cap. Many of the elderly society ladies wore immense headgears like turbans, with sometimes 1 or 2 marabout feathers, which were considered extremely elegant. But Miss Recompense kept to her small, rather plain cap, and looked very ladylike, quite fit to do the honors of the house. Some of the cousins had driven in from Cambridge and South Boston. Miss Craigie, who admired her second cousin Adams very much, and it was said would not have been averse to a marriage with him, came over from the old house that had once been Washington's headquarters, and was to be more famous still as the home of one of America's finest poets. She took a great interest in Carrie, and made him a welcome guest. We should call it a kind of lawn party now. The guests flitted around the garden and lawn, inspected the promising fruit trees, and were enthusiastic over the roses. Then they wandered over to the mall, and discussed the impending changes in Boston, and said, as people nearly always do, that it would be ruined by improvements. It was sacrilegious to take away Beacon Hill. It was absurd to think of filling in the flats. Who would want to live on made ground? And where were all the people to come from to build houses on these wonderful streets? Why, it was simply ridiculous. There were some young men who felt rather awkward and kept in a little knot with Carrie. There were a few young girls who envied Betty Leverett her at-homeness, and the fact that she had spent a winter in Hartford. Croquet would have been a boon then, to make a breach in the walls of deadly reserve. Elderly men smoked, walked about, and talked of the prospect of war. Most of them had high hopes of President Madison just now. Doris was a point of interest for everyone. Her charming simplicity went to all hearts. Betty had dressed her hair a dozen different ways, but found none so pretty as tying part of the curls on top with a ribbon. She had grown quite a little taller, but was still slim and fair. Miss Craigie took a great fancy to her, and said she must come and spend the day with her, and visit the notable points of Cambridge. And next year Carrie would graduate, and she supposed they would have a grand time. The supper was quite imposing. Cato's nephew, a tidy young colored lad, came from one of the inns, and acquitted himself with superior elegance. It was indeed a feast, enlivened with bright conversation. People expected to talk then, not look bored and indifferent. Each one brought something besides appetite to the feast. Afterward they went out on the porch and sang, the ice being broken between the younger part of the company. There were some amusing patriotic songs with choruses that inspired even the older people. Hail Columbia was greeted with applause. There were sentimental songs as well, Scotch and old English ballads. Two of Carrie's friends sang Queen Mary's Escape with a great deal of spirit. Then Uncle Win asked Doris if she could not sing a little French song that she sang for him quite often, and that was set to a very touching melody. She hung back and colored up, but she did want to please Uncle Win. She was standing beside him, so she straightened up and took a step out, and holding his hand sang with a grace that went to each heart. But she hid herself behind Uncle Win's shoulder when the compliments began. Carrie came around and said,
"She need not be afraid. It was just beautiful."
After that, the company began to disperse. Everybody said it always was delightful to come over here, and the people wondered how it happened that such an attractive man as Mr. Winthrop Adams had not married again, and had someone to entertain regularly. There was a magnificent full moon, and the air was delicious with fragrance. One after another drove away, or taking the arm of a companion, uttered a cordial good night. Mr. Adams had sent some elderly friends home in a carriage, and begged the Leveretts to wait until it came back. Warren had not been very intimate with the young collegian. Their walks in life lay quite far apart, but Carrie came and joined them as they were all out on the porch.
"I hope you had a pleasant time,"
he began.
"If it had not been a family party, I should have asked the club to come over and sing some of the college songs. Arthur Sprague has a fine voice, and you sing very well, Warren."
"I've been in a singing class this winter. I like music so much."
"You ought to hear half a dozen of our fellows together. But this little bird warbled melodiously."
And he put his arm over the shoulder of Doris.
"I did not know she could move an audience so deeply."
I was so frightened at first,
began Doris with a long breath.
I don't mind singing for Uncle Win, and one day when there were some guests, Madame Royall asked me to sing a little French song she had known in her youth. Isn't it queer a song should last so long?
The fine songs ought to last forever. I hope we will have some national songs presently besides the ridiculous Yankee Doodle. It doesn't seem quite so bad when it is played by the band and men are marching to it."
Carrie straightened himself up. Being slender, he often allowed his shoulders to droop.
"Now you look like a soldier,"
exclaimed Warren.
"I'd like to be one, first rate. I'd leave college now and go in the Navy if there was another boy to follow out Father's plans. But I can't bear to disappoint him. It's hard to go against your father when you are all he has. So I suppose I will go on and study law. And some day you will hear of my being judge. But we are going to have a big war, and I would like to take a hand in it. I wish I was 21.
"I shall be next month. I'm going to have a little company."
"I'd like you to come, Carrie."
"I just will. Thank you. What are you going to do?"
"I'll stay with Father, of course. I've been learning the business. I think I shouldn't like to go to war unless the enemy really came to us. I should fight for my home."
"There are larger questions, even than homes,"
replied Carrie. Betty came around the corner of the porch with Uncle Win, to whom she was talking in her bright, energetic fashion. Aunt Elizabeth said it was very pleasant to see so many of the relatives again.
"The older generation is dropping out, and we shall soon be among the old people ourselves,"
Mr. Leverett said.
"I was thinking tonight how many youngish people were here who have grown up in the last 10 years.
"We each have a young staff to lean upon,"
rejoined Mr. Adams proudly, glancing at the two boys. The carriage came round. Aunt Priscilla shook hands with Cousin Winthrop, and said, much moved,
"I've had a pleasant time, and I had a good mind not to come. I'm getting old and queer and not fit for anything but to sit in the corner and grumble instead of frolicking round."
"Oh, don't grumble. Why, I believe I am going backwards. I feel 10 years younger, and you are not old enough to die of old age. Betty, you must keep prodding her up."
He handed her in the carriage himself, and when they were all in, Doris said,
"It seems as if I ought to go too."
Uncle Win caught her hand, as if she might run away.
"I do think Cousin Winthrop has improved of late,"
said Mrs. Leverett.
He has gained a little flush and looks so bright and interested, and he talked to all the folks in such a cordial way as if he was really glad to see them. And those strawberries did beat all for size. Betty, the table looked like a feast for a king if they deserve anything better than common folks.
Any other child would be clear out of bonds and past redemption,
declared Aunt Priscilla.
Everybody made so much of her as if it was her party. And how the little creature does sing! I'd like to hear her praising the Lord with that voice, instead of wasting it on French things that may be so bad you couldn't say them in good English.
That isn't,
replied Betty.
It is a little good night that her mother used to sing to her and taught her.
Aunt Priscilla winked hard and subsided. A little orphan girl. Well, Cousin Winthrop would be a good father to her. Perhaps no one would ever be quite tender enough for her mother. Everybody went home pleased. Yet nowadays such a family party would have been dull and formal, with no new books and theatres and plays and tennis and golf to talk about, and the last ball game, perhaps. There had been a kind of gracious courtesy in inquiries about each other's families, a true sympathy for the deaths and misfortunes, a kindly pleasure in the successes, a congratulation for the younger members of the family growing up, a little circling about religion and the recent rather broad doctrines the clergy were entertaining, for it was a time of ferment when the 5 strong points of Calvinism were being severely shaken, and the doctrine of election assaulted by the doctrine that, since Christ died for all might in some mysterious manner share the benefit without being ruled out by their neighbors. Winthrop Adams would hardly have dreamed that the presence of a little girl in the house was stirring every pulse in an unwonted fashion. He had brooded over books so long. Now he took to nature and saw many things through the child's fresh, joyous sight. He brushed up his stories of half-forgotten knowledge for her. He recalled his boyhood's lore of birds and squirrels, bees and butterflies, began to feast anew on the beauty of the world and all things in their season. It is true, in those days knowledge and literature were not widely diffused. A book or two of sermons, the Pilgrim's Progress, perhaps Fox's Book of Martyrs, and the Farmer's Almanac were the extent of literature in most families. Women had too much to do to spend their time reading, except on Saturday evening, and after second service on the Sabbath. Then it must be religious reading. But Boston was beginning to stir in the education of its women. Mrs. Abigail Adams had said, if we mean to have heroes, statesmen, and philosophers, we should have learned women. They started a circle of sociality that was to be above the newest pattern for a gown and the latest recipe for cake or preserves. A Mrs. Grant had written a volume called Letters from the Mountains, which they interested themselves in having republished. Anna Adams had written some valuable works and was now braiding straw for a living. And Mrs. Josiah Quincy exerted herself to have so talented a woman placed above indigence. She also endeavored to have Miss Edgeworth's moral tales republished for young people. Scott was beginning to infuse new life with his wonderful tales, which could safely be put in the hands of younger readers. The first decade of the century was laying a foundation for the grand work to be done later on, and with nearly every vessel, or with the travelers from abroad, would come some new books from England. Though they were dear, yet there were a few foolish people who liked a book better than several dollars added to their savings. Warren's Freedom Suit and his Freedom Party interested Doris a great deal. Since Betty's return there had been several evening companies, with the parlor opened and the cake and lemonade set out on the table instead of being passed around. Betty and Jane Morse were fast friends. They went uptown of an afternoon and had a promenade, with now and then a nod from some of the quality. Betty was very much elated when Carrie Adams walked home with her one afternoon and planned about the party. He would ask 3 of the young fellows, and with himself they would give some college songs. He knew Miss Morse's cousin, Morris Winslow, very well. He met him quite frequently at the Royalls. Indeed, Carrie knew he was a warm admirer of Isabel Royall. After all, the much-talked-of suit was only a best Sunday suit of black broadcloth. Doris looked disappointed.
Did you expect I would have red and white straps down the sides and blue stars all over the coat?
Warren asked teasingly.
And an eagle on the buttons? I'm afraid that I should be impressed and taken out to sea.
Betty,
she said afterward.
Will you have a freedom suit when you are 21? And must it be a black gown?
I think they never give girls that,
answered Betty laughingly.
Theirs is a wedding gown, though after you are 21, if you go anywhere and earn money, you can keep it for yourself. Your parents cannot claim it.
Warren had a holiday. His father said he did not want to see him near the store all day long. He went over to Uncle Wynn's, who was just having some late cherries picked to grace the feast, and he was asked into the library, where Uncle Wynn made him a very pleasant little birthday speech and gave him a silver watch to remember the occasion by. Warren was so surprised he hardly knew how to thank him. Betty was sorry that there could be no dancing at the party, especially as Mr. Winslow had offered Black Joe, but Mother would be so opposed they did not even suggest it. The young people began to gather about 7. They congratulated the hero of the occasion, and one fellow recited some amusing verses. They played games and forfeits and had a merry time. The Cambridge boys sang several beautiful songs, and others of the gay, rollicking order. The supper table looked very inviting, Betty thought, although it was a great pleasure to the young people, who kept it up quite late. But then it was such a delightful summer night. Doris thought the singing the most beautiful part of all. Warren's great surprise occurred the next morning. There was a new sign up over the door in the place of the old weather-beaten one that his father had admitted was disgraceful, and on it in nice fresh lettering was F. Leverett and Son.
"Oh, Father,"
was all he could say for a moment.
Hollis was a good, steady boy. I've been blessed in my boys, and I thank God for it. So when Hollis was through with his trade and had that good opportunity to go in business, I advanced him some money. He has been prospered and would have paid it back, but I told him to keep it for his part. This will be your offset to it. Cousin Winthrop is coming down presently, and Giles Thatcher, and we will have all the papers signed, so that if anything happens to me, there will be no trouble. You've been a good son, Warren, and I hope you will make a good, honorable man."
The tears sprang to Warren's eyes. He was very glad he had yielded some points to his father, and accepted obedience as his due to be rendered cheerfully, for Mr. Leverett had never been an unreasonable man. Uncle Wynn congratulated him again. Betty and her mother went down in the afternoon to see the new sign. Aunt Priscilla thought it rather risky business, for being 21 didn't always bring good sense with it, and too much liberty was apt to spoil anyone with no more experience than Warren. Betty said Aunt Priscilla must have something to worry about, which was true enough. She had come to the Leveretts to see how she could stand being without a home, as she phrased it. But she found herself quite feeble and with a cough, and she admitted she had never quite gotten over the winter's cold which she took going to church that bitter Sunday. As just the right person to keep her house had not come to hand, and as it really was cheaper to live this way, and gave one a secure feeling in case of illness, she thought it best to go on. Elizabeth Leverett made her feel very much at home. She could go down in the kitchen and do a bit of work when she wanted to. She could weed a little out in the garden. She could mend and knit and pass away the time, and it was a pleasure to have someone to converse with, to argue with. She had been in great trouble at first about Black Polly. That she had really entertained the thought of getting rid of her in helpless old age seemed a great sin now.
Ah, and the poor old thing had been so faithful, until she began to lose her memory. How could I have resolved to do such a thing?
She would exclaim.
"You never did resolve to do it, Aunt Priscilla,"
Mr. Leverett said one day.
"I am quite sure you could not have done it when it came to the pinch. It was one of the temptations only."
But I never struggled against it. That's what troubles me.
God knew just how it would end. He did not mean the poor creature to become a trouble to anyone. If he had wanted to try you further, no doubt he would have done it. Now, why can't you accept the release as he sent it? It seems almost as though you couldn't resign yourself to his wisdom.
Oh, you make religion so comfortable, Foster Leverett, that I hardly know whether to take it that way. It isn't the old-fashioned way in which I was brought up.
There was just one doubting Thomas among the 12.
He replied smilingly. There was little need of people going away for a summering then, though they did try to visit their relatives in the country places about. People came up from the more southern states for the cool breezes and the pleasant excursions everywhere. There were delightful parties going out almost every day to the islands lying off the city, to the little towns farther away, to some places where it was necessary to remain all night. Madame Royall insisted upon taking Doris with the girls for a week's excursion, and she had a happy time. Carey went to Plymouth to his aunt's, and was fascinated with seagoing matters and the naval wars in progress. Josiah March was a staunch patriot, and said the thing would never be settled until we had taught England to let our men and our vessels alone. Only a few years before our commerce had extended over the world, Boston, with her 80 wharves and quays, her merchants of shrewd and sound judgment, ability of a high order, and comprehensive as well as authentic information, at that time stood at the head of the maritime world. The West Indies, China, though Canton was the only port to which foreigners were admitted, and all the ports of Europe had been open to her. The coastwide trade was also enormous. From 70 to 80 sail of vessels had cleared in one day. Long Wharf at the foot of State Street was one of the most interesting and busy places. The treaty between France and America had agreed that free bottoms made free ships, but during the wars of Napoleon this had been so abridged that trade was now practically destroyed. Then England had insisted upon the right of search, which left every ship at her mercy, and hundreds of our sailors were being taken prisoners. There was a great deal of war talk already. Trade was seriously disturbed. There was a very strong party opposed to war. What could so young a country, unprepared in every way, do? The government temporized, tried various methods in the hope of averting the storm. People began to economize. Still, there was a good deal of money in Boston. Pleasures took on a rather more economical aspect and grew simpler. But business was at a standstill. The Leveretts were among the first to suffer, but Mr. Leverett's equable temperament and serene philosophy kept his family from undue anxiety.
"It's a rather hard beginning for you, my boy,"
he said,
"but you will have years enough to recover. Only I sometimes wish it could have come to a crisis and be over so that we could begin again. It can never be quite as bad as the old war."
Doris commenced school with the Chapman girls at Miss Parker's. Uncle Win had a great fancy for sending her to Mrs. Rowson.
"Wait a year or so,"
counseled Madame Royall.
"Children grow up fast enough without pushing them ahead. Little girlhood is the sweetest time of life for the elderly people, whatever it may be for the girls. I should like Helen and Eudora to stand still for a few years, and Doris is too perfect a little bud to be lured into blossoming. There is something unusual about the child."
When anyone praised Doris, Uncle Win experienced a thrill of delight. Mrs. Parker's school was much more aristocratic than Mrs. Webb's. There were no boys and no very small children. Some of the accomplishments were taught, French, drawing, and painting, and what was called the use of the globe, which meant a large globe with all the countries of the world upon it, arranged to turn around on an axis. This was a new thing. Doris was quite fascinated by it, and when she found the North Sea and the Devonshire coast and the Wash, the girls looked on eagerly, and straightway she became a heroine. But one unlucky recess, when she had won in the game of graces, a girl said,
"I don't care. That isn't anything. We beat your old English in the Revolutionary War, and if there's another war, we'll beat you again. My father said so. I wouldn't be English for all the gold on the Guinea coast."
"I am not English,"
Doris protested.
"My father was born in this very Boston, and I was born in France."
"Well, the French are just as bad. They're not to be depended on. You are a mean little foreign girl, and I shall not speak to you again. There now."
Doris looked very sober. Helen Chapman comforted her, and said Faith Dunscombe was not worth minding. She told it over to Uncle Win that evening.
"I suppose I can never be a real Boston girl,"
she said sorrowfully.
"I think you are a pretty good one now, and of good old Boston stock,"
he replied smilingly.
"Sometime you will be proud that you came from the other Boston." Oddly enough, most of us came from England in the beginning, and the Faniels came from France, and they are proud enough of their old Huguenot blood."
She had been to Faneuil Hall and the market with Uncle Winthrop. They raised all their vegetables and fruit, unless it was something quite rare, and Cato did the family marketing. Only a few years before, the market had been enlarged and improved. 50 years earlier, the building had burned down and been replaced, but even the old building had been identified with liberty of thought, and had a well-known portrait painter of that day, John Smibert, for its architect. In the later improvements it had been much enlarged, and the beautiful open arches of the ground floor were closed by doors and windows, which rendered it less picturesque. It was the market-place par excellence then, as Quincy Market came in with the enterprise of the real city, but even then it rejoiced in the appellation of the cradle of liberty, and the hall over the market space was used for political gatherings. Huckster and market wagons from the country farms congregated in Dock Square. The mornings were the most interesting time for a visit. The quality came in their carriages with their servant man to run to and fro, or some young lady on horseback rode up through the busy throng to leave an order, and then the women whose servant carried a basket, or those having no servant carried their own baskets, and who went about cheapening everything. So Doris was quite comforted to know that Peter Faneuil, who was held in such esteem, had not even been born in Boston, and was of French extraction. But girls soon get over their tiffs and disputes. Play is the great leveller. Then Doris was so obliging about the French exercises that the girls could not stay away very long at a time. Miss Parker's typified the conventional idea of a girl's education prevalent at that time, that it should be largely accomplishment. So Doris was allowed considerable latitude in the commoner branches. Mrs. Webb had been exacting in the few things she taught, especially arithmetic, and Uncle Win admitted to himself that Doris had a poor head for figures. When she came to fractions, it was heart-rendering. Common multiples and least and greatest common divisors had such a way of getting mixed up in her brain that he felt very sorry for her. She brought over Betty's book, in which all her sums and the more difficult rules had been worked out and copied beautifully. They were Banki and equation of payments, and all the roots and progression and alligation and mensuration.
"I don't know what good they will really be to Betty,"
said Uncle Win gravely. Then, as his face relaxed into a half-smile, he added,
"Perhaps Mary Manning's 50 pairs of stockings she had when she was married might be more useful. Betty has a good head and twinkling feet. Did you know a poet said that? And another one wrote, 'Her feet beneath her petticoat, like little mice, stole in and out, as if they feared the light. But oh, she dances such a way, no sun upon an Easter day is half so fair a sight.'"
"Oh, Uncle Win, that's just delightful! Did your poet write any more such dainty things, and can I read them? Betty would just go wild over that."
"Yes, I will find it for you. And we won't worry now about the hard knots over in the back of the arithmetic."
"Nor about the stockings. Miss Isabel is knitting some beautiful silk ones, blossom color."
Ladies and girls danced in slippers then, and wore them for evening company, and stockings were quite a feature in attire. Uncle Win was too indulgent, of course. Miss Recompense said she had never known a girl to be brought up just that way, and shook her head doubtfully. Early in the new year an event happened, or rather the tidings came to them, that seemed to have a bearing on both of these points. An old sea captain one day brought a curious oaken chest, brass-bound, and with 3 brass initials on the top. The key, which was tied up in a small leathern bag, and a letter stowed away in an enormous well-worn wallet, he delivered to Mr. Winthrop Adams, Esquire. It contained an unfinished letter from Miss Arabella, beginning, "Dear and honored sir," and another from the borough justice. Miss Arabella was dead. The care of her sister had worn her so much that she had dropped into a gentle decline, and knowing herself near the end, had packed the chest with some table linen that belonged to the mother of Doris, some clothing, 2 dresses of her own, several petticoats, 2 pairs of satin slippers she had worn in her youth and outgrown, and 6 pairs of silk stockings. Doris would grow into them all presently. Then enclosed was a bank-note for £100 sterling, and much love and fond remembrances. The other note announced the death of Miss Arabella Sophia Rulstone, aged 81 years and 3 months, and the time of her burial. Her will had been read, and the bequests were being paid. Mr. Millington requested a release before a notary, and an acknowledgment of the safe arrival of the goods in the legacy, to be returned by the captain. Mr. Adams went out with the captain and attended to business. Doris had a little cry over Miss Arabella. It did not seem as if she could be 80 years old. She could recall the sweet, placid face under the snowy cap, and almost hear the soft voice.
"That is quite a legacy,"
said Uncle Win.
"Doris, can you compute it in dollars?"
We had come to have a currency of our own. Decimal it was called, because computed by tens. We still reckoned a good deal in pounds, shillings, and pence, but ours were not pounds sterling. Doris considered and knit her delicate brows. Then a soft light illumined her face.
Why, Uncle Win, it is $500! Isn't that a great deal of money for a little girl like me? And must it not be saved up some way?
Yes, I think for your wedding day.
And then, suppose I should not get married?
End of chapter 15.